Come on.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be here with you guys tonight for this special edition of Maximus Crypto featuring the one and only King Channing, aka Channing Harral. Channing, how are you doing tonight? Glad to have you with us tonight.
I'm doing amazing. How's it going with you tonight, Max?
Doing really, really well. Glad to have you here. Guys, I try to stay humble about some of the stuff, but I'm absolutely thrilled to have, for the first time, in my opinion, somebody that was like a student of the channel, right? And basically,
Absolutely.
uh, yeah, you know what I mean? And then become a teacher himself. So Channing covers QNT. We're going to give a plug to his channel. You can follow him if you want daily quant coverage, just like Mind Crypto. Shout out to him as well. He's a good guy.
Yes.
They provide it to you, right? And that's awesome. So before we get into all this stuff tonight, I just want to advise everybody, please smash the like. It does trigger the YouTube algorithm, and it helps get the show out to a broader base. I just want to say I'm very humbled by you guys. Last show was the biggest show we ever had here. We had about 530 on the combined stream from X and YouTube.
Which is
I used
amazing.
I remember, yeah. Well, I remember there was a time in which like YouTube was our biggest platform, and then and just keep building up the whole thing of Twitter, and then became X. So hard work does pay off. Really
Absolutely.
appreciate you guys. Guys, I know it's way over. I can't even point. We're above Channing's head. Follow me on X. You can follow him on X. Let's go ahead and give him a plug real quick for his channel. You may be wondering, like, well, hey, let's see what he has to offer. We're gonna share that with you right now. So we're gonna start off with his YouTube channel, and then you can also find out where we can go for X. Here's Channing's channel. He has just hit a milestone. You gotta keep in mind. I mean, how long you been doing this? Maybe 2-3 weeks. I don't even know.
Yeah, almost a month. Almost a month.
So you're off to a great start, by the way. So you just hit a recent milestone of 200 subs. What stands out in regards to Channing? Well, if anything, it's QNT. He also may be looking to cover some other things. I know you're in the H bar. I know you're in the Jasmy. I'm sure the
Absolutely.
Jasmy Army would be more than appreciative of having your coverage. But he's done some recent videos. He's getting better with his thumbnails. I wonder how that is. Who came about that? Anyway, I'm just kidding. But the point is, he has great content. I'll let it speak for yourself. Just tell us a little bit in regards to your channel, in regards to Quant, why you feel so great about Quant, and then we can definitely go from there.
Okay. Well, first Quant. There's nothing that matches Quant. Quant is it's insane. Nothing in the distributed technology sector is doing anything remotely close to what they're doing because they're not a blockchain, they're a blockchain operating system. It's that's being patented worldwide. Like no other player in the distributed ledger technology sector could boast that. On top of working on standards, not just working on standards, but creating standards and then bringing 57 countries onto the standard. That's it's just nobody's doing things like that. So when I found out about Quant, it was just something like, wow. So then I started doing further research, and then I came across Max's page, who does these amazing deep dives into Quant, which really piqued my interest. And I really started doing even further research and just realized that this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Like a third the supply of Bitcoin that has all of this real world utility with all of these real world players connected to it some way, somehow. It's a no brainer to me. Like Quant Network, I don't even know. I don't even know how Gilbert sleeps at night. I would just be excited for the future if I was Gilbert. I don't know how
I'm
he
sure he
sleeps.
is. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure he is. Guys, I just want to advise you that it looks like, currently speaking, we have on YouTube about 21 tuned in. Thank you for that. 9 likes. Smash the like on YouTube. It helps get the program out to a broader
Yes.
base. On top of that, we are going to share Channing's Twitter account. But before we get into that, yes, he can be followed, as you can see right here, over on. You can just type in, Channing Harral, or you can type in at King Channing, and it takes you right to his page. All right.
Okay.
Like I said, he does an excellent job covering QNT. And here's the main thing. It's one thing about me telling you guys, hey, sub to our fellow brother who covers QNT. But it's another thing, actually understanding you want to watch his coverage. I mean, I don't cover Quant every day. I used to almost cover it every day. I cover a lot of things. So, if you want to stay informed about quant and, not get fluff, he doesn't do fluff. Just like myself, he does deep dive research and so on. So shout out to
Absolutely.
you, brother. Yeah, we do appreciate that. Give him a follow there, comment there, engage. It triggers the algorithm as well. And on top of that, he is on X. Everybody has to start out somewhere. Give him some more followers on X and see he's posting some things over there already. Here's his page, and it's at King VRS King over on the X platform, or you can just type in King Channing QNT. But if you have a problem or want to follow the right Channing and not some bot, right? You
I
gotta
know,
follow him
right?
at King, yeah, VRS King. Yeah, I've had that problem. Some people been making fake accounts of me.
I
Um,
know. They inboxed me
yeah, it's crazy
while I was
stuff. So
talking to you.
right. So
Yeah,
yeah, you give them a
great.
follow there as well. And what we're gonna do now is just obviously welcome our community. That's something that we do. Before we get
Absolutely.
into that, guys, I just want to point out that it's kind of like what you see in the thumbnail. There's a lot to be covered. I didn't have a chance to tag NXRA to get the honorable mention. NXRA is really doing well tonight. And another thing I'm going to do is just state this. So we have an outline, a little bit of a surprise outline too. How about this? Brand new, fresh off the press from Investorplace. Yes, absolutely. Why am I mentioning this? So we're talking about quant. Quant is referenced in regards to connecting Investorplace to quant. Now you may be thinking, what the heck are you talking about, Max? It's the references from the past in regards to AI. Now we have some proof, not anything speculative, actual solid proof in this outline tonight in regards to some references to Gilbert Verdian, what Quant has done many years ago in regards to Ocean Protocol and getting that going, and some of these other ones. Fetch. Key thing here is
Yeah,
AI. Okay. There's also another narrative that you guys have shared for quite a long time, and that is this whole concept of, is this the last bull run? Right? It has to go on a utility run. You will
yeah.
not believe the news that dropped today. The
This is
answer is yes. And Investorplace is also on board with the notion of this is the last bull run. That's important to point out. And it was dropped today. Yeah, couldn't dismiss it. Had to get it out to you guys today. Let's get into the comments. Again, smash the like, share the program, give a sub to Channing, follow him as well. If you're on X, get this out there and so on. A lot to be bullish on. Why? Well, QNT's been doing really well today in the last
absolutely.
few days. We have to recognize why is that. We're going to talk about Jasmy as well tonight. Like you also saw in the headline, Jasmy preparing for Europe. How's that so? I'm going to give a shout out to our fellow brother. I don't know if he's here tonight. It's Icy Amphibian. He talked about this not that long ago on Reddit. I decided to look more into it. Jasmy's also your thing, other than just QNT or both. Smash the like. All right, we're going to get into the comments right now. Let's recognize a few of you guys. Really appreciate you being here. And for all you guys over on X, I love you. Appreciate it. Awesome. If you want to mingle and rub elbows with ladies like Brittany, right? Welcome, Brittany. She says happy Wednesday. Or
Hey,
the
Brittany.
one and only, right? Tim Shea. You
Tim
know Tim,
Slay.
right? Come
Hey,
on
Tim.
over. Yes, come on over to the YouTube platform where you can interact with the chat. These are where the OGs are and so on. But if you just want to stay on X, hey, we are blessed to have you. Thank you so much for being here. But yes, we just ticked up to 110. Thank you guys. It really helps. 10 minutes into the show to have these numbers is fire. Thank you so much. All
Absolutely.
right. Let's recognize the mayor of crypto, the crypto commissioner, Mr. Tim Shea, sprays for far away, represents the 589th District XRP Army, his fellow constituents, Mr. Tim Shea. All right. On top of that, we have our fellow brother, OG Patrick Collier, the nice version of Suge Knight. Glad to have you.
Like Suge Knight.
I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but he is a nice version of Suge Knight. Anyway, every alpha has an omega, right? Anyway, and then on top of that, we have Dennis Leal. Glad to have you here. Boomer F and Sooner is super happy, right? Send me all these crazy gifts about, me not showing up yesterday and so on. I do have to make an announcement. I don't know how I'm going to change the schedule, but at some point the schedule will have to change because the platform is growing. And basically, I don't know if I could be able to do shows every single like day or Monday through Thursday. It just depends on like how much material pull it out. I have to have time, obviously, to do my other couple main jobs I have and so on. I'm just running out of time in the day.
Yeah.
I literally every day it's like, oh my gosh, 7 days a week, plus the YouTube thing, plus Twitter. Also, it's just it's getting to the point where it don't make sense to do maybe shorter shows. I don't know. We'll find the balance. I'll make an announcement on X about the schedule. But in the future, yes, there's going to be times in which it won't be the Monday through Thursday. I might have to change up the banner here. Obviously, it says Monday through Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. But the point is, um, there has to be that balance, right? Everybody has to have balance in their life, right? Anyway, but glad to have you here, Boomer. I know you always bust my chops and it's hilarious. Terrell, I always wanted Terrell. Welcome back.
Look like
What's
Terrell.
good, everybody? Yeah, give him a follow, right? Um, Here's another thing I do like. See how this works, Channing? When you get, your whole thing situated in the future with YouTube and Twitter, see how it says X? That means he's interacting on X, and then it brings it over here, but he's also
Dope.
on YouTube.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay. That's
shout out
dope.
to XXI Gaming. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You just click on it and it comes up that way. See, if I just click on that, see how it says the YouTube icon? Kind of to
Yeah.
let you know.
Yeah.
But XXI, glad to have you here tonight. We're just going to work with a couple more people and get into outline because if we don't, then what's the point, right? But yes, XXI, shout out to you, man. Bite. I'm so pleased with it. I do need to get another bag of it. Not financial advice, people, but it's got a perfect 100 out of 100 score and freaking gone parabolic, right? Like a lot of other meme tokens and so on. Crazy stuff. Even this other one, right? What is it? Ham Star, for crying out loud, man. Like under a penny. And we saw it last night go up to a little over $8. One of the early guys must have like dumped some of his tokens. Guys, I understand there's no utility in this stuff, but
Absolutely
oh
not.
my god, like
That's crazy though.
going for under a penny. Yeah, I give credit where credit's due. Mike
Yeah.
Cornwell has been
It's
sharing and
crazy.
so on. Check it out. Ham Star, right? HAMSTAR. And if you don't want to get hit with big Ethereum gas fees, it's only on Pancake Swap. You can do a swap. Again, guys, could you lose money? Absolutely. Am I going to say do your own research? How? The thing's so new. It has no utility. People say it's a pump and dump. You could do what you choose to do. There's so many of here that, they kind of they look at these things. It's like, the justification of not going to, the reservation casino or a scratch off ticket. Hey, I get it. I totally get it. All right. Gonna go further down. Just welcome just a couple more people. Buck Snort, tech is awesome. Jasmy here. Thank you so much. Um, there can't be subtitles, unfortunately, on the live show. Just to give you a heads up, GM. And it's because it's on the fly. But when there's a replay, it takes time to, plug that in from YouTube. Right. And it's only on YouTube. I don't know if Elon Musk and X are going to incorporate that into their platform, but I imagine at some point in the future. But as far as right now, because you're watching, um, I don't know if that's something that's available. But if he wants to be the all-in-one platform, then I think they're working on that. So, but yeah, on the replays, guys, I always go through, I edit it, enable for the subtitles. It takes time for it to load. I've had complaints from people like, "Hey, man, there's no subtitles." You got to keep in mind it takes time for the live to catch up with the replay, and then incorporate. It takes roughly about an hour, maybe two. That's how it usually goes, but I do get complaints about it. But I do appreciate GM. All right, we need to get into the outline, but I want to welcome Brian Dowie. A lot of you guys, the OGs, really appreciate you. We just kind of need to get into. We're about 15 minutes into the show. So what we're going to do now is start off with that Investorplace report, okay? And you're going to see how it all flows together, okay? And I didn't have a chance to give this to Channing. I didn't want to overload Channing with too much, bro, right? You're like, what the heck? This is my first time. You're overloading me, right?
You sent me like 30 links.
Right. It would have been like 60. So I was like, I literally caught myself and I was like, you got to pump the brakes on this one a little bit. All right. So we're going to put up the QNT branding just for a bit, maybe just temporarily speaking. You guys are probably wondering, why are you doing the QNT branding if you're going to talk about like Investorplace and so on? Well, that one covers us up. I won't do that. If it's solo, I'll have to fix that. Anyway, let's just get into it. So here it is. This comes from the one and only Investorplace. This is today's report. You don't have to wait till the weekend. And look at this for a second, guys. This is absolutely massive. We'll come out of the frame for just a brief bit to put some emphasis on this. And yeah, wow, look at this. Today's date, 5 AI cryptos to build generational wealth during crypto's final bull market. I'm telling you flat out, guys, why is this so important? Well, I think it's the narrative, right? There's a lot of different narratives. Some people feel as though there will be, the 4-year cycles will continue to go as long as Bitcoin's here, Ethereum dominance, and so on. But altcoins could play a big factor in, basically changing that up. So my main thing is this, okay? Understanding that, we got some of these statements. Some people feel as though, the utility run will end all bull runs. I think Investorplace, Luke Lango, Charlie Schramm, and the team realize that. So let's pull this up. We understand the whole things about GAFA, right? We're all aware of the huge advancements of AI, ChatGPT. There's some of these other ones, right? Like Gemini, formerly known as Bard. I mean, there's was it Copilot. There's a whole bunch of things. This narrative, AI poised to be the standout performer in the upcoming final crypto bull run. There's a lot of things to be mentioned here. I mentioned Gemini earlier. They stated that 2024 Crypto Trend Report limitations of centralized AI systems can be addressed through decentralized nature of crypto. This fusion promises an AI that can evolve in a secure manner, offering robust and beneficial features. Right, we understand that. And what they're in line with. Right, get it. So over at Investorplace, they have a section that I'm part of. It's called the Crypto Investor Network. I'm not paid by them. I just, bring you guys premium content without charging you. But yes, the Crypto Investor Network team selected their 5 AI-driven cryptocurrencies for what they call the final crypto bull run. Now, I just want to state this, okay? I'll come back into the frame. I am not personally invested into some of these. And you may be thinking, well, then why even mention it, Max? Hear me out. Because of quant. I'm telling you flat out, it's because of quant. Once you see this, you'd be like, oh, I see what he did here. So I do think some of these ones are solid, but I would have much rather have gotten into some of these during crypto winter. And Absolutely. Some of you guys did get into some of these in crypto winter. My point is, we have referenced Ocean Protocol in the past, right? Technically, some people say they kind of compete with Jasmy, but it's a different use case. But again, understanding what's tied to AI and what ones will soar, absolutely soar. So I'll come back out of the frame on this one. I'll give a chance for Channing, obviously, to chime in. He's a special guest. He needs to be able to, right? But check this out for a second, guys. This whole thing, recent bull run to address concerns over sustainability. Some people feel as though, the boom is just starting. We saw some of the things happen in regards to BTC getting close to 74K. I mean, obviously, that new all-time highs. We have covered the whole thing of, this 4th crypto boom cycle. And this statement, they think this 4th crypto boom cycle is just getting started. Again, we're not even at the halving yet, guys. But here's the reasons, okay? And I understand we all have opinions, guys. And, some people in the comments will be, hey, we hit these all-time highs, it's pulling back. Can we actually reference data instead? Absolutely. There's no knock on anybody. Here's the 5 reasons. Back to the update from last week. This is them expanding on it. So number 1, there's no signs of a retail frenzy yet. Remember how Rob, Crypto Future 99 was talking about that? He pulled up some analytics from Google that said that you don't see a bunch of search terms like it was last bull market yet. So we don't see that yet. Second halves of boom cycles are always bigger than the first. True. We're still in the first half of this cycle. ETF flows from BTC have remained very strong, indicating sustained strong institutional interest in cryptos. BTC dominance remains too high for a top. Economic improvements on the horizon suggest further strength ahead, of course, of cryptos. They feel as though that this is just the start of a parabolic, yeah, you read that right, boom in cryptos. The data, and which we're going to get into that here in a bit, suggests we are not even close to the top yet. How many times we have to reference that? It's just based on opinion? No, not just based on opinion, right? They have an aggressive strategy on what they want to buy. My thing to you guys is this: do you have a strategy? Are you just winging this? Please don't wing it. You're going to get wrecked if you just wing it. Some people say, no, I could throw a dart at the dartboard. That's true too. It could happen again. But these statements here in regards to like what's going to happen after the halving. So it says, you may know that BTC miners are rewarded with new BTC for validating transactions and adding them to the blockchain. But during a halving event, the reward miners receive for mining new blocks is halved. For example, if miners were receiving 12.5 BTC per block before the halving, they would receive obviously 6.25. The purpose of halving, if you weren't aware of it, guys, is to control the supply of new Bitcoin entering the market. Bitcoin's total supply is capped at 21 million coins, and these halvings ensure that total supply is released gradually over time rather than all at once. It's similar to the mining of precious metals like gold. And I'm going to come out of the frame or back into it for a second. I want to pause there for a moment. So I know we're going to get more into the whole thing of quant here in a bit, but the reason why I want to point some of this out and I want to get some of Channing's own key takeaway is understanding this is supply. You do got to love and appreciate, whether you're a fan of BTC or not, that Satoshi Nakamoto basically in his white paper realized, look, if I create this thing and create these halving events, the reason why they're significant is, again, back to what Investorplace talked about. It creates a level playing field. And some people still say, no, it doesn't. Hear me out on this. Yes, because if there was, if you didn't have this thing where a certain amount of supply was out there, right? Then if you're trying to create a decentralized system, all you're going to do is just allow kind of like what happened at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, right? It would be like everybody's going to the, Costco and Sam's Club and hoarding up all the toilet paper. Except for hoarding up all the toilet paper. Where are they hoarding up, Channing?
BTC.
Right. So as a result, think about what would have happened. You would have had, the likes of BlackRocks, Vanguards, all of them, right? The big players, institutions, or you would have had like, Binance, whoever else. They hoard up the whole thing for the most part and only leaves a little bit left for retail. And as a result, retail is forced to buy BTC at significantly higher prices than it was really worth.
Absolutely.
So you got to love and appreciate that. Who else can we love and appreciate for understanding that same model?
QNT.
Exactly. And it's because Gilbert Verdian realized that creating a scarce asset creates even that much more of supply and demand. So that's what we're getting into. Yeah, absolutely. We're getting into, I'm glad that QNT has a supply that's significantly less compared to the likes of BTC. Now let's pull this back up. And there's a lot more to get into. And I'm telling you guys, I mean, hopefully Channing's down for, I think you mentioned that, whatever needed to happen. But it might be WrestleMania tonight. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not going to continuously do it all the time, but I'm recognizing that action, reaction, supply, and demand. This is a huge report. Before this show with Channing was going to be like, just QNT and some other things. But when you see more into this report and you thinking about getting into QNT or you even hold QNT, these are the aha moments, in my opinion, that we're all waiting for. We're going to reference Investorplace. We're going to reference the one and only tokenizer, which we're going to have back on the show, hopefully soon. It's got to get that finalized. But my main thing is this excitement, because now we're seeing QNT do some things, and some people are pointing out that even on the resistance lines, we have achieved some prices where it took off before, like back in 2021, and we'll reference some of that stuff too. But pull it back up on the screen. Excuse me. Look at this for a second. BTC halving is designed into cryptocurrencies protocol, part of its DNA, set to happen every 210,000 blocks are mined. As you guys can see on CMC and other outlets, they talk about it's in roughly 31, 32 days. that's their guess based on how many blocks that are mined, right? It could either be before or after. It just depends on how much hash is done with the miners. And that's, of course, why it translates to roughly every 4 years. So their data, their research from Investorplace, this whole thing, this notion, I should say, of the bigger picture, does make them feel as though that the fourth one is set to occur in just about a month, which of course is in April. But they feel extremely bullish. I do as well for crypto because historically, having Spark, of course, boom cycles. And we showed you guys the data in the past of why that's so huge and why that's so important. And I just want to take a quick pause to recognize those that just connected. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We have 228 here on the live show. You guys rock. Just to show the stats, we have 173 people from X, 55 here on YouTube. Guys, you rock. Both X community, we're a community, right? Research enthusiasts. You want to pay attention to what you're invested in and why it matters, not just the fluff. So I want to get more into some of this stuff. They do feel as though, in regards to these having events, they typically experience a surge. They've had constant data. If you're brand new, you probably not understand where we're going with this, and that's okay. But it's referencing the past and having an idea where we're going with this next one. I think the fourth boom cycle that we're in is the biggest one, the mother lode. Will it trigger, right, Chen? Yeah, will it trigger a utility run? That's what everybody's excited about. But anyway, getting more into this, and I promise, guys, we're going to have a great outline with Channing too. It's the Investorplace report. It just kind of spontaneous happened. I have to get into this. But yeah, look at this. The data, all of it supports the notion that crypto markets will maintain their momentum until at least 2025. And this is where I feel as though the height is at 2025, especially with ISO 222. More of this analysis in regards to the rally. They feel as though BTC will reach 100K. They don't say it could. Remember before, guys, they say it could. Now they're just going ahead and saying it is. That's interesting. They're very optimistic about cryptocurrencies and crypto stocks for 2024. And of course, they get more into this. So I want to highlight some of these other key things, which is here, right? In regards to the first halving, second, third, and where we're at now, before we kick it into a little bit more of the quant coverage and how all this gets tied in. So here's some history for you. First halving occurred November 2012. Between November 2011 and November 2013, BTC price increased from $250 to $1,000. Second halving was in July 2016. July 15th through the July 2017, BTC's price rose from $270 to $2,500. The third halving, right? I was part of, kind of like the cycle, but not the beginning. So, this is my second bull run. Third halving occurred May of 2020. From May 2019 to May of 2021, BTC's price jumped from 7 to 60,000. And then let's face it, this one, we always reference this. It says we're now in March 2024, mere weeks away from BTC's fourth halving. BTC just reached an all-time high of 69K. You got to keep in mind, like right now we're at like close to 74K, maybe already happened while we're on the show. There's no telling what could skyrocket this whole thing or what could cause it to go more, soar some more. But the point they're trying to reference is this, and this is worth pointing out. Over the past 12 months, BTC has soared from what, guys? 22,000 to 69K plus, right? Like 74 pretty much. And that's completely consistent with its historical behavior. If the pattern holds, and this is back to why they're saying 100K, guys, they don't just pull this out of their butt. This is what I love about these guys. They don't just do opinions. They give you actual data reference from what? Bloomberg. If the pattern holds, all evidence suggests it will. BTC could soar above 100K by late 2024, early 2025. And here's the reference, once again, from Bloomberg. And you see how that cycle happened all the way back. See, far bottom left of that graph or chart, you should say, and then to where we're at now. So we're at the, we're not even into the halving, and you see, new all-time highs. Again, source is Bloomberg. We're still early, like it says. I'm not going to get into all of this because, I mean, otherwise it's going to be a 5-hour show. But this historical thing, having events been extremely bullish for cryptos because they have often initiated boom cycles in the crypto market. So before we get into the next part, I got to state this. Channing, we got to get some insight from you, brother, because I've been talking everybody's heads off tonight, right? So my thing is this. We're going to get into AI here in a bit, but I know even from your research that you covered on your channel, you were referencing some things in regards to ISO TC 307, the quant network standard, working groups, for instance, and then the ones that are part of these groups, like even Japan, we talked about the whole thing. Like if Jasmy wants to scale up even from, where they're going, the next step, they're not even there yet, right? They're trying to get to the whole thing of optimism, but for the future to go to quant with ISO TEC 307, and then working with the RLN where we can have 1 million TPS and so on, and doing all these crazy things. Quant entered into Japan 1 year ago. I don't know if it's today, but 1 year ago in March. So they have cemented themselves in Japan. They have standards in Japan, and they have ISO working groups. When we show you guys more about this, you will see the connection to AI. You guys want some examples of how quant reached out, right, Channing? Like done the deals and said,
Absolutely.
hey, guess what? Like, let's help you guys. So our examples that Channing and I are going to share with you guys tonight is having you understand the Investorplace report, why you're so bullish on some of these cryptos that we'll get back to here in a second, but also referencing in the past, yes, actual proof, not speculation, that Gilbert Verdian did the handshakes and so on and helped some of these ones that we're going to mention tonight in regards to tied into AI and so on, get the jobs done. Thon, what am I, Mike Tyson, get it done, Thon. Anyway,
Yeah.
what do you think about some of this just on the surface?
Yeah, but just touching base on the last bull run type situation, I honestly feel that as well. And the reason why is because we have not just the ISO TC 307 going into play, but we have ISO 222 also going into play end of 2025. And it's just coinciding with the quote unquote peak of the next bull run. And like I said, I think in my first video, I feel like everyone's expecting a sell-off and the sell-off is going to happen, but no one's going to be ready for when utility and motion kick in. And we're now, 6 months into what we think might be the bear market when the true utility bull run actually kicks in. So it's a lot going on in that whole arena of timelines and utility and all of that stuff. And it just seems like it's all lining up perfectly.
Yeah, and guys, we're going to give you examples of how it's basically lining up. Are you cool if I just jump into some of that stuff?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So we're going to do, guys, to show you a little bit more in regards to the Investorplace report. We'll do our best to try to have that balance to recognize in comments and stuff like that. Yeah, keep in mind, I mean, good problems also, good problems that we have tonight, but also want to give you guys great content by showing you guys some more of this. So just another quick checkpoint on YouTube. We are at, real quick, I know you guys maybe don't like me doing this, but we got to mention it. We're only at 41 likes. Smash the like to get it out to a broader base. 54 people watch on YouTube. And on X, we have 204 for a combined total of 258. You guys rock.
Amazing.
So
thank you guys for tuning in.
Absolutely. All right. So let's give you guys a little bit more in regards to this. Back to the whole thing of Investorplace, right? So they have some of the stuff at Cash. I want to get into actually is recognizing some of these other key ones. Okay, so they talk about this right here, right? Which is called Fetch. And actually, let me just backtrack a bit. I'm so sorry. I want to have this all make more sense to you. Okay, so what we're gonna do actually first is we're gonna pull this from CMC. Okay. We're going to share what's going on with Ocean Protocol if you're interested in some of this stuff. I'm not personally invested into Ocean Protocol, but I do recognize that's solid. There's some, competition of Jasmy, but this is a different use case. But this is tied into AI. Okay. I'm not going to do a deep dive with you guys on this one. I have in the past, a long time ago. And then the other one I want to share with you guys is this other particular one, and we're talking about, which is fetch. Okay. So why am I mentioning all of these particular things? All right. That's the bottom line. Well, you got to keep in mind that, it's the reference to all these key things. So here we go. Let's just kind of, start off with this. And it starts off with this right here. This is from Tony McLaughlin. Remember how I mentioned, guys, every action has a reaction.
Absolutely.
He states here, Hong Kong embraces a unified ledger concept. It's a South China Morning Post exclusive. CBDC pilot boosts Hong Kong's blockchain international hub credentials. Now, you may be wondering, how do we tie this all into the outline tonight? How we tie this into even quant? Remember this part if you're paying attention. Whether you're driving down the road, whether you're like Boomer F and Sooner watching from his couch with his lovely dog, Monica, shout to Boomer, or whoever you are, watch it on your phone, listening, whatever the case be. Don't forget this part, because I wouldn't mention this and not have it come full circle, okay? Hong Kong. Why am I mentioning Hong Kong if I'm talking about QNT? And if anything, why did I mention it in regards to Jasmy? Well, Jasmy is your answer. So as we know, the second big moment for Jasmy was Hong Kong. Action, reaction. And the report showed that they were going gangbusters with Japanese investments, semiconductors, did the whole outline in regards to Jasmy and, talking about like, wow, Tadashi Morita, CMOS image sensors, Internet of Things. But we're talking about quant at this particular point, are we not? And again, understanding Hong Kong and how they're positioned. Getting more into this, I'm going to share this part, and that is this. Gilbert Verdian back in 2019. You may be thinking, this is not new. It's important. Check this out. Coming out of the frame. I know some of you guys are like, this is his inbox? What the hell? Right? That's what Shane was saying earlier.
His actual inbox. Gilbert Verdian's. That's crazy.
Right. But this is not to me, guys. Shout out to Quant Papa. But it says, we've spoken to a lot of AI companies who need access to data sets to improve the accuracy of their algorithms and machine learning. Some, like, for instance, Ocean Protocol. Aha, I see what Max did here. Quant Papa. Thank you, Quant Papa. I don't know if he's up late watching tonight. I know he's busy doing some other things, but yes, aha. Gilbert, back in 2019, some like Ocean or Fetch are tokenizing data to monetize learning or data. Our view is that we can interconnect vast data economies to help facilitate access to much more data for AI to be even more accurate. Gilbert Verdian referencing Fetch, referencing Ocean Protocol back then, and now you have the Investorplace report that does what? They do what? They, boom, right here, today's news. Let's put emphasis on this. What's it say? Yeah. It talks about how Fetch AI announced a $100 million project to enhance the network's capabilities. And Quant already allowed that somehow. They did a deal a while back for what? Interoperability and so on. Look at this. The Fetch Compute project, which will be funded by the Fetch Ecosystem Fund, will provide users and developers access to NVIDIA H200. Shout out to Menelagwar. Menelagwar pointed out that there's a NVIDIA event, guys, going on next week. Again, guys, action, reaction, supply, and demand. Listen to this for a second. This is big. So NVIDIA H200, H100, and A100 GPUs to make and use powerful AI applications. Interesting. When we think about, for instance, Quant, everything that they're connected to in regards to APIs is an absolutely massive, huge thing, is it not? I want to take a pause here before we get into the next part, because we got a lot. I have to hear about what Channing thinks about some of this, because Channing, you and I talked about this on the phone. We said, and I don't get ahead of myself, but I was telling you about conversation. I don't even know if this guy's in attendance tonight. But I said, my friend, part of our community, just like yourself, he calls me up on the phone, Jack Thompson, He says, Max, I'm frustrated. Um, I'm trying to get this particular meme token, for instance, and I don't want to buy the wrong one. I don't want to get scammed. Why in the world would somebody like Coinbase allow for all these fake tokens that are not the real thing? Right. Remember how we talked about it? And I said, believe it or not, with Quant's new product called, remember, Authorize, they solve that problem. Remember us talking about that? I was just trying to get some of your thoughts in regards to even that aspect of it. Like, nobody really talks about that either.
I feel like what Quant has done with Overledger, I actually said in one of my videos, they've come out with a suite of products that tackle each individual part of how a blockchain could potentially be vulnerable. So like Authorize and how that goes through and it does even the smart audit that they have that'll go through and audit your system and all those things. It literally, they basically were like, hey, if you have this problem, here's the solution. You have this problem, here's the solution. You have this problem, here's the solution. Overledger, we do it all. And I think it was brilliant because another company would have probably just focused on one of those aspects when they focused on the whole gambit, which is crazy. And not just focused on it, but executed it seamlessly, was even more crazy.
It is. And I forgot to put out a disclaimer to everybody that's watching tonight. And I am going to try to double check the comments here in a bit. But I was going to state, when we're getting really into this whole thing, there's going to be times if I'm not looking at the camera, it's because I'm trying to look at Channing and be more engaged with what he's saying. So just be like, oh, pay attention to camera, So what I'm trying to state is we're going to get back into the comments here in a bit. But at the same time, we want to provide some of that to you guys. And my other thing is recognizing, the balance. So I did check the other side from YouTube. I think we're doing well. All right. We're doing fine. But the point was in regards to Quant Authorize. Now, we mentioned some of these updates, and sometimes it just goes over people's heads. So with Quant Authorize, imagine being able to solve a problem that exists for Coinbase, Binance, because Binance obviously has a trust wallet. There's Pancake Swap and stuff like that built into the particular wallet. That's a DApp built into the app. All right. So if you have somebody like your Jack Thompsons of the world, who's like, look, I just want to buy baby Doge, and there's another baby Doge. I don't know which one I'm buying. For one, all you have to do is just go to CMC and you grab the token contract, and then you just manually paste it into, for example, your Pancake Swap, or if you're using Ethereum, it would be basically like through Uniswap, right? And you paste it in there, you verify the first 4 digits, the last 4 digits matches up. It don't matter what the picture is, you have the right one.
Absolutely.
But as far as like a new person coming into crypto for the first time,
you wouldn't know how to do that.
Right. And they're going to say, the hell with this. This is too scary for me. I'm not wanting to do that. Quant solves that problem through Authorize, among many other problems. I mean, let's face it, Quant's focus is not retail.
Exactly.
It's on institutional side. Institutions have the same problem. Go ahead.
Exactly. I was just getting ready to say, and it's actually backed up by governmental protection. That's going to be the thing that gets everybody's attention in every country to know, whoa, this system, and it's actually backed by the government, meaning it's protected and safe, and I can do this without losing money. Oh yeah, I'm all in. Give me a digital wallet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the other example I was going to make is, sorry about the rattling. It's just trying to close the lid of the water. But I want everybody to understand that, like, for example, Jack made the point, and this is a good point. He says, this is so frustrating, like, how can I introduce, for instance, not these exact words, Jack, if you're watching tonight, but, this is a good example. Like, how can I introduce crypto to somebody for the first time if we're, like, there's a lack of trust there? Remember how Gilbert Verdian was talking about the internet trust? So my example I want to try to make here is Authorize is a new product from Quant, right? Quant is so much more than just APIs and, the whole thing of interoperability, 100 plus blockchains, and, all this stuff, right? All that stuff is tip of the iceberg, right? Like, Quant is literally the plumbing of Web3. And what I mean by that is when you hear about the Authorized product, the new product. So Coinbase people have a frustration of, oh my gosh, I go on CMC and there's 2 million plus cryptos. Like I was telling Jack, he thought it was 10,000. It's like 2.2 million cryptos. Most of them are ERC20. Most of them are meme tokens, right? And so you have to look at it from the perspective, how can you have, even on a Coinbase wallet, which I'm not a fan of, I think it's garbage personally. It's wonky. It ticks me off. I'm not a big fan of Coinbase, right? Shout out to Edward Vincent. And a lot of other people have frustration. But the point is, you ever notice when we go on our app on our phone for Coinbase, we open that thing up, and basically speaking, it's like there's an update. Why is there a particular update? It's more than just user interface. Here's where I'm going with this. I know it's a lot to explain. So instead of having to manually go in and pasting a contract to the likes of your Coinbase wallet, or going to Uniswap, or Binance, Trust Wallet, PancakeSwap, all that stuff to verify if you have the right coin. Can you imagine with Quant Authorize, with a smart audit tool, it solves that problem for
Instantly.
everything, because that is a problem.
Mhm.
Because think about this for a second. We talked about this, right, Channing? And that is 2.2 million tokens or coins and tokens listed on CMC. I don't care if you have a team at Coinbase of 20, 100 focus on specifically the user interface, right? That is an API problem, is it not? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have with Authorize something that solves that problem. That's just Coinbase. Well, then what about your Binances? What if this existed on crypto.com or
Absolutely.
whatever exchange, right? It's a huge problem. That is just one utility layer, right? So that's why we wanted to point some of that out. And Shanning, I mean, you can see yourself, like, I mean, how much is that worth? You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's almost like, actually, I haven't. Is it this next? It's my next video. It's my next video. Talk about quantum homeland security. Did this make sense? It's just that further securing, making people feel this is safe. You won't lose anything, because that's most people's fear. Either they're gonna get scammed or lose it all.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. What we're gonna do now is just kind of recognize a couple comments. Some people just connected. Edward Vincent says, "What up to me and you?" I'm just checking it from YouTube side of things. I wish I could check from the Twitter side of things, but it doesn't really have that function yet. Legrand Commission is in the house. Welcome, Legrand Commission. Oui. GG's in the house. Digital G says QNT is on set and forget. Can't wait until the gateways. Yeah, open up for staking. Going to make good returns with staking. Let's see here. Let's go further up. Let's welcome Luis Alvarado. Welcome. And thank you so much to Tim Shea, who put Channing's channel in.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Cool Cat Crypto's in the house. We don't have any BSV tonight. Maybe get into it next. Actually, guys, it'll be tomorrow. I have a special announcement to make. When Rube Black comes on the show tomorrow, I didn't even mention it. I thought it was just going to be the Swift Coin show. So he was just like, nah, bro, I have to mention something in regards to BSV. Nothing negative or anything like that. But he has some alpha that he wants to share with us in regards to BSV. So you guys definitely want to tune into that one if BSV is your thing. And we're obviously going to get the whole thing of Swift Coin. Going further up into some more comments just to double check where we're at on some of this stuff. And that is, let's see here. Tim Shea, Max, glad you got in on XX Bro. Yeah, a while back. I have to check how I'm doing on that. And then Tim Shea, Max, the only issue is, do you care about Mr. Algorithm? I do care about Mr. Algorithm. But I hear you. All right. Crippled Wonder, his huevos are large and in charge. Let's effing go, he says. 2024. All right. Well, thank you. And Ollie, thanks for being here. Menace, glad to have you guys here tonight. All right. So what we're going to do now is get back into what we have. And let's pull up this other part. So lots to get into, obviously. And yes, let's pull up this next one. So that was in regards to like fetch, right? Obviously, we had a little bit more than just fetch. Here was the other one that was mentioned last weekend, okay? So remember how Gilbert Verdian also mentioned, guys, like we talked about tonight in regards to Ocean Protocol? Well, look at this. Here's a new recent report because we're talking about AI and all that. Let me come out of the frame, put some emphasis on this as well. Ocean Protocol is harnessing the transformative power of AI to orchestrate a secure and transparent data sharing ecosystem. Again, this is where, you could kind of look at them as like a competitor to Jasmy. But I'm not a maxi on anything, right? If I'm in XRP, I'm into XLM. By connecting data providers with consumers using blockchain AI, Ocean enables data providers to break free from traditional constraints, monetize their data. Right. Jasmy's doing a lot of that too. Ocean Protocol at its core is engineered to break down data silos. Again, think about these references. Gilbert Verdian talks about that all the time. Walled gardens, silos. Unlock data for AI applications. Now, this part about AI applications and understanding that Quant, with what they got going on with AI and AI or API applications and you name it, that's big. Says that it uses blockchain tech to ensure data security, provenance, traceability, allowing data owners to maintain control over their data or providing a marketplace for consumers to access data sets they might not otherwise have. Now, you got to keep in mind, some people say Jasmy will never work with Ocean Protocol. That could be furthermore from the truth because you could still have a marketplace that requires what? A PDL, right? So they definitely can work together. Introducing tokenization model for data assets, Ocean Protocol has redefined economics for data. Data providers can now monetize their valuable data while maintaining privacy. Again, Jasmy's trying to do that. I know this is not the Jasmy segment, but again, tying in what Gilbert mentioned, data consumers are granted equitable and open access to the data they require. This democratization of data is a pivotal step in leveling the playing field, allowing for a more inclusive data economy. A little bit more about this from Investorplace. This is good, especially if you're into Ocean Protocol, and especially QNT realizing, wow, they actually got a deal done many years ago for Ocean. Yeah, we're going to get into that. So, ingenuity of Ocean Protocol's smart contract lies in its ability to facilitate direct data sharing, eliminating the need for middlemen. Remember how we talk about what Quant eliminates a middleman? This not only fosters for a climate of transparency and trust among stakeholders, but also streamlines the process, making it more efficient and user friendly. There's a strategic collaboration, Ocean, Oasis, which is Rose, if you're wanting to get into that as well. They have both joined forces to enhance Ocean Predictor, an AI-driven platform for prediction feeds. That is game changer in itself because this tells you where we're going to the future with AI. Since its launch, listen to this, Ocean Predictor witnessed exponential growth, reaching 20 million in daily volume, emerging as the flagship application on Oasis's confidential Sapphire chain, fostered synergetic relationship with the teams. They've exchanged 250,000 worth of respective tokens, aligning their incentives and demonstrating a shared commitment to the project's success. Furthermore, a combined contribution of 500,000 has been injected as liquidity into a DEX. That's powerful. Where? Sapphire Chain. And that's pretty darn interesting because when you see these whole things about interchangeability, interoperability, working with all this thing with AI, and Quant, for instance, tied into this. I thought that was big. Of course, the reference that we mentioned in regards to Fetch, AI-driven entities. But the key thing for all you guys, is this. All this stuff tied into AI, Quant, all of this. Why do we even get into it? Does it even matter? Is it just a big nothing burger? I don't think so. And here is the reference to Fetch. All right, it didn't take a long time to get into Fetch, but other than talking about NVIDIA. But this is from Gilbert Verdian. And then, got to get Channing to chime in. So I apologize. It seemed like I'm dominating the conversation. I'm not trying to. Do we have some proof? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said,
What?
do your thing. I said, go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. You always, anybody's connected tonight. You want proof. Who doesn't want proof? And I just saw that we ticked up to 301. Obviously, people want to pay attention to this. You guys rock. It's very humbling to see this. consistently instead of just once in a while.
It's coming from the man himself. It's Gilbert freaking Birdian. That's crazy.
Yeah, and this is what I love. I mean, this pounds home the whole notion of this narrative, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because sometimes we say narrative is like, there's mainstream narrative, there's media narrative, there's all sorts of narratives, but this is a good positive narrative, and that is, what happens? Is there really going to be a final bull run? What are we invested in? What is it tied into? And how about this, guys? Can we agree on this, Channing? Can we agree on this, brother? Who is the backdoor plumbing in regards to it all? All roads lead to Quant.
All roads lead to Quant, and they're not just the plumbing. They're everything. They're the foundation that the house lays on. They're the sidewalk that the building was built up on top of. They're everything. It's absolutely crazy the reach this company has pulled off around the world in so many different sectors. And we just talk about these things, but it's also law. It's also the medical industry. It's healthcare. Like it's crazy what this company's pulled off. It's crazy.
Yeah, we got some more in regards to that. So look at this for a second, guys. I'm gonna come out of the frame on this. So back to this whole thing. August 14th, 2018. Thanks. We'll look into it. The thing at AI, or that AI needs, is more data. Blockchain provides a way for AI to access more data and be rewarded for it, says Gilbert Verdian. He says, I like Fetch AI and the ecosystem around that. When we get into, the performance of like Fetch AI, if you're wondering about that, I might have a little bit more about Fetch AI, so we'll get into that. Look at this. And I understand that even on the fly, this might have, be different numbers, right? But, up 584.38% all time, right? How many projects are way down all time? All right. So that's worth pointing out. This has been out for a while. You have a market cap, give or take, right? It's fluctuated. 2.3 billion. It's in the top 50 now. So again, it's the enablers. When we talk about things like Quant allowing things like Fetch AI to have some big things going on, I think that's always worth pointing out. And let's just jump back to this for a second. Yeah, this is about Fetch, so I didn't have a chance to get into this completely. And I know I said that I wouldn't get into it too much, but it deserves a mention. Talk about AI-driven entities, logistics, supply chain management. So when I see this already, how we talk about XDC a lot? When I see this, I'm thinking this is like, to a sense, like an AI version of XDC. Not to say that XDC ain't going to do anything with AI, but guys, there's how many tokens, coins are we involved with right now? Some of you guys are into all of them. Morpheus network, XDC, talk about VeChain. Should we pay attention to Fetch? Maybe we should. Look at this. In these sectors, Fetch AI's technology shines, offering transformative solutions, promise streamline operations / costs, elevate efficiency to new heights. The agents are meticulously engineered to automate tasks and refine decision-making processes, ensuring that the delivery and management of goods and services are executed with precision and agility. Wow. I mean, isn't that the whole point of what all these ones tied into supply chain are looking to do? Yeah. There's more about this. They have strategic partnerships. Fetch AI is pushing the boundaries of what's possible with blockchain-powered AI solutions. They have a collaboration to unleash AI agents, and they're anonymous, capable of tasks as diverse as, for example, dissecting traffic patterns, meticulously managing resources. See what you want. Jasmy's doing that too. And what is also Jasmy doing? AI blockchain. Do you see a common thing that we're talking about here? It's the future. It's recognizing what's going to happen in regards to Web 3. How about this? Paradigm shift on how we perceive and interact with artificial intelligence, the industries that are involved with them, the tech. If you're wondering what Fetch AI stands to do, they are the epitome, like it says, of innovation in the AI domain, championing the concept of agents as the next revolutionary leap in AI. It's industry giants like OpenAI, which, let's face it, we should be familiar with that, Chat GPT and so venture into the realm of AI agent solutions. Fetch AI's decentralized approach is poised to revolutionize business and individuals' engagement with AI. This is not just another cryptocurrency. This is Fetch AI, the right cryptocurrency at the right time, ready to usher in a new era of decentralized intelligence. Now, I am going to pull this up. And the reason why I want to pull this up for you guys is everybody's wondering, are you too late to come into some of these things? And of course, I'm not paid by them. That'd be amazing if I was. But my thing is, I want to pull up this thing of Fetch AI and share just a tad bit about this with you guys, because I do think it's definitely worth pointing out. Here it is. Let's talk about this for a brief bit. I know I'm out of the frame, but I want to point out just a few basic things. So for one, market cap is only at 2.2 billion. They were at number 50. Kind of had a pullback. Volume's down a little bit. And you do have some things in regards to total supply. You're looking at 1.15 billion on that total supply. And on top of that, I guess they do have a contract with Ethereum. The all-time lows 4 years ago, right before, I guess you could say the last bull run, and the all-time highs. Look at this, guys. The all-time high. This is what happened. This is why it's down 15%. People took profits. There's your answer. All-time highs were 4 days ago, $3.12. So yeah, some people point out, well, I didn't get into that back in 2020, but the whole thing I'm trying to share with you is who decided to recognize them, or who did they reach out to? They reached out to Quant back in 2019, maybe when they were trying to build a little bit more. Action, reaction. Your thoughts?
And 2019, just piggybacking off of that, was also the partnership with Constellation DAG, which is also big data.
Great point. A lot of us are into Constellation DAG. I don't hold DAG, but I've done research in regards to DAG. A lot of members of our community hold that. Very good point, Shannon. So gonna jump back just to a tad bit more of this. That was obviously Fetch. You guys can research it more if you're interested in Fetch. I got, guys, I understand we need to do a super deep dive on Fetch, kind of give you a little bit what's on the surface. But if you're interested in this, understand the bigger picture of things, you can get this on a few different markets. Binance, Coinbase, your mainstream ones, KuCoin if you're outside the United States, right? There's Kraken. Heck, you could even use
as well.
Yeah, very cool. Uniswap V3. Watch out when they do a V4 because you'll save 99% on gas fees. Gemini, I didn't realize that. Osmosis, some of you guys use Osmosis. Okay, cool. Chang's right. Crypto.com. So there's many different platforms. It goes for like 15 pages or more. So they're well positioned. Again, if you're then hovering around the top 50, that should be big. What is the potential from here? I don't know. I honestly don't know what it would be. I don't know if it would be 10x, 100x. Some people point out some of those things, and that's obviously worth pointing out. Don't get me wrong. But it's recognizing action, reaction, where the markets are going, who's invested in this markets, who did they have the handshakes with many years ago? Obviously, Quant. But that's the key takeaway for tonight, guys, is Quant. We want examples of who they helped build some of the things that they did many years ago.
Who do they have their eye on for the future of XYZ?
Exactly. So, it's nice to get some of the research. Obviously, thank you to Quant Papa providing some of this. I think is big. And understanding, wow, a lot of times it's just NDAs. We don't get a lot of the information in due process time that, like we hope for. So for now, what we're going to do is pause there, okay? And basically speaking, get into, the next part. So the next part we have is to do the deep dive research in regards to some of these things like 6 Digital Exchange, what you saw in the thumbnail. Obviously, Channing did some research. He's got, it's not just me talking. I know it seems like I'm dominating. I'm sorry. But no, recognizing it's challenging sometimes to have a balance, right?
No, you good. Because I'm learning as well. So we are here. Like, I'm good. Go ahead. Do your thing.
No, it's all good. What we're going to do now is going to jump into comments. And guys who are on X, I know we have 343 people here tonight, and you guys rock. But if you really want to mingle with the OG, Maximus crypto community, you got to come over on YouTube, because like instantly questions, answers. You can rub elbows with the one and only Tim Shea, who sprays from far away, or Mike Cornwell, Elon Muff, and you're like, what? Elon Muff? Did I hear that right? Yes, you heard that right. Right? It's not a rock band. We have a lot of great members of our community. Edward Vincent, Boomer effing Sooner. I mean, it's good stuff, right? We got Dennis Leal. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people from our community, and you guys rock. So, anyway, 60 on YouTube, 289 on X. Let's go ahead and click on the comments from YouTube, because it doesn't show me on X unless I click on your comment here. So it's kind of a funky thing. But it is what it is.
Before you get started, I do want to thank everyone. I do see both on X and YouTube a few more subscribers. So thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate that.
That's another thing I love about you, Channing. You're a very humble person. And you're grateful for stuff. I mean, we all count our blessings, man. I remember having to start out from the beginning. Everybody had to start somewhere. So, but I love that your enthusiasm, and knowing that, I mean, guys, give Channing credit. Like, he does a better job engaging the camera than I do. And as we get more into it, when we do the actual segment of Channing and I for the real deep dive quant coverage for tonight, I won't be looking at the camera so much. I'll be looking at his screen, because I want to have a nice, conversation. You guys will appreciate with the flow. All right, so let's see here. The last comment we read was from Brian Dowie. I'm going to go further down. I know this is, we're really late, probably an hour on this. I want to welcome GEAI. Welcome. We're going to see if you guys have any specific questions. So that's the main thing that we're going to get into. Cheek says, howdy, Max, and his amazing audience. Yeah, man, I am so humbled. I am so thankful. And if anything, maybe this is really going to help Channing, help turbocharge things for him. Don't listen to me. Go see some of his content. If QNT is your thing, you're going to love Channing's coverage. All right? Like, he has things that, yeah, he shares some of the things that I have and I appreciate, but he also has his own take, which is cool. All right. Let's see here. We got the one and only Menace in the house. Blackwood is in the house, as you would say. Shout out to everyone and everybody I didn't fist tonight. This must have been when I did the Mike Tyson, Yeah. I got to get the older Mike Tyson voice going on. And little known fact, Edward Vincent, shout out to you, man. We're going to do some of those impersonations. He does a spot on Bernie Sanders this election year. We're going to have old Bernie Sanders come out of the war and talk about some crypto. It's going to be hilarious. Anyway, obviously we're not trying to make it, divisive. We're just doing funny stuff. Tim Shea says, Max, the only issue, I already read that. My bad. One connection sound, Quant Boss link up. And let's see here. Max, glad you got in on that. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good play. I don't have a huge bag of that, but I'm glad I got some. All right, so what else we got? You guys have any specific questions? As long as it's something on topic. If it's something that's not necessarily on topic, like get into it tomorrow. Cool Cat probably gonna talk about some BSV, which is fun. We'll get into some of that. I do agree, Luis. Bull cycle should be epic. I mean, Channing, I think so, right, bro? Right? Oh, you're muted. My bad.
Yes, you're right. Honestly,
thanks
yes.
for doing that.
Honestly, yes, because if you look at it, I want to say it was like last week sometime they were saying something like $250 million was flowing into BTC daily. But I want to say last night $1 billion came into BlackRock's ETF fund. Like, that's insane amounts of money flowing into BTC right now. Insane. And to only think that is literally the tip of the iceberg. We haven't even got to 1% of the wealth that is in those ETF and management funds under these different entities, which is insane to think about.
It's like Cypress Hill, man. Insane in the membrane,
Talking trillions. And honestly, and that's just here, but if you think about it, back in January, Gilbert was presenting to one of the investment firms over in the UK, 250 members. I believe it was like $8 trillion under management that they had. Like, that's insane amount of money that now have their eyes and ears focused on Quant Network and what they're doing.
Yeah, they totally got their eyes and their ears out. I mean, You know, I talk about some of these other things, you know, that I feel as those are going to be big as well, and it's just you know, it's like I don't want to be a maxi in one thing. I mean, I know some people are like, "Oh, you're just," you know, one guy said, "You're just a Jasmy maxi. You're just a quant maxi." I'm like, "No, I'm not. You want to take a look at my portfolio? No, you don't." So anyway,
It's just
um,
you see value, and you know, and you
yeah,
speak on value.
yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, I do take a chance on some of these meme ones for the heck of it. You know, I mean, like I think you know, shout to XXI Gaming. I think Byte's solid, perfect 100 100 score on token sniffer. That's why we pointed it out. I feel as though it's actually a better performance than Floki. And then you know this other one, I don't even know how. You know, I'm gonna check on this real quick. This because I mean I always like recognizing people from our community. So it's like, check this. I mean, this is nuts. I mean, you know, this is not me. I'm not paid by them or anything like that. I mean, but it's just it's crazy. Like, I mean, you guys, you may lose your money, maybe you do great. I don't know, but this right here is insane. Mike Cornwell has been sharing the heck out of this and so on. But look at this for a second. If you guys do your DGen play, right? This guys only like less than a week ago was under a penny. All right,
That's
and
crazy.
last night, yeah, it went up to over last 24-hour performance. Let's see. Yeah, last night it went up to like $8.23.
That's
There's
crazy.
only 333,000 of these. Like a
Mm,
meme token with scarcity? Are you kidding me? So this thing is literally eaten like many zeros. I don't know exactly how many zeros. I have to, you know, Mike Cornwell will probably share that. The pool was created only 8 days ago. I know some people are like, well, you know, and Tim, you know, nothing wrong with pointing some of this out. I mean, you know, we will all point some of this stuff out. It's like, you know, the liquidity, total liquidity, like not enough liquidity. But you got to keep in mind, what about the liquidity where it was a few days ago, Tim? So that's growing. And
right.
last night we saw over, you know, 2 million fully diluted market cap. Now, so some people are pointing out, let me just blow this up a tad bit more. Some people point out, like, you can't count fully diluted market cap, Max. You don't understand market cap. Hear me out on this. Yes, they do, because guess what? You have the entire supply in circulation. All right, I looked more into this. I don't see on this particular page, but that is one of the things I gathered. So it's 100% in circulation. What about the tax? That was another thing to point out, right? There's no buy and sell tax. So I mean, I get some people are gonna say, you know, it's just a pump and dump. Hey guys, I get it. I totally get it. But my point is understanding that this thing at this momentum, I'm just going to go ahead and call it. I think that it's possible that this becomes the first $1,000 meme token. Some people say, Max, you're wrong. It's Leash. Leash has a little bit of like utility, I guess you could say. How do we know that? It's like the Bitcoin of the Shiba Inu ecosystem. Um, and so that's the way I look at it is it's like, well, you know, that has a little bit of utility. So, I mean, if you're getting technical, I guess you could say that one. But what about one that just has absolutely no use case whatsoever? People say, well, it's just pumping up. Call it what you want. That's absolutely worth pointing out. Ate a bunch of zeros. That's why Mike posts about it all the time. Absolutely nuts. Look into it more if you wish to do so. Um, you will have to, of course, use Pancake Swap. Anyway, all right. Well, let's see here. I just want to get to a few more comments.
I'm
I think it
coming
was on the
back.
other screen real quick. Yeah, no problem. Let me mute you for now. All right, we're gonna go down and see what we got. All right, let's see what kind of questions you guys get or have, and before we get into the next part, let's welcome Corey Bibe, aka "Just Me Not the Scam." Let's go. He says, "Quote in this exact voice. Anybody who wants to debate his voice, you don't know Corey Bibe. He says, "Cool evening, future crypto millionaires." Yes, thank you. All right. Um, and you get everybody saying hello to everybody. Everybody, please welcome um, Buck Snort, Elon Muff, LOL, Elon to Mars. Yeah, well, nice to introduce you guys. Shiny Gudra, welcome back. Welcome back. Order 66, aka Dingy, aka Daniel. See, you gotta understand, this guy been part of our community for a very long time. you can't just pronounce his name, Channing, as just Dingy. Oh, hi, Dingy. How's it going? No. It's Mr. Dingy, aka Daniel. You gotta say Daniel. And if you say it any other way, it just doesn't sound good. Anyway, you're like, what the hell, man, right? Anyway. Oh, yeah, my bad. Hold on. Unmuting you. There you go. Unless you want to still be muted because you're eating some. All right, let's see here. GG. QNT is that set and forget. Yes, can't wait until the gateway open up for staking. We could make some good returns for staking. Yes, that's a great point. I mean, there's not a lot that I'll be married to, but when you hear things like that, we talk about BTC and some of these other ones, people say a high store of value, digital gold or whatever. But when you hear that, like, QNT could have also a high store of value. What kind of yield do we earn in the future?
Absolutely.
So then, yeah, you want to make interest off of that. Who doesn't want to do that?
And then it'd be a point where you don't even have to sell your QNT to make money off QNT, which is incredible.
Crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. All right, so I think I'm caught up for the most part. Let's see here. Bernard B, Max, big up. Hey, thanks, Bernard. Also give a follow to Channing if you haven't done it already. We'll give him a plug here in a second. Yeah. Saucer swap on V1, V2 liquidity. Richie Rich is in the house. Good to see you, Richie. OG Crypto in the house.
Hey, Rich.
All right. Now I'm trying to see if you guys have any specific questions. I'll read this. This is a good comment. OG Crypto says, but the problem is he doesn't have a ton of income coming in right now to flip. Is more into QNT. You could trade from lower cap to non. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
No problem. I mean, it's a common problem a lot of us have.
Hey, me too. I think me and Max, we were just saying that. We were like, I wish I'm almost like I'm crypto rich with money poor. I'm tapped out. This last bear market got me good.
Nah, I hear you on that. My thing is like buying stuff on sale. That's really where it's at.
Absolutely.
Let's read this real quick. It's not about Jasmy right now. Craig, Wayne, welcome. States Jasmy just hit a penny only 21 days ago. People are so impatient. They are. Jasmy's impatience is going to cause a lot to regret to early sellers or diamond handlers or people just haven't done more of their own research, right? Like, you guys have noticed? Don't you just love ME and his little puppy dog crew of fudders from the Jasmy scam community? Haven't seen those guys in a long time, right? Like they kind of like the cockroach, man. They went off and they went back into their corner, So, yeah. All right. Let's do a plug for Channing real quick. Then we'll get back into more of the QNT. Shout out to Tokenizer. Great report. You guys don't want just to have a history lesson, a QNT Max, a typical Maximus crypto. Gosh, what you want is something that's going on in the present. So Tokenizer has a great report that he, did on X. I shared it like the other day. Well, a lot of you guys don't use X, right? Most of you guys do because 366 people here. My God. But I want to put some emphasis on it. I want to get, obviously, Channing's feedback, your guys' feedback on that. We'll get that in a bit. We're going to do first is obviously give Channing a plug. We'll start off with X because most of the people tuned in right now are on X. So here is Channing's channel. Why point that out? Why wouldn't I point that out? Look at this. Here he is. Help our fellow brother Channing get some more followers. Let's go ahead and refresh it. Maybe he did. He got picked up a few. Not too bad. Yeah. But the point is, this is his X. He does share like quant coverage pretty much daily, just like our fellow mate from across the pond, Mine Crypto. And give him a follow, King at King VRS King. And then here's his actual YouTube channel. If you want to just jump straight to that. He also does shorts. But he keeps you informed. He just did a video a day ago. I think you said there was another one that you were working on today. Actually, how about this? My friends said me talking all the time. You want to elaborate on what's going to happen with your newest video?
Sure. Well, actually, I'm 3 videos ahead.
Wow.
So the ones that we're recording today is for next week, actually. But I want to say my next video, it's not the MasterCard one. It is the one. It's a good idea. I've done so many videos back to back to back. It's crazy. It is the one time. I can hold on 2 seconds. Look. So I don't have to guess.
No worries. You want to just
Yes.
take a moment to pull that up, and then I'll go through some more comments?
Sure.
Okay,
Just so I
hold
can
on a
see
second.
what this next one is referencing.
I got to reference this real quick. Blackwood State, because we talked about Coinbase earlier. He said, long story short, Coinbase will not help you if your wallet is hacked. They will play games and give you a link on how to transfer crypto. Yeah. I didn't realize I missed a super chat. My God. Hold on a second. I don't have thoughts on QSI because I don't know about it. I don't know about everything. I'm a human being, but welcome, Felix. Elon Muff with a $1.99 super chat. Debt Muff, though. Wow.
Okay.
Interesting. All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Elon Muff. Mike Cornwell. All right. And Edward Vincent. All right. So what do you got, my friend?
All right, so it is actually dropping tomorrow morning. It's actually tying Quant in with Homeland Security. It's kind of sort of like with the IETF, when they have the Safe Asset Transfer Protocol, or they also have something like that going on with Homeland Security. And I'm also talking about the upgrade to the European real-time gross settlement that's going on in June. And the belly of their upgrade is distributed ledger. We all know who's working with UK Finance, Quant. So we already know that they're the ones facilitating it, the digital pound. But yeah, so I'm just talking about that. And so like I said, the Homeland Security and the update to the real-time gross settlement going live later this year, and just some information on that. So that's what the next video is going to be about.
Super cool, man. We look forward to seeing that. If you want that type of coverage, I'm not covering that, guys. You hear me talking about the Homeland Security? I think I did maybe, I don't know, once last year, but I mean, Channing's all over that like a fat kid on cake. Max, you are a fat kid on cake. Yes, I am.
And the thing with the Homeland Security is that it actually goes live this year as well. So
nice. So that's going to be a great deep dive. I'll have to watch that myself and not have to comment there. So very cool.
Yep.
All right. So let's see here. What else we have next in the comments real quick? Let's see. There's a lot. Terrell says the God token, huh, Max? Yes. I mean, you
absolutely,
might as well call it
the God token. It is. That's what I call it now, the God token.
Yeah. If my dad was still alive, he'd be like, son, that's blasphemy. I'd be like, Dad, it's not like that. You don't understand. Anyway.
What I say about QNT and the God token is QNT is bigger than crypto because it is literally setting the standard for all of Web3. So crypto is just a small part of what Web3 is. Quant is a huge deal.
It is a huge deal. When we talk about standards, I think people kind of overthink this. And we'll get into some of these other comments here in a second. People really do overthink the whole concept. Like, oh, you guys talking about standard? Who cares? We just put in layman's terms. Your mattress. Do you know mattresses have standards?
Absolutely.
Think about it. This is the standard twin size mattress. This is the water heater. This is the standard water heater. Okay, apply that to blockchain. Standards for blockchain. That's what we mean. So setting the standard, right, Shandy? It's a big deal.
How I like to tell people so they can really, really reference it. With the iPhone 15, they had to change the charger port. It's not because Apple wanted to. It's because that charger port is the world's standard. And Apple only has so much time to buck the world standard, or they can no longer do global commerce. And that's why they changed their charger port on the 15, because that is the global standard charger now. That's how big a standard is.
Right. And then we talk about ISO standards and connected all this stuff. And why is that important? They recognize supply and demand. So again, guys, action, reaction. What are you invested in that are part of standards and global standards? Did you get into something after it became the norm? Or did you get into something before it took off? That's the point we're trying to make tonight before we get more into all this. So, all right, let's get into a little bit more. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's like if your grandparents had bought Microsoft or Apple in the 80s or whenever these things were first coming into existence, and your family would have held them in trust to now. Think about the generational wealth that would be. And that's going to be QNT and Quant Network over the next decades.
Yeah. Max loves the memes now. I love them in a bull market. Only certain ones, Tim. Obviously, my SHIB is still my top performer so far of this bull run. I must still kind of hold on. Doge is doing well. My Byte's doing well. So yeah, I'm kind of a fan of them now. You know, I know I don't talk about them a lot, but you know, maybe I don't know. As the saying goes, maybe it's like I should have talked about it more. I don't know. I just feel as though that it's like if we do really well on some of these ones, we talk about, you know, like, well, then what do you buy more of? Are you kidding?
Right.
I'm gonna freaking power swap the hell out of some of this stuff for the blue chips or quants or XRPs or heck, I even consider Jasmy a blue chip. They're in the top 100. Yeah,
Right.
how about that? All
But
right.
honestly, it's enough mean people on the internet. You bring substance. You bring value. You bring if they the side dish, you the filet mignon, man. Like you literally bring facts and statistics. So
Wow.
like for
Thanks.
real, man.
I appreciate that analogy. I don't know if the guy is here tonight. His name is John Francis, and he always tells me that I have the meats like Arby's. So
Oh,
it's
see,
funny that you mentioned that. And
that's
he
right.
always says, I'm like Arby's, Max has the meats. So
I'm
now I'm the
telling you,
filet mignon. I upgraded, right? I just
that's
scaled up,
right.
man. I went from fast food to filet mignon, man. I'm good with it, you know? All right, let's just read a couple more. Elon Musk, the tokenomics on Hamstar are nice, and it will continue to move nice. Sheets got to get out. Oh, yeah, like 2-bit says, you know, get yeeted or whatever. I don't know. I don't know all that lingo. All right, let's see here. SHX will go big, 100X. Yeah, I meant to do coverage yesterday. Ran out of time, guys, yesterday. I'll just be honest. Ran out of time. Was doing a lot of work yesterday. I know we all work, but I don't know. I literally work 7 days a week now, so it is what it is. All right, let's see here. And let's just read a couple more comments, and we got to get back into this outline because we don't, we're gonna, I don't know, we're gonna do something crazy. All right, let's see here. What else we got? This is a question to Tim Shea. All right, let's welcome High Rollers. He says, salute. Thank you for being here. I know you've been here a few times. You and I think it's Vegas Inu. Even though we don't talk about meme tokens a lot, we kind of lately we do. So, you know, thank you. Glad to have you here. All right. All right, what we're going to do now is just use him as a bookmark. What the heck, right? All right. So next part of what we have, let's get into this. Let me clear out some tabs. If I don't do it, I'll regret it later. Because as Channing would say, man, you sent me like, 60 or 30,
I was like,
links.
oh my god.
And it's how it goes sometimes, my friend. If you gotta hop on that research gravy train, right? No, I'm kidding.
I want to ask a question, but I feel like it's gonna go down too much of a rabbit hole. So I'm gonna let you keep going.
Oh,
It's
no
about
worries. Yeah. It's about what?
It's about quant. It's about quant, but go ahead, keep going.
Okay. Well, you could save it. I mean, we can always talk about it, some other day too, or whatever. But when it comes to quant, there's so many rabbit holes, right?
Yeah, I actually asked it to you in my most recent video while because I was recording it. I thought of it, and I was like, I gotta ask this, so I just asked you on Quant Papa in the actual video. But yeah,
are you putting me on the spot? I'm playing, man.
but again, it's something that you may already know. But yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll just say it real fast. So I already know that with every smart contract and every transaction that goes through Overledger, QNT is attached. But my question is it attached and burned? Or is it just attached?
That's a good question. I don't have that answer. And the reason
Because
for
if
it
it's
is because
burned,
it's because
that
of
means
different
it's inflationary, which makes it a whole other different game now.
Yeah. I don't, I'll get with Quant Papa and I'll ask him that question. Actually, remind me at the end of the show and we'll get an answer for that. That's a good question.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know everything. Some things I do and some, you know what I mean? I'm human.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't BS people. If I don't know the answer, I don't know the answer. So
right.
You put me on the spot. Scam. I'm kidding. Anyway, good stuff, right? All right, guys. So what I want to do now is I want to get into this. Nothing against Channing's questions. That's a great question.
Yeah.
No, let's give you something that's new in regards to quant. Okay. So shout out to our fellow brother tokenizer. And before we get into that, just a little check mark. Okay. Let's go ahead and refresh the other side. Currently have 53 people watch on YouTube, 66 likes. Thank you so much for that. But basically speaking, we are going to get more into this. So on X, 338, biggest platforms X. Thank you so to all you guys on X. All right, so here it is from X. This is from Tokenizer. Here is the report. What is this all about? Is it worth pointing out? It is worth pointing out. So I won't get into all the specific things here, but I guess I will full screen this again. He points out that QNT spot exchanges are running low on QNT. In the chart below, we can see that exchange reserves of QNT for spot exchanges have gradually dropped since early 2022. He says between March 2022, or I should say, March 2022, there was 806,644 QNT. Literally a year ago, right, back in 2023, it became 563,128. And now in March of 2024, 239,716 QNT. Interesting. He goes on to mention, let's come back into the frame, this other particular stat that's worth pointing out. He says this is a 70.28% decrease, guys, in reserve supply over the course of 2 years. So
That's insane.
before we get more into it, it's like it's already scarce. There's only 14.88 million max supply. This will create a sense of price shock. We know this, guys, especially you understand tokenomics, market cap, and so on. But I appreciate Tokenizer taking the deep dive into the analytics and saying, and following this and so on. So he says, interestingly enough, this is somewhat, coincides with on-chain transactions that we've been tracking too. After all, seeing tens of thousands of QNT leaving Coinbase into these wallets was bound to have some effect on the exchange reserves at some point. What's he talking about here? Well, here's the reference. I'll come out of the frame on this one too, because I just want you guys to see this a little bit better. So, yeah, there it is. And then he has this whole thing dating back to, like, for instance, 2021. What you see in the red with the dashes basically show the whole thing of the reserve decline. QNT reaches all-time highs. Guys, think about that for a second. I'll pull that data up for you here in just a moment. It wasn't that QNT was at, for instance, thousands of dollars, but let's share this for a second. So here's QNT. It has been doing something, right? It's well up above 100. Remember when it was 80 not that long ago, a few months back?
I was loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. People bought on, as the saying goes, the fear. There was a lot of fudders all of a sudden came out of the woodwork. But your takeaway should be, well, like, what the heck? Like, what do we got in regards to this? Well, you have, for instance, max supply 14,881,000. I have to update my portfolio, my QNT, but then on top of that, we have 81%, like you see right here, in circulation, right? But it's the all-time, right? Like what we've seen here mentioned, all-time lows, 2018, all-time highs, September 11, 2021, was $428.38. So if we got to that then, where do we go from here? What would be kind of conservative from here? My answer is, if you base it on market cap, you base it on the current overall market that we're in. I try not to do this too much because it's not financial advice, but on the low end, extreme low end, I think we see, for instance, at the height, is, for instance, like bare minimum, like $6,600 QNT. Okay. And that's really, 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 really low balling it. For me, quant is so much higher than that, depending on how long you're looking to hold it, right? But if you're going to be ultra conservative based off of what's mentioned here, that's not too shabby. Who's positioned to? Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm not holding QNT to 6,600. That's not my goal. I've always mentioned to people, like, have at least 10 QNT. People ask me that. Why is that? Because I truly believe that at some point with mass adoption, especially seeing some of these metrics, uh, supply shock will happen. We just need more of a case of Web3 being fully adopted. Like those examples that we shared, yeah, about Fetch AI. What was the other one? Like Ocean and stuff like that. So that's more incorporated. The plumbing that connects things that has value. People think, well, not really. It's just the token. Again, quant is so much more than an ERC20 token. We're talking
Absolutely.
about, yeah, the standard for,
Building on
blockchain.
blockchain.
Yeah, building
Literally,
on blockchain. Literally, that's like the commercial, but it's more to it than that. You're investing into an operating system. You're investing into like the Microsoft of crypto, for crying out loud.
exactly. It's basically Windows. It's what it is. It's the new version of what Windows would be if Windows was blockchain.
Exactly. So he's got a little bit more about this. He says, so I apologize. Let me take us out of the frame to put emphasis on this. So Tokenizer goes on to mention, he says, now take a look at the same chart, but with the price overlaid with the reserve data is basically supply and demand. Yeah, I would agree. Like we just said that. When supply goes down and demand remains consistent or increases, price will go up. With the reserves depleting this fast, it doesn't take too much demand to move the needle. Notice how every reserve decline seems to follow with a run upwards. No coincidence. Great point, Tokenizer, right? But what about that large drop from May 2023? He's answering all the questions everyone has on the short term when it comes to quant. And this follow-up statement, hasn't QNT been a stable coin since then? I mean, $80 to $100. Some people say, well, that's, stable coins just at $1. Look at it from the perspective of its market cap. Look at it from the perspective of, literally the price of quant. So while true, you can't expect this to go on forever. Very true. And what's even more interesting, guys, is that in the midst of the large drop in reserves seen from May of 2023, it seems we built a strong stablecoin of $85 to $100 level during that time. Yeah. Look at this again. Or next thing, sorry. This is now the lowest we ever seen the spot exchange reserves for QNT. It's perfectly timed in line with what, guys? The halving and bull run. This is why we pointed out the stuff from Investorplace. Do you see how it all comes together? The technicals on QNT show that it's about to pop, holding pennant patterns since May 2021. Look at this for a second. Staying above 20, 50, 100 weekly moving averages. Let's actually totally pull this up. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more on this. Let's put some emphasis on this. So here it is. Let's share this tab instead. This stat comes from KuCoin. I'll center it a little bit better for you guys. So this stat comes from 2021. Why are we pointing this out? Well, the reason why we point this out is this is what kind of growth we had for QNT. And I will pull up more of my own findings. And you know me, I don't really do a lot of TA, but I am going to reference something here. Okay. And basically, it's this. So look at this for a second. Channing, do you see this as well, right?
Yes, I can.
All right. So this is the reference that Tokenizer's talking about for 2021, when things went to previous all-time highs for QNT at $428.38. Now keep in mind this, okay? Last bull run last bull market, I should say, last cycle was roughly around September 2020, ended in November of 2021, okay? So pay attention to that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to CMC again. Let's pull that up, okay? And let's take a blast from the past. So can we pull up September 2021? Yes, we can. Why am I sharing this with you guys? I want you guys to have an idea of how huge. I don't normally do this, but it was kind of a aha moment for me. Maybe I'm now expanding into more of the technicals, but in reality, it's just it's just referencing the past, guys. Don't get it twisted. So what we're gonna do is now try to pull up this date from Tokenizer. So do you see me moving this here? If not, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more.
No, we can see you. Well,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So guys, please pay attention to this. This is very, very important. Call it whatever you want. I don't consider alpha, but it's just referencing. What is significant here? So on 9/10 of 2020, right? We're roughly like at, was it roughly around $9? So I can't really put right on that needle. 9.13, so $7.5, $8. Here's the point. We went from $7.50 to $8, right? QNT. Okay. Then when we hit those all-time highs, which was on, excuse me, that was the wrong date. I apologize. Yeah, my bad. Let's pull this up. Actually, that was the right thing to look at. So my bad. What I'm sharing is last bull run. Okay, let me rephrase it. This before the run up. So last bull run, yes, starting that September area. So I was right. My bad. September 2020-ish. Okay. Then from there, there's giant leap. So again, let's just roughly think about, let's just call it like right around 9. Right, I think that's a little median right there, about 9. So $9 a QNT at the beginning of last bull cycle. This is the point I'm trying to make. And then seeing this from that to up here, which it says here $428.38. You may be wondering, okay? You may be wondering, I'll try to unshare this for a second. Like, what can we actually have from this? And what I have from the calculator is, I'll just pull up 950, and I'm going to do some multiplication for you guys. Hold on a second. Almost got it. All right, so last time with QNT, what did we pull up? 428, so almost at the right spot. Hold on a second. We'll do like a 48 times. I know you guys don't see the screen, but hold on. All right. Do like 45. Hold on, bear with me, guys. Okay, this is almost spot on. Take a calculator, okay, guys? Do this for yourself. Take 45, okay? This represents the X's. Times it by $9.50. You get to $427.50. Why reference that? Back to the actual data. Let's share this. This is why this is so worth pointing out. I know Tokenizer didn't point this out, and he probably doesn't do a lot of this, but it's okay. Rarely do I do anything like this, but this is bullish as all freaking hell. Why is this so bullish? Because understanding that when you take $9.50, that little median that we're talking about from September 2020, and you times that by 45, you get to $427.50, and all-time highs $428.38. So that's accurate. So my thing is this: last bull run, a 45x from the start of the bull run to all-time highs. Come on, guys. Do you not hear what I'm talking about? This is absolutely massive, because now we have some actual data to kind of give us an idea of like where this could go with the utility run and so on. Again, my opinion. People say I'm wrong, and that's okay. Don't mean I'm right about everything. There would be that guy that comes on my show every single day and says I'm right about everything. So my key takeaway is a 45x last time around. Quant is so much bigger than it was last time around. They got way more things going on for it than it did back in 2020. Do they not, Channing? Absolutely. Bank of International Settlements, Bank of England, all these other things that we talked about, blast from the past, handshakes with Fetch, handshakes, Ocean, you name it, right? Some things you might not even officially see from it because it might still be NDAs, and that got leaked out. And if it did, well, sorry. But
think about what started last year. That's almost a year up and running. Is LACchain. You have 12 countries in South America now using the US dollar in South America. And Gilbert already told us that he is literally attaching that to America. That's the plan, to go through Central and South America with the US dollar, via LACchain, and attach it. So they're literally testing out the American CBDC right now as we speak live, which is crazy to think about. So all those things, like it's so much. You got the IETF. You got the Bank of International Settlements, the Bank of England, the Bank of the People's Institute Bank of China, Hong Kong Monetary Authority, the Bank of Israel. Like, it's absolutely insane. It just goes on and on and on and on. All of these central banks utilizing Overledger and the technology that Quant is facilitating via CBDCs. It's crazy.
Right, and that's just scratching the surface.
And it's just scratching the surface.
We got more about this, guys. This is good. You're getting a little bit of echo, by the way. Just getting a heads up. I see the thing. No problem, buddy. So there's a little bit more in regards to tokenizers data. So I gave you that example, 45x from that last particular point, okay, into the height. All right. So are we at a support area where we broke out from it, right, where it's not going to hover at the $80 to $100 range? Tokenizer talks about this, and a lot of people from the QNT community have pointed out some of this stuff. So here's the thing. Let's pull up a little bit more from Tokenizer. We're not done, right? He does get credit where credit's due, and I'm telling you guys flat out, this is going to be a big night for the show, for the research. QNT, Jasmy, we're not even into a lot of this stuff. So I really thank Channing for riding with us, late tonight. But look, here it is again from Tokenizer. We gotta reference this as well. This is the next particular one from QNT with the data. Quant exchange outflow in regards to spot exchanges. The data from example, last roughly June 2023 and to getting to where we're at now. Okay. So remember how he just recently said, as in Tokenizer, how this all coincides quite well with the data of exchange reserves that we are seeing. As he said before, the longer the consolidation, the stronger the breakout. This is what I'm trying to point out to you guys as well. We saw what happened last time when QNT consolidated at $40. I remember that was the first time I ever covered QNT. Man, shout out to you guys that got in QNT at $40 and blasted off to $400. The spot reserves at the time were at, for example, 723,242 QNT. That's 66.8% lower. And please remember this part. Spot reserves, big difference compared to the others. Okay. And somebody asked about that to Tokenizer and he pointed that out. So guys, the point is that's 66.8% lower than the current 279.716. Finally, taking a look at the spot exchange outflows, we can see a consistent rising trend. And once again, and we'll show this to you in a second, or actually it's on the screen, sorry. Once again, confluent with the Coinbase 10 withdrawals we've been tracking for the past year or so. I do remember him mentioning this over a year ago. So shout out to Tokenizer for staying on top of it. This shows the data from May of 2023 to the present day. We can see that more QNT are progressively being withdrawn from exchanges and stored into wallets. As per the Coinbase 10 withdrawals, we can also see a huge uptick in recent outflows ever since December 2023, when those wallets did what, guys? They began accumulating again, always tracking institutional movement, right? Everything is lining up perfectly. And here's the check marks. Exchange reserves to bleeding fast. Bullish pennant on verge of breakout. Exchange outflows consistently rising. Pair this with all the fundamental advancements, as Tokenizers mentioned. Quant has made as a company in DLT over the course of the bear market. Again, these references, guys. And you've got the perfect storm. I'm starting to think that this run will make the previous $40 to $400 look like a complete joke. Now think about that for a second. Think about what he's mentioning here. So my other key takeaway, back to what I was talking about earlier. Hold on a second, Shang. I think you're muted.
I am.
Okay. So my thing is taking into account what we mentioned, taking into account last start of the bull market, the overall market, right? And seeing that nice, steady climb, or some people say to the moon for QNT, for that breakout into last all-time highs, and understanding this particular breakout that we have now. We are not even to the BTC halving. We haven't necessarily done anything other than this breakout for QNT, kind of a little bit of where we're at. So before we wrap it up, I'm sorry, and I want to just make a point real quick, my brother. I'm so sorry because I'm gonna forget this because this is numbers. So right now we're hovering around 140 for QNT. Now, some pointed out this is the breakout moment. My thing is not quite, but based it on previous intel from Tokenizer and some of the things I showed as well, what I want to point out is this: even if we did, for instance, some of this other stuff, let me have this up as well. Yeah, this is where I get on the low ball. Guys, do the math for yourself. 140 is what we're at right now. Some people from the community, not just Tokenizer, have pointed out this is the breakout area for QNT where we're not dropping, right? 140 or higher is, stands out because of last particular, bull market and so on. So even if QNT wasn't, just did a 45 again, a 45X again, let's lowball it. Some people are like, that's you lowballing that? Hear me out. Don't shoot the messenger. You could agree to disagree. 140 times 45. That would get you to $6,300 QNT. Okay. And we're still really not at the height of this particular bull market, are we not? We are not. We are at the first half of a boom cycle. So you guys added up. The evidence is clear. I think, personally, my humble opinion, QNT will absolutely soar. So that is being ultra conservative with the numbers. And now I do want to hear your thoughts on that, man. I mean, 6,300 on a minimum, in my opinion.
That's a heck of a minimum. And for this year or this bull run, this makes sense. That's a heck of a minimum. I like that. But I also know that even at this point, that people are kind of sort of crying about the 140, 100, that institution money hasn't even touched this yet. Institutional, like real inflows of institutional money. It's almost like I said in one of my videos with NVIDIA, overnight, $277 million flowed in overnight. So anything is possible when it comes to people that have big bags that see the value in quant, but can't move yet because of things like regulation hasn't been put in place, but which is coming via maybe 2024, early 2025 in most major countries that are utilizing Overledger and utilizing QNT. What do you think that's going to do to the price leaving 2024, going into 2025, when you have these major governments and major central banks that know about quant because they are utilizing Overledger? And if you don't think they see value in it, you're mistaken. And they put their money where their mouth is at because they want to make money at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. My other key thing is this was in reference. This is not a stellar segment. Back to what Channing's talking about. Okay, so when we talk about utility, emotion, and so on, I just want to highlight this. So I put this video out earlier. You guys can obviously go to the video section. Some of you guys already viewed it, and so I called it like it was like a bombshell or something like that. I'm trying to get it up on the screen. So we talked about Stellar. I did like 4 videos today, right? A lot of Stellar, right? It's just, chopped up from the live. But I love this statement, and I'll go ahead and share it on the screen just in case you haven't seen the thumbnail. Here's back to what Channing's talking about. Now, this is a Stellar example, but again, it applies here. Why does it apply here? Understanding who enables utility emotion. Now, this is a Stellar example. Second largest blockchain by total value locked. Why newly minted RWA will skyrocket XLM? How about newly minted RWA for Overledger, right? Back to what Channing was literally just talking about. So it's understanding, don't be a maxing just one particular thing. But again, if we talk about asset tokenization, we talk about your BlackRocks, you name it, and so on, Bank of International Settlements have gone with quant. We're not at mass adoption yet, but the new system is already being put into place. It will absolutely, not just jumpstart, but it will spread like wildfire. It's just like, this is turbocharging Web3 because you have the foundation, right? Like Gilbert Verdi has mentioned, the foundational structure for building the new internet, building Web3, obviously.
That's why TC307 and that's why Safe Asset Transfer Protocol is so important, is because it is the institutional rail so that they can onboard.
Yeah, it's just realizing, guys, that you're not going to see things go parabolic off a catalyst. It does help a little bit, but this is the whole concept of why, whether it's Investorplace, um, or other, platforms that do great deep dive research, I guess you could say, or whether they're paid or they're the independent ones like us who aren't, recognizing that, like me, last bull market. Oh, I heard about this project. Does that even have any utility, or is it just a meme token? Right? Don't get me wrong. There's meme tokens do have hype, and they will do crazy things. Right? We've seen that. Whether it's Hamstar, Byte, Floki, Shiba Inu, you name it. Right? My key takeaway is, man, I think something just fell from the ceiling on the back of my neck, driving me nuts. Anyway, um, is getting to that point where things are there, they're being built, and then taking it to the next level. We're not to that mass adoption part yet. But when you talk about flip of the switch moment, again, end of the bull cycle may very well be the end of 2025. What happens at the end of 2025? Full scale implementation, a mandate of
Standard.
ISO 222. Yeah. And
Absolutely.
we got evidence tonight in regards to ISO TC 307 literally complementing ISO 222. So it's just nuts. But anyway, I'm going to take a pause because we need to do this. Again, thanks. He's probably not watching, but I'll tag him later on. Thank you once again to Tokenizer. We look forward to having you on the show once again. We just got to settle on a date for that. He will be our special guest. I don't know, maybe in a week or two, whatever the case be, something like that. Maybe a month. I don't know, but he did mention, to get with him, and we'll settle on a particular time. Really, really looking forward to that. But yeah, let's get into the comments. A lot of this will be chopped up in regards to QNT. And let's just kick it back to what we have. I think there were some super chats that came in, so I definitely want to recognize that. Sorry if I was a little bit late to that. If there was another one that came in, my bad. All right, let's see here. I'll read this from it because I did mention this before the super chat. He says he cut the tail off his mattress when he was a kid and was scared I would be arrested due to the warning. That's funny. I used to watch a lot of you guys, right? Isn't that funny? Remember Looney Tunes back in the day? Remember Bugs Bunny when he was scared to death? He was like, oh my gosh, they're going to come after me. I cut the tag off my mattress. They're going to come arrest me, right? That was funny stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, good old classic cartoons. Felix, glad to have you, Felix. Hope to see more of you. He says, automated trading of ISO token equals guarantee to make money long run. Thanks for being in the know. Obviously, you've done your research. Awesome. Guys, any newcomers, always welcome newcomers. Felix, hopefully you're pronouncing your name right. Thanks for being here. Hope to see more of you, man. All right, Elon Muff with a $2 super chat. He says, SHIB is not your top performer, Max. LOL. You're looking at from a point of view of, I think he's looking at from a market cap and access. That's true. I do hold, just like anything, I took a chance on it. So I think he's referring to Hamstar because it did like a 75x, and my SHIB did like, I don't know, a 5x. But as far as value, the actual, yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, that's a good point. My bag of Hamstar went from $25 to, I think the height last night was like over 17 grand or something, which, like, what the heck, right? Like,
Crazy.
How's that even possible? Or how about him? I mean, he did really well too. So that's why we're talking about it. I mean, it's worth talking about. Some of you guys are going to get into some of these meme tokens. We're not paid by Hamstar to talk about this, but the key thing is it's just, bull run. Some meme tokens will do really, really well. Some did well even in a bear market, Pepe and so on. So it is what it is. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I do have the beef. Apparently, according to Mr. Channing, I had the filet mignon.
Filet mignon.
Who was that rapper that used to talk about filet mignon? Missy Elliott. How's it go? Something filet mignon. Best believe I'm number one. But something about filet mignon. Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Something like that. I forgot what song that. That's a good song. That's old school. Missy Elliott. Anyway. All right, let's read this. Shane Sullivan, bullish on Solana. He says he got a question. Cool, finally a question. How about that, Channing?
I see.
What's bigger gains this bull run,
Oh, wow.
SHX or Jasmy? Well, so far for me, it's been Jasmy. I have SHX, but I got into SHX a little bit later after some of the other guys, like, went way below a penny. We had that pullback, still a great opportunity. My thing is this: if you, instead of going maxi on one, whatever amount you're going to do. Let's just throw out an example. I'm not saying that you do this. If it was $1,000, maybe you decide 500 to Jasmy, 500 to SHX. But I would never buy on a green candle. And
Yeah.
SHX has had significant pullbacks to like 0.007, 0.008. And here's the thing: this opportunity. Some people point out, well, Jasmy, we're sitting at roughly a little over 2 cents. You're not going to be able to get as big of a bag of Jasmy, obviously. But SHX, 0.007 or even say 8, that means you are getting 100,000 SHX for $800 compared to your bag of Jasmy. But which one do you think has more potential? SHX, very low market cap. Jasmy has blasted off. Are you the type of person, once you've done your research, whether it's with me, some of these other guys, and you say to yourself, well, guess what? I do think that Jasmy hits these KPI numbers. Or you say to yourself, it's not even $17 KPI target. It's, for example, maybe like $10, $5, or even $1. So you have to draw your own conclusion, because obviously it's never financial advice, and just look at it from the perspective. I would totally look at, from the perspective of like the tokenomics, SHX compared to Jasmy. Where do you see SHX even within the next 2 years going? Are you positioned in Jasmy, understanding that they were the first to literally, take off, to a sense, this bull market as far as alts to really stand out? I mean, a lot of eyes are on Jasmy now because of that. It's because of Japan. Japan has already fully embraced crypto.
Fully. And they're
Yeah,
fully regulated.
right, exactly. So, but it's a great question. I do thank you for being here, Shane. All right. You guys see me get up a little bit. I have a bad tailbone, and it's an old injury. So sometimes I, have to adjust myself and so on. So anyway, somebody pointed out, they're like, why do you always kind of get up and move around? I have a bad tailbone. It hurts sometimes. So it's a old injury. Back in my skinnier days, a girl who had a crush on me was so upset that I didn't like her back. And so she took her high heel shoe and kicked me as hard as she can right in the tailbone, and never healed up right. Yeah. Anyway,
Like bone.
yeah, it was one of those things. I kind of kept it to myself because at that age of being like in the 8th grade, I was like, I don't, because it was a girl. It's just like, oh, it's embarrassing. And as a
Yeah.
result, yeah, and so I didn't even tell my parents about it. And no, it's just, so one of these days I gotta get that looked at because it hurts sometimes. Anyway, all right, too much information, right? Anyway, hi Max, good morning to all. Glad to have you, Kat. And let's see here. Did someone see your question? I'm so sorry if we skipped over your question. It's just, sometimes with a lot of people watching the show, um, it's hard to get into all the questions. So it wasn't on purpose. But we'll try to look into that. Hold on. Can you see it on CMSC, CoinGecko? Oh, I think you're talking about, I think you may be talking about Hamstar, Mr. Tim Shea. Maybe him too. I don't know. Mr. Elon Musk, Mike Cornwall can help you out with that. All right, let's read this from Rue Black. Oh, $9 quant, last bull run. Didn't realize that. Makes me think I need some more TET. What up, Rue Black? He is our special guest tomorrow. Brother Rue will be here for coverage about Swift Coin. I obviously will share some of my insights, but it's, like tonight, I'm doing most of the talking. I apologize. We have special guest Channing. Tomorrow, Brother Rue he's going to be, I'll have a nice little break for his change, right? It'll be solid. We're looking forward to it. Give Rue a follow on X and YouTube at Black Rue. Okay. Same on both. Okay. What we're going to do now is see if there's any, I think there was another one. I don't want to miss it. I think there was another super chat. I think there was a couple. right? So Shib is not my top performer, and the other one's from Tim Shea, who sprays from far away, having everybody hit the DECK. His Maximus Crypto research is phenomenal. Peace to Mateo. Remember that Biggie Smalls back in the day? I don't know if you remember that. Anyway, why am I rapping on a live show? I don't know. Being weird, goofy, right? All right. Let's get in that super chat. Where the heck is it? Shout out to Stump Rider. All you guys. Let's read it from Tim Shea. Max and ETH alternative to buy quant. Only $17 million market cap is energy.world. Interesting. Energy.world. All right. Well, I will also have to pull that up on my list. It's another one. Corey Bibe, I remember your request in regards to Crust. I see. I didn't forget, did I? Let's pull this up. Energy.world. Just going to save that for the research. Okay. It doesn't mean I necessarily get into it, guys, but maybe we can research it. Energy World, but Tim Shea research request. All right. But yeah, thank you for the $5 super chat. Energy.world. We could just pull it up for just a brief moment just to kind of see what it looks like, since you did drop a super chat. Energy.world. All right. Let's see here. What stands out on the surface? Safest blockchain for users. And no theft for 4 years and counting. That's nice. Founded by 4 key pillars. On-chain governance, dual layer architecture. Hold on. Introducing their own key components. I mean, again, guys, you can't expect me to have a solid outline when I just looked at this. All right, this sounds interesting. Energy is a true hidden gem when it comes to enormous real-world utility. Benefits both users and developers. Market cap of only $3 million. Transaction fees is less than a penny. And it does have EVM compatibility. There's no ICO. They have a layer 1 and layer 2 built in. All right, decentralized treasury, royalty protection, no theft in 3 years, stake and rewards, or 9%. My God. Master known at layer 2 rewards is 19%. And of course, it compares it with some of the other ones. That's cool. I imagine they have a token because, duh. Let's pull this up. Let's see what it has on CMC real quick. NRG. Rank number 974. How long has this been around? Let's go ahead and full screen this real quick. All right, so you do see here that it has been around since at least the listing. So it's 2018. Did it see a bull market? Please say yes. Well, somewhat. But it did have at least a nice little run up last bull run. So roughly around the $4 or more range. Okay. And of course leveled off due to crypto winter. Interesting. Total supply is 74,573,193. Max supply, no data available. Okay, maybe you could look more into that. We do have a total value locked to 15.44. How much is into the supply? Hold on a second. So basically, you have the circulating supply matches the total supply. So basically, 100%. Okay, it's built off of Ethereum, apparently. Here's some other stats. All-time highs was June 15th, 2019 at $9.90. All-time lows was 8 months ago. It's been up 586% since then. So there's still some opportunity there. Okay, so at 24 cents. So even at where we're at, how much opportunity, because some of you guys want to know about that, right? How much opportunity is there realistically? Why am I saying that? Well, I don't know all the full opportunity, but if you're like somebody like Mike Cornwell, he does this all the time. He looks at it from the perspective of, all right, where were we at previously? Where were we at now? Where could it go? Well, if you're basing off of, 24 cents, 23 cents, 0.23, and then what it was previous all-time highs was 990. I'm not going to go from previous all-time highs because that was back in 2019. Let's actually see if it will outperform its previous bull cycle. I think is what we should pay attention here. So let me say roughly $4 range. Okay. And let's see what we got. So basically, at least, if we return to previous all-time or previous height of 2021 bull market, uh, even at a 10x, that's a $2.30. So I would say at least a 20x, but maybe there's something else there that we just don't know about, And of course, I haven't done enough research to know that. What's on the surface? Well, on the surface is proof of stake. We also have this whole thing of, it has Ethereum compatible blockchain with smart contract capabilities. They have support for dApp development. That's good. The thing that really stands out just on the surface off what we briefly looked at was speed and scalability delivered to both layer 1 and layer 2. I mean, that seems like it's unique compared to other ones. They have this other thing that has a breakdown of allocations, 40% of the treasury to energy master nodes, 10% to stakers. Okay. And like it also says, backbone, instead of using or issuing prime mine and holding an ICO, energy founders chose to take distributed compensation over time. This ties financial rewards from the project to energy's long-term success sustainability. What does this mean in layman's terms? Basically means that the devs are not going to dump on you. All right? Doesn't seem like it. What really did dump on them as far as, the market performance, because some people are like, well, that looks like a dump. That's also crypto winter. How do we know that? Well, 2022 going to 2023, everybody got dumped on. Do more of your own research if you choose to get into it. Again, I just kind of give you what's on the surface. People want to call it fluff. I mean, they can call it whatever they want. I was just introduced this 10 minutes ago. Get on MEXC. They are on Uniswap. There's some other ones, right? If it was me, I'd probably go with MEXC. Just saying, that way I would save on, I have to deal with high gas fees because it's centralized. But you do you. All right. Thank you so much for the super chat, Mr. Tim Shea. Sprays for far of the way. Hey, everybody hit the DECK. All right. We're going to also welcome Jim I almost said McDonald's. I'm so sorry. You're not from McDonald's, but just join now. When is XRP going to pump? If anyone knows, we're going to get to some of that. Missy Elliott, old school. Now I feel really old. You guys ever hear of Grandmaster? Oh, of course. Are you kidding me? Of course. All right. Look at your super chat. I did. I'm sorry about that. I didn't get to it real quick. It's sometimes hard to keep up with everything. I'll do a better job. We are at 481 live. Currently 427 over on X, and then 56 at Maximus Crypto. Thank you to all you guys that are here tonight. Really do appreciate you. Let's jump back to what we have, and let's give, obviously, Channy a chance to talk about some of this. So let's go ahead and share this just real quick, and then Channing, you'll chime in. I think you're muted, but remember how I was talking about this, guys? How everything is going to come full circle with this. Why is that? Hong Kong embraces unified ledger concept. We gave you some examples earlier. I'm going to have a hard time chopping it all up, but I'll do my best later on. Again, action and reaction. Jasmy had a direct action to the reaction of this because Jasmy is well positioned for where they're taking Web3. Is Quant well positioned to where they're taking Web3? And the answer basically is yes. And here is part of the research that Channing and I collaborated with. Yes, I know. Finally getting to some of this stuff. 2 hour and 14-minute mark. I said it'll be WrestleMania. But the point was recognizing this. So Channing, I think you're muted. You unmute yourself. Let's talk about this. What was your thoughts with all this research I sent you earlier, my friend?
Well, kind of sort of with as far as the 6 digital exchange right here, and just talking about the architects of the future, basically. And that's what it is they're building the foundational layer of the entirety of Web3, not just on the financial sector, but also just the sector of just transactions via the internet, which is quite incredible. And like they said, if in this, just paraphrasing, but you can't do the same things you did in the past because we're literally entering into a whole new ball game. So I'm excited to see what Quant has already brought to the table and bringing to the table, because I know it's much more than what they have divulge to the public at this point in time.
Maybe we should start calling Gilbert Verdian, Martin Hargreaves, Andrew Carrier, and all of them like Transformers. Hear me out. You know, he gave me a weird analogy earlier. He called me filet mignon because I bring the meats. What the heck, right? Start calling quant Transformers. Why? It's more than meets the eye. That's what the Transformers do, right? More than meets the eye. They're changing, they're flipping the script on the whole entire thing of where we're going with the internet, this next stage of the internet with Web3. Jumping into this next part of what we had to elaborate a little bit more of what Channing was talking about. You have this, and this is back to the whole thing we're kind of introducing, right? So, you know, if you wonder about the whole thing of SDX, right, which is 6 digital exchange, there is this. And like it says, customers' perspective, access to multiple FMI and bank. Hold on a second, I have to fix the screen. Bank services through one unique set of accounts and wallets. Now, this I thought was like, where are they going with this? Where are we going with this? Right? I'd be asking that. So you have this thing about the very top. It's hard to see. I do apologize for it, but it says Asia next. Remember, first slide, Hong Kong. This next one, Asia next. Jasmy really had 2 huge significant pumps, did it not? So my thing is, Quant went to Japan 1 year ago, established working groups and standards into Japan. They already laid that foundation. They already have those working groups. Cool. Awesome. Where do we go from here? Well, you see that this particular project, like we're talking about, SDX, has multiple services. They have one liquidity pool, and they also have one access point. But these access points, you ever recognize some of these things? The institutional players and so on? What would be the access point? I mean, why would they have one access point? It's because they have, well, it's also recognizing something that's blockchain agnostic, right?
Absolutely.
You know, Quant. Absolutely. So this again, thank you to one and only Quant Papa, providing a lot of the deep dive research with actual visuals. I mean, instead of just seeing 2 guys on camera talking about some of the stuff, right? Yeah. But it says how we see the future of capital markets. Now, this one, I'll take Channing and I out of the frame because I want to put some emphasis on the material. Why is that? What you're going to see here is how it all comes to fruition. So these capital markets, you know, like I'll give it honorable mention. Don't cover them all the time, but Clearpool, very low market cap gem. Another thing that's similar to Clearpool but has less tokens, very scarce, Maple Finance. Those 2 projects are part of a capital markets ecosystem. But who is the one that puts it all together through something that's blockchain agnostic for capital market ecosystems? Well, introducing SDX, global 24/7 DA agnostic infrastructure powered by permission, private, and public blockchains. Interesting. Look at this for a second. We get further into it, it kind of gives you an idea of how it's all connected. Remember, Asia next, like I was talking about. Get into the next slide. Let's talk about this for a moment. This is another one that, you know, Channing and I will be out of the frame, but want to put some emphasis on. Look what we have here, guys. Majority of FMIs and banks are now doing what? Executing well-defined digital asset strategies. The space is accelerating. Wow, look at this. Deutsche Börse to launch cryptocurrency exchange in 2024. Has that already happened? I don't think it has happened yet. But again, remember how we're talking? I'll come back into the frame with Channing because I want to get some of his insights here in a bit. But remember how we're talking about, you know, it's the newly minted assets. That example from XLM. What happens when you have Deutsche Börse? And I probably not mention that right. Might be pronounced like Deutsche Börse, you know, skit, bling, bang, you know, yishamish. I'm kidding. All right. But the point is to launch cryptocurrency exchange in 2024. So that exchange gets launched. Who is the plug, the connector through all of this? Well, you could say, for instance, this particular thing we're talking about. And they're built off of the rails of something that's blockchain agnostic through the Overledger. You don't think that's going to be absolutely massive? Back to the examples of what we're talking about, where this run up, last bull run, where we're at now for quant and where they're going. So again, this is a little bit more tip of the iceberg. I'm going to have Channing chiming in here in a bit, brother. I swear. We're going to get more into this, and then we'll take a pause. But let's get into a little bit more of the nitty gritty. You have this other example. How many times have we referenced HSBC? Mm-hmm. They announced new digital assets custody service. Guys, think about it. Don't overthink about it. This is where you have Larry Fink and BlackRock and so on. They're plugged. They're connected. What about the top right? Commerce Bank granted crypto custody license. Commerce Bank. Wow. Is this all the examples of the bigger picture? I think so. I really, really think so. How many times do you see from the XRP army people referencing Santander, right? Santander is even part of that mix, or XDC, right? Private bank introduces Bitcoin, Ethereum trading for clients in Switzerland, right? Talking about some of the whole thing of ETFs and so on, right? Getting more into it, LSE Group draws up plans for blockchain-based digital assets business. You had the whole thing of, the World Bank, who, we pointed out recently, it's not just Ripple's XRP, it's not just Stellar's XLM for global stablecoins, but I'm not saying that Quant is a stablecoin. I mean, I kind of agree with Tokenizer. For a while, I guess you could say it was. But the World Bank, on that PDF, we referenced that the World Bank also recognized Quant. So World Bank is the first issuer on Euroclear's new digital securities platform. Why am I mentioning that? Can we talk about that? This is where I want Channing to inject. Let's talk about this for a brief moment. So, Channing, you mentioned in some of your recent videos, Larry Fink. Man, I was talking about tokenization of even like securities and so on. Boom, right there. What do we have? Back to the whole securities platform, Euroclear.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts?
People don't realize how huge tokenization is going to be, because everything is being pulled onto the blockchain. Every stock, every bond, every any type of asset that has value to anyone will be put onto the blockchain. Now, it could be value on a major level from as far as institutions, or it could be someone 4 years down the line when tokenization becomes a bigger thing, and it could be someone, tokenizing their great grandmother's knitting collection. It's valuable to them, and you don't know. It could be valuable to someone else who can purchase those tokens off of you. Tokenization is going to be a huge, huge, huge thing. And to see most of these players talking about some form of tokenization or some type of cryptocurrency exchange going on their platforms is major, which ties back into utility in motion. We're talking amongst this screen right here, we're talking trillions of dollars, literally, not even figuratively. Think of the impact of that over time. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and so forth and so on. It's going to be something that none of us have ever seen before. This utility run is going to be something for the history records.
Yeah, the largest financial, the most amount of the largest financial transfer in history, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's get more into this. I'm going to put it on a full frame because we did talk about BlackRock, right? You do see there. Look at that JP Morgan reference real quick. JP Morgan debuts blockchain collateral settlement in BlackRock Barclays trade. We have the bottom left from Bloomberg. U.S. Clearinghouse DTCC buys Securrency to deepen blockchain push. I don't know if you remember when I was covering Securrency. I did a whole deep dive about Securrency with Quant Papa. The reason why I mentioned all these things, guys, was not just to do content just to do it, but to have you guys understand the bigger picture. The bigger picture, there's enough evidence to support that Quant is very, very highly connected to all of this. This is where people feel as though that Quant is the God token. People feel as though that Quant, for instance, they got too much going on here to just dismiss.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then UBS tokenize again, guys. How many references to tokenization all over this whole thing, right? UBS tokenize. Split it up a little bit more. What's it say? Your gateway. Wow, to decentralized financial markets. Who would be the main gateway? Isn't Quant? If Chainlink is the king of oracles, can we all agree that Quant is the king of APIs? You better believe it is.
Absolutely. And even furthermore too, for that to even mention decentralized finance is a big thing, because for so long it wasn't even spoke of in these circles.
No, it wasn't. All right. A tad bit more. This other one I want to get into. Singapore Exchange launches digital asset trading. I mean, do you guys see a common thing here? I think you do. And then for you guys are wondering, well, why did you talk about SDX, Max? Well, bottom right corner. Bottom right corner. It's right there. Boom, right there. Okay? It's not a nothing bird. All right, let's get to the next particular one. Let's talk about this for a second. What do you see on the screen? You see, what do you think it will take for blockchain interoperability? Read our review here, sdx.com. Let's discuss. Do they mention Quant? Yeah, they mentioned Quant. Tech Advance like Quant, QNT. When was this? Last June. That's pretty big, is it not, Channing?
Absolutely. And if you look and see, they're actually the only company that's mentioned.
Exactly. So this is why Quant Papa takes all these ones and puts them on one big giant frame for you guys to understand. It's who sits at the table. SDX Absolutely. Sits at the table. Quant sits at the entire table. It is the freaking table. You know what I mean? They don't have a seat at the table. They are the table.
Absolutely.
Right?
They are Web3 at this point.
Well, going to basically be Web3 is technically not here, but I get where you come from.
Right.
How about this, guys? You guys want to see how this kind of comes together? Why it's a big deal? For some people, it's like, I just want to see price action now. I don't want nerd talk. Nerd talk scam. Well, guess what? You're going to hear about it because nerd talk is not scam. All right. So check us out for a second.
I was going to say nerd talk is what gets you. Think of the nerd in high school and where they at right now.
That's a good point. A lot of nerds are filthy rich. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Some of my friends are like, bro, you got to be buff like Vin Diesel, bro. I'm like, Vin Diesel's a nerd too. Yeah. Don't say that, man. Vin Diesel's not nerd. I'm like, he's a hardcore gamer with like a bunch of PCs. That's pretty nerdy to me.
He's actually a self-proclaimed nerd. He calls himself
a nerd. He is. So he's a nerd too. Nerds unite, right? Revenge of the Nerds. I love those movies back in the day. Anyway. All right. So we got a little bit more about this. Let's pull this up. Let's full screen this. Again, emphasis on material, not our great mugs, right? Channing has a nice mug and I have a nice mug, I have to wear a hat. But my main key takeaway for you guys is this here. Why point out this? Well, multi-party gateway. Think about it. Don't overthink about it. If you understand the Quant connection, you understand digital asset tokenization and the platforms that are connected. This is good stuff, guys. If you appreciate Quant and you're like, man, Max used to cover Quant all the time, every day. Now he only covers it like maybe once, twice a week. You got to understand, guys, I cover a lot of things, but it takes the cake tonight. So digital asset tokenization platforms, benefits for tokenization. Are you aware of some of the benefits? It's not just saying, hey, guys, look at this. BlackRock talked about that. Can you have a visualization? You better believe it. Thank you to Quant Papa. Look at this. Benefits for tokenization, platform operations, increase attractiveness to issuers by expanding investor reach. Again, what is an example of this? An example of this is what is going on right now for what, guys? ETFs. Right? And you see BTC doing his thing. What happens when you see, please do not get tunnel vision, because a lot of people are doing that. They're like, oh God, I should have gotten to BTC. That's almost 74K. I missed out. I'm going to FOMO into that. Okay, you FOMO into it now. Yes, Investorplace said it would go up to over 100K. Let's say it went to 140K. That's only a 2X. Big whoop-de freaking do. What's important to recognize, and thank you so much to everybody's tuning in. We just hit 500 on the live. Okay, so it tells me people really do appreciate the content. This is where the real money is at, in my opinion. Okay, I just provide information. Channing as well, right? We're very enthusiastic about it. You've seen Channing; he does almost like daily Quant videos on this. Why is that? It's understanding the bigger picture. if there's a big deal about ETS and how BTC is literally doing this thing, and I'll give credit where credit's due, it is doing its thing. A lot of value there, whether we think it's the real McCoy or not. The key thing is the enablers. So if ETFs, guys, listen to what we're thinking. If ETFs are the enablers for BTC, what is the enabler for quant to go to the moon and so on, right? As the saying goes. It's what they're connected to. It's what they have, the benefits. Benefits for who? Benefits for institutions. Institutions need platforms to do tokenization, do they not? They absolutely do. So look at this. Let's go ahead and full screen just a tad bit more. And what you're going to see here is absolutely huge, especially if you own QNT. It's that attractiveness, expanding investor reach. Again, back to the whole thing of ETFs. Investor reach is ETFs. That's one way of doing it. But I am more impressed not with retail and the reach that we do for retail. I am more interested in what reach we have for what, Channy? For what?
Institutions.
You bet it, brother. That's what we're talking about. Institutional reach. This is an example of institutional reach. You have private, public, blockchain integration. Who's part of this? This is SDX. Who the heck are they? The company that's well connected to Quant. Existing relationship with traditional infrastructure, CSDs, so on. How about this custodian bank? Aha! Custodian banks. Who is the world's largest asset custodian of them all? It's all right. Give you a deer with headlight moment. It's BlackRock.
Yeah.
You know what? You know the
BlackRock.
answer.
Oh, BlackRock. Yeah. The world's
Yeah.
largest asset manager. Yeah, BlackRock, of course. And
Right.
we already know the record with
Yeah.
Quant.
I apologize, brother. My bad.
No, you're good.
I got your back. But guys, don't overthink about it, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
again, understand a lot of people are excited right now. And I can't blame them. I mean, I'm glad to see BTC do things, you know, like to a sense, like who's not rooting for more money to come into the overall market? Cool. Very cool. Ethereum's doing its own thing. I'm not going to be a big fan of Ethereum, but I understand that they are the dominant ones, still 81% of the overall crypto market. But what happens with that utility run? Do we still see dominance? No, we won't. And how is that? Back to the material at hand. What do we have? Let's pull it up again because there's more. There's a lot more. I just wanted Channy to chime in on that.
I do say all the time there's going to be a decoupling from the traditional 4-year cycle once this utility run kicks in. It's people who's deploying hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars, is not going to stop because of BTC having. It's going to be a decoupling. So
I would 100% agree with that. You know, and a lot of people, even from, you know, multiple other communities point that out as well. You know, like BSV and so on. So guys, I want to share this again. Let's get to the other part of the slide. And what's interesting is, again, SDX. So we talked about the custodian bank. Again, custodian bank connecting to this platform. This platform, you know, we talk about sitting on the rails. Sits on the rails of what? The overledger. Because we got that. Yeah, exactly. That's a big deal. What are some of the benefits of the banks? Remember I talked about the benefits? Well, on the right side, we'll get to the left side in a second. The right side, benefits for banks and their clients. Maximize access to investment opportunities, adding digital assets issued on tokenization platforms. Again, guys, this is institutional money and their clients. It's not so much of just retail money, institutional money. You know, there's differences between, you know, just retail banks, central banks, right? We know about this. How about consolidate portfolio to view and, you know, like this whole thing of seamless market. No need for separate digital asset custodian. Remember how we talked about taking out the third parties? Bottom line, benefits for SDX members, banks, no need for custom integration to multiple platforms offering digital asset tokenization. Why? Because the overledger through Quant already allows that to be all done. You already built that. That's already there. And like, thank you. You've done more than your homework, have you not? You've been listening. You went from student to teacher, my friend. You're awesome. So XDX is a gateway to these platforms offering standardized and integrated service. Think about that for a second. Let's pause there. Remember how Channing and I earlier, guys, were talking about the whole thing of standards? What's it say on the bottom left? Once again, platforms, gateways. So Quant, in my opinion, is the king of gateways.
Absolutely.
To the platforms. SDX is their own platform, but they use, for example, a blockchain agnostic way of doing it, obviously through the Overledger, offering standardized and integrated services. Who is the standard? ISO TC 307, the Quant network standard. Sometimes you just need somebody to explain it in layman's terms, because I have to admit, if I was brand new to this, I'd be like, this is all Greek to me. Now, let's take you over to this. This is one of the highlights tonight, especially if you hold anything in regards to ISO. So the reason why I want to point some of this out to you guys is this. There has been a lot of, let's face it, things mentioned in regards to how in the world do we get an example of how ISO TC 307, the Quant Network Standard, complements ISO 222, or how do they work together? Some people mentioned to me, Max, you're so bullish on, QNT. Shannon, you're so bullish on QNT. My God, you cover it every day. Well, shouldn't I just be a Quant Maxi? No, we shouldn't be a Quant Maxi. But it's not financial advice. Some of you guys are going to do it anyway, and I understand that. But this breaks down an example with proof, in my opinion, of a company that is already built on the Overledger, or not built on the Overledger, allowing these things to tokenization through the Overledger, and then giving you an example of how it integrates the whole thing ISO 222. So before you guys shoot me on this one, because I know there's going to be somebody who's going to be like, it doesn't mention ISO TC 307 here. True. But what have we already established? SDX already with Quant. That's why we showed you all the other previous research. Okay. So let's full screen this again. What you see is these examples. Leveraging existing and new ISO standards. Back to the whole thing of standards. And wow. What the heck? All right. I guess I'll just click. I'll just click on that. All right. So it says ISO 222, asset agnostic business model and data definition. Why? Again, back to the whole legacy systems. New interoperability. Business remains the same, though. Built for over 15 years and so on. But that was the ISO 222. Remember how we mentioned that you're not getting rid of the legacy systems. You're just creating a way for they could have new interoperability. Now, what I want to point out is this. A perfect example of where we're going with this is kind of like Chainlink. And you will see some examples in regards to Chainlink, even with this. And some people will be like, well, then if that's the case, I'll just go get into Chainlink. We're going to give you some proof tonight, instead of being speculative, with some research from the one and only Rashida Jaja. Now, why is that? Well, for one, you didn't see it tagged tonight, and I should have tagged it. I'm human. I forgot. It's NXRA. NXRA pumping really well today. Doing really well. Go ahead. It seemed like you want to chime in. Please do.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So I would like to put this to rest once and for all. When you see these examples, and again, I have nothing against the Chainlink community. It's just that there's a few select bad apples that always go after Quant for whatever reason. I hate crypto tribalism. I think it's silly. It's childish. Right. It's like trying to set up it's like we're not rooting for football teams or something like that. Like you're part of a different fraternity. If anything, we're part of a common fraternity of, research enthusiasts, blockchain, and DLT. Like we should be on board of like rooting for everybody's success. That's just my opinion.
You don't see Apple and Microsoft, at Twitter wars with each other. Does that make sense? It's like, yes, we might be competitors, but also we work together in so many different ways, just like Quant and Chainlink.
Yeah. So you're going to see some examples here. In my opinion, I think it's going to put it to rest. Okay. Let the research speak for itself from somebody, not me, but somebody that actually literally is in that industry. The part that we have from Rashida Jaja is real good stuff. So again, thanks to Quant Papa for some of that. We're going to jump into this. Here's the Chainlink reference. So this company, SDX, also works with Chainlink. Okay. You don't see it on screen. I have to reshare it because that thing got messed up real quick. So give me just a second. Let's pull this up. Let's see here. Yes. Yeah, it's a big screenshot. So just got to get primed and ready to go. All right, here we go. Full screen that one. What's it say? It mentions specifically multi-party gateway to digital asset tokenization platforms. We already gave those examples before. And Quant Papa says, yeah, basically the overledger, OVL. That's what he means there. That's him writing that. How about this part, excuse me. Exploration with Swift and Chainlink. Look what it says here. Another potential enabler for the bridging of tokenization islands. Funny. Goes on to mention you have, for instance, hold on a second. All right. You have, sorry guys, I kind of lose my place sometimes because there's so much navigating. Yeah, enabler for bridging of tokenization islands. So it shows Swift, shows Chainlink. I know it's kind of blurred right there, apologize. But it even talks about, like, again, back to the whole example of your legacy systems. Swift is a legacy system because there are, the whole MT messaging standard, and we're going to go to ISO 222, right? We get the whole idea, but Swift obviously still works with the financial institutions, especially the traditional ones dating back to the 70s. But look where it says, connecting to a signed blockchain message and metadata through Chainlink, which is their platform CCIP. And then from there, Chainlink to Swift, I mean, they have a solid partnership, right? Then you have this whole thing of blockchain transactions, source blockchain, all this stuff. Now, when we get over to this part, it says, number one, exploring with banks and other FMIs how to support blockchain interoperability and fungibility of tokenized assets today. Transitory interoperability mechanism as we are moving towards the global 24/7 digital asset agnostic infrastructure of the future. Again, digital asset infrastructure, agnostic, and that's SDX. Now, this is just one example that you see here. But what about some other examples? Well, great question. Let's pull that up. What you're going to see here is, for example, the whole thing of, like, Quant, which you saw right here, because that, again, is recognizing the platform that they're doing it through, right, through the overledger. So one thing compared to another. Now, don't forget that. Now, where's the point I'm going with this? Here's the point I'm going with this. I think this will put it to rest. I know I'm not in a frame, but I want to finally put this to rest. People, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Can we finally put this to rest? Yes. Rashid Ajaja, shout out to him, of, obviously, NXRA. He says, link CCIP versus Quant's overledger for Web3 community. He doesn't knock on on Chainlink. There's no disrespect to Chainlink. But he did an excellent job of breaking this down for us. Him, of all people. We're not talking about researchers. Literally him. Somebody that is literally involved in blockchain DLT. Freaking, Alliance Block. So, look what it says. Chainlink, their CCIP, in nature, steeped in decentralized principles, functionality allows arbitrary messaging, token transfers, and programmable token transfers across chains, eliminating the barriers between various blockchain ecosystems. Naturally, this would be part of Swift in regards to the whole thing of what? Having that partnership. It simply makes sense. But security, built with robust risk management network, it employs decentralized Oracle computation with verifiable on-chain performance histories and the off-chain reporting. Guys, this is why, for example, your Chainlink is the king of oracles. All right. How about this part? What about applications? At the end of the day, you have to have some applications in use. Otherwise, you claim that you are part of the bigger picture and you don't really have any utility. Of course, they have utility. They are suited for sectors like DeFi and other Web3 applications. CCIP's decentralized architecture embraces the ethos of trustless, permissionless innovation. Now, what about Overledger? Because we just got into the whole thing of CCIP. This is what makes Overledger shine. And, again, we're going to get into the back and forth comparison because he has one. So in nature, the framework is for broader interoperability. Broader interoperability. Back to the whole thing of this reference. What reference? This. How so? SDX for broader interoperability with custodian banks, pension funds, qualified investors, asset managers, your BlackRocks, and so on. That's why we show that reference. Back to this. Functionality connects apps, as Gilbert Verdi has mentioned, MDApps, multi-DApps member, to multiple ledgers, ending the challenge of single ledger dependence. Right, being blockchain agnostic. It's an operating system. This ability to offer seamless intercommunication both with other networks and internally sets it apart. What about security? Again, if Chainlink shined in security, shouldn't Quant? Well, absolutely. What is one of the newest products of Quant? I'll come back into the frame about this one. Back to what Channing and I was talking about originally at the beginning of the outline. Quant's new product of Authorize.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
you do have the whole thing of security, because you have to keep in mind this statement. Quant is designed with regulated institutional entities in mind, hence why it created a standard. When did it create a standard? Well, 2016, right? The
Yep,
inception, the idea was 2015. So that's why they put in that legwork. So institutional entities in mind provides a control setting essential for businesses wary of decentralized black boxes. Did you want to inject? You can. Go ahead.
No, it was just going back to what I was saying earlier in regards to being government protected because the governments had a hand in building it. That's major. That gives literally them that safety and security blanket of we can use this, we can tokenize our trillions of dollars of assets with no problem. It'll be safe. No one will, no wormholes, no hackers, all of those things.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna full screen this again to put some emphasis on the material. So yes, guys, don't overthink it at all. Institutional entities in mind, your Larry Finks, your BlackRocks, you name it, provides control setting essential for businesses wary of decentralized black boxes. What about the application layer? Well, come on, guys. I mean, Quant is literally the king in APIs. And the infrastructure behind it through Overledger. Banks, financial institutions, and businesses can leverage Overledger for centralized communication efficiently and regulatory alignment. This is from Rashid Ajaja saying this. All right, what's the conversions? I know I'm reading this a lot verbatim, but this is solid. How many times have you seen anybody really reference this? Maybe, I'll just shout out maybe Mine Crypto, maybe Quant Pop at some point. Maybe possibly Tokenizer, some of those guys, Construction Trader ETH, possibly. But where the case be, this is not a mainstream narrative, is it? No. So the conversions, while CCIP and Overledger have distinct approaches, both have their rightful place in the blockchain ecosystem. Their functionalities are not mutually exclusive. Right. Yes. Thank you so much, people from the other side, from Chainlink, who want to create this division. You don't have anything that's mutually exclusive, but instead they can complement each other. Thank you. Thank you. Can we stop having tribalism? We can have things that complement each other, catering to different Web3 paradigms and use cases. Now, back to this whole thing about Alliance Block, because it does need an honorable mention. They're doing great today. They have some more insights in regards to all this, regards to, CCIP over Ledger. This statement I thought was profound, because it's all of these ones, all of these institutional actors, whether it's big, small, you name it, entering the DeFi space, guys. Don't get it twisted. CCIP obviously is a big win. Big win for who? Big win for anybody that's into, obviously, Chainlink, but big for even the likes of Swift. People say Swift is going away. They're not going away. They're getting with the picture of understanding that if they don't embrace Web3, whether it's Chainlink or your XRPs or whatever the case be, ISO 222, then they're going to be like AOL. They're, like AOL barely exists. But the key thing is strengthening this whole thing of a teleport protocol, which is central to their bridge. Remember how Alliance Block has always been that reference to that institutional bridge, right? How does it all come together? How do old systems and new systems come together? So a bridge is better with more validators. That's what, CCIP with Chainlink brings to the table. A vast network of validators with strong security. With this robust setup, our NXRA exchange can tackle tasks like cross-chain swaps, limit orders, decentralized computations without a hitch. This is why Tim Shea refers to NXRA as Quant's younger cousin. It's a good analogy. Could be. What about the institutional side of things? Did we not just talk about this? Things need to be clear and compliant. Back to what Channing and I were talking about. They already are clear and compliant. Through what? A standard. What standard? Quant Network Standard, ICTC 307. That's where Overledger steps in. He literally said it, what I just said. We're plugging into our tokenization process tailored for business deals. With its centralized approach, Overledger offers structured environment that many institutions are familiar with. That's your selling point right there. They want to stick with what they're familiar with. Let's pause on that before we get more into it. There's a lot of quant coverage tonight. The other night was XOM. Quant takes the cake tonight. We'll get into some Jasmy as well. But guys, I want you all to understand this. And if anything, your key takeaway should be how you can offer a structured environment to those institutions that are familiar with it. You're not saying to institutions, we want you guys to jump through all the hoops and learn all brand new set of coding. No. Channing, the point was, like we mentioned, Overledger used to boast 1 to 2 years ago through their updates of, hey, you can build on Overledger with 3 lines of code.
3 lines of code. That's right.
And then what? You say, yep, exactly.
0.
That is game changer because now you don't have to worry about devs coming over to the platform and being like, oh, I got to go back to college. I got to learn C#, C++, Python, all these other ones I'm not familiar with. I only know this one particular coding and scripting language. Like Overledger is like, nah, no problem. We got you. And that is game changer. And, I'll give credit to Stellar, for example, even with Sorbonne. I mean, they're not to no coding yet, but with them, it's very limited, like 3 lines of code. And they have done the whole thing of, was it Rust, WASM, some other particular ones that attracts people that are familiar with Casper. See how this all works together? Do you guys see Casper community people going after people in Stellar? No, because it's childish, it's stupid. It really is. It's ridiculous. They're not going to do that. At least I haven't been witness to it. Maybe it is going on. That would be ridiculous. But this whole thing of Chainlink and Quant, I think it's just absolutely silly. This is me personally. Yes, I might not be invested in certain meme tokens. I'm not currently in a Volt anymore, right? Am I going to root against the Volt army? No. Elizabeth, Space Chick Crypto, I'm rooting for her success. Absolutely. Crypto Latina, rooting for her success. I root for everybody's success. Why? Because we do all have one common thing in common, whether I'm invested in this or you're not. And that is, we understand we all want a better life for ourselves, our family, our family's families, and so on and so forth. I'm going to root against somebody else's success. That'd be like, shame on me. Why would I claim to be a Christian if, that's like a form of jealousy to a sense. To me, it's just stupid. Yeah. Yes. So again, I'm not trying to create my own version of tribalism. That's not the point. The point is the research, as the saying goes, Trump's flood 110%. And this was from somebody, Rashida Jaja, the head honcho over at NXRA. I, of course, want to pause on that. I got to get more into this. This is good stuff. This will technically be the Quant/NXRA segment, be chopped up into the video. It's good stuff. Nice to finally reference some NXRA for a change, right, guys? It's up over, was it 19 or 20% earlier today? So this part from, again, Rashid. I mean, this is absolute fire alpha from Rashid. Big institutions require straightforward tech solutions. Quant fits that bill perfectly. He didn't have to say that. Oh, he's just saying that because of their partnership. No, guys, understand that these guys get it. They don't have to go out on a limb and mention any of this. This is from October. This is not like it's from 2 years ago, right? This, like he says, Quant fits that bill perfectly because they bridge the gap between traditional systems and cutting-edge blockchain innovations. Of course, he's going to mention this because this is something that allows even NXRA to get what they need to get done, because time is money and they don't have to spend so much money building on a whole brand new system. Overledger will be also leveraged for institutional bridge. Again, back to the whole thing of institutional bridges, back to SDX. That's also institutional bridges. Not, do you guys understand why we bring you all this research, why we tie it all in? There's a reason for that. I don't give you guys fluff. Channing's not going to give you guys fluff. All these guys that we talk about, that consistently cover this stuff, that done the deep dives, Tokenizer, you name it, Quant Papa, all these guys. One common thing, no fluff. Institutional version of our teleport cross-messaging protocol can be used for bank consortium example, inter-bank cross-chain trading. Back to the whole thing of what, guys? Like, not focusing so much on a retail ETF. It's the big money. It is what? The institutions. So by embracing collaboration over rivalry, again, rivalries, we don't need no rivalries. I welcome anybody from Chainlink here. I'm part of the Chainlink army too. I hold Chainlink. Embracing collaboration over rivalry is the key to our industry's growth. Together we thrive. Think about what he mentioned. Why would Rashid mention all this? Because Rashid recognizes what we recognize, that there is this narrative of people from Chainlink going after QNT and so on. It's silly. It's childish. I'm done talking about it because, if anything, we have solid research that trumps the FUD 110%. What are your thoughts on some of this stuff?
It's like this. If Quant wins, we all win. If Quant wins, every project wins, because literally they're building out Web3. It's almost like, and this is, I want to say this, like Beyonce getting into country music. By her doing that, she is the tide that rises all other ships. Since she did that, you see how many other artists have gotten a light shined on them because of that. It's the same exact thing. Why put Overledger and Chainlink CCIP at odds with each other when literally they'll work seamlessly together way better? And honestly, it's not even them, it's us. It's the retail investors fighting on Twitter and fighting in these social media things. The CEO of this company, CEO of that company, they're not worried about that. They're worried about the next deal. They're worried about the next thing we can close, so we can push the agenda of Web3 further.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the thing is, it's just recognizing all of it working together. There doesn't need to be no division. And,
It's
to
ridiculous.
actually have examples, especially with SDX, saying, look, guys, we
A
are the
company that's
example.
doing both.
Exactly. They're literally, I think what Quant Papa was trying to establish is, look, can we have an example of one that you've never even heard of, that's a big player that sits at that big giant table of what Quant does with your BlackRocks and so on, that's part of the mix that works with both through what? Interoperability through the Overledger. Here's one, SDX. Most people never heard of SDX, right? But they sit at that table and they also recognize Chainlink. Yes, we're going to work with you. Here's why. Quant, we're going to work with you because you're going to allow us to work with everybody.
Exactly.
All right, we're going to take a pause here, get back into the comments. There's only 30 comments on YouTube, so we'll definitely have plenty of time to get into all that. Thank you so much to all you guys that are here tonight. It really means a lot. And guys, all we need is four more people to tune in on this live, and it'll be the biggest show we ever had. We're at 526 live right now. Just to give you guys a heads up, 477 according to the stats from X, and 49 on Maximus Crypto YouTube. Guys, please smash the like if you're here on YouTube. Helps with the algorithm. And then smash the darn like on X. There is likes. I forgot about that. You can do over there. 88 likes on YouTube. I don't know how many there is on X, but obviously you guys are doing the thing on X. You're sharing it and so on. I can't thank you guys enough, man. Both the OGs that are here tonight from YouTube and X. Oh my gosh, I am. I always thank the Lord after the show. Thank you, Lord, for blessing this channel, this network. And I always pray for the safety of everybody to and from. I know it sounds crazy, but I do. Like we all want to see us make it to the finish line. God, guys, we are so much closer to that finish line than we ever were, especially during crypto winter. But we accumulated during that crypto winter, baby. Let's go, right?
Yes,
right.
2022, 2023 was rough. But but the way I looked at it, and that's why I really didn't get down about the prices being so low, is every day I was like, yo, this is an opportunity. Because I was wishing for opportunity in 2021 because I came into the bull run. I want to say maybe came into the crypto markets like maybe March 2021. So I wish I could have got some of those lower prices before getting in. So it was a blessing to see these prices around again. And then with the lower prices, actually coupling that with research into solid projects, it was like, oh, this bull run is going to be amazing.
Yeah. I want to answer a question. Okay. Bernard, this is at 8:09. This is roughly an hour ago. Apologize for not getting to it quickly. And I did see another super chat. I didn't get that. Am I saying in regards to 6,600 minimum by 2030? No, I'm leaning more towards late 2025 when other ones, in my opinion, really, really start to move. Yeah, absolutely. Like that's just the way I look at it. So if you see the height of a bull market for like XRP, Stellar, some of these other ones, right? Like we talk about, even Jasmy, you have to include QNT into that mix. Not financial advice. I could be completely wrong because black swan events do happen in both crypto winter and also
COVID. COVID's a representation of that. Doing a bull run, COVID happened and everything tanked.
Right. So my thing is, anything could happen, but that's where I'm going with that. I don't really try to do price prediction. I just try to give you guys something conservative based off of actual data, and just instead of saying, "Oh, well, this is what I personally think. I think this particular coin might go to the moon." I want to give a shout out to Mr. Fluffy Fluff and the banana hammock. Well, shout out to Fluffy Fluff. He's a good guy. So yeah, let's just get Mr. Keen Shannon on the show. And just fluff the living hell out of you guys, and QNT no Investorplace report. Here's what's going on with Bloomberg. Here's the charts. Here's the cycles. Here's the data. Here's tokenizer connected and all. I wasn't part of debate club in the past because I am just gonna get in front of a camera and say to the moon. No, you don't get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's my weird Hank Hill, but it's not working out. I used to be able to do him pretty well, but Hank Hill's cool. All right, no dog on anybody, right?
All of that stuff again with standard, which are major.
Actually, it wasn't Hank Hill. It was Anderson from Beavis and Butthead. My bad. Go ahead.
You did sound like him. Now let's put that in my head.
I said Hank Hill. It's not. It's Anderson from Beavis and Butthead. I'm trying to get better at my impersonations. What's his name? Edward Vincent, our friend here. He's the king, man. He is your King Channing. He's the king of impersonation. I used to be on the improv team many years ago. I missed the whole thing, but anyway, it comes out once in a while. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. Anyway.
No, you good. You good.
So that's what's up, Bernard. Let me go further down to the comments. See if you guys have anything specific, and then we'll get into the next part of what we have. Like I said, Channing, thank you so much for being ride or die tonight, man, because, we got a lot of material, as we know. We were at the 3 hour and 3 minute mark. It is WrestleMania. We're just getting started, my friend. I'm just going to be honest. Yeah. You got to go at some point. I respect that. But, I'll be here. We're just getting started. Guys, all we need is one more person. One more. It'll be the all-time high. Talk about bull runs. It'll be the all-time high for the show. Please, if you appreciate the coverage, you just need one more person. And this will be the biggest show we ever had. We're at 5:30. We have tied the all-time high. All right. I do really appreciate you guys. This is awesome. All the hard work, having to start over back in September, and then where we're at now. I'm not going to cry, but, dang. Anyway, it's cool stuff. All right. So we have Selma Fudd in the house. Glad to have you. Yezer Nit, if I'm pronouncing that word, or Yezer Nit. He says, hello from the Netherlands. All right. Well, that's not your voice. I'm sorry. But glad to have you. Let us know how to pronounce your name, but welcome. And this is what I love about our community. We welcome new people. I don't have to tell Black what to do. I don't have to tell Tim Shea what to do. They already do it. That's so cool. That's what I love about our mods, our community, right? You remember it yourself when you're new, right?
No, absolutely.
Welcome the community, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No. Go above and beyond, honestly. Make you feel very welcome.
Bro.
Definitely.
Thank you. Cool Cat says he heard that Corium is connecting XRP to the Cosmos. That's awesome, Cool Cat. Cool. I always thought Corium was solid. I never got into it, but we talk about ISOs and so on. It's like, a lot of times people mention like, hey, do you have SoloGen? Do you have Corium and so on? So thanks for that unofficial sideline reporting from the one and only Cool Cat Crypto, aka Cool Cat Coding now. Jasmy predictions. I've mentioned that before. Conservatively speaking, at least $1. Do more of your own research. But how about this? If you're new, Dr. McLovin, I love your name, by the way, because I love that movie, Superbad. It's you, McMuffin. You know, remember that? I don't know if you remember that movie, the bum in the back of the bus. He's like, it's you, McMuffin. Give me the booze. You know. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna say at least $1. All right, go to the research catalog. So if you're obviously you're on YouTube, you're not on X. For this channel, go to the video section. You'll probably see more deep dives than the average person does. I've covered almost every single aspect you could think of when it comes to Jasmy, and
Absolutely.
I give some reason for it. I don't just be like, oh yeah, you know, $17, no reason, or 10, or whatever the case be.
You're the reason why I bought Jasmy.
Well, thanks. And if anything, you're happy because you're way up. So, yeah. Right. Anyway, Kingdom Sam, Max, God has graced you to be a leader and teacher in such a time like this. Thank you, man. God bless you too, brother. This will be one of the greatest wealth transfers we've ever seen. Thank God we can be custodians and beneficiaries of this. Amen. Amen.
I keep on saying in my videos, knowing about these projects in 2024 is life-changing, because 2025, 2026, 2027, it's coming, and it's not going to stop for anyone. And the utility that some of these projects are bringing to the world is unmatched in any sector.
Indeed, indeed. But thank you, Kingdom Sam. I really do appreciate that. And like I mentioned from the book of James, like my mom used to reference, my mom is this coming April 14th will be 5 years that she passed away. And she would always mention to me, you know, stop complaining about stuff. Much when I was much younger. She was like, look, you don't have this, you don't have that. In the book of James, it says, you have not because you ask not. And that's the way I look at it. So thank you, Kingdom Sam. And together we recognize what we're going to have, and that is generational wealth. And for me, it's not just focusing on myself. I shout out to people like, you know, Shaq Thompson mentioned that, you know, he wants to help people. You know, it's not just about himself. Sustainable living. Even my friend, one of my best friends, Mike Wool, he pointed that out. Like, you know, he's really into real estate, a little bit of crypto, but not like us, and that's okay. But it's understanding. It's like, it's not just about us. How can we really truly make a difference and help people? You know, we can't take the wealth with us. If we have children and stuff, right, and families, we can leave it behind for next generations. I get that. In my opinion, whether you're a believer or not, I'm not trying to convert anybody. Okay, I respect what people, their beliefs and so on, all sorts of different beliefs. But my key thing is, when we pass away, we can't take the wealth or you know, the houses, the cars, all that stuff. You know, we can't take it with us. There's two things, or maybe three, that we can take with us: the love we have for our families, take that with us. The memories we have. That's why I think experiences should have more significance over like material things, like maybe a vehicle or a toy or whatever the case be. Right? The experiences, because in the afterlife, I believe that's what you get to take. You remember those memories. So yeah, and then being able to have a memory of like, you know what, I was able to help people, like maybe sustainable living or whatever the case be, or in my case, in Channing and everybody else that's here as a community, recognizing, guys, guess what? We remember this amazing moment in history. Back to what Kingdom Sam is saying. The greatest wealth transfer we've ever seen. They're going to write about this in the history books. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution.
Absolutely.
Like, yeah.
And just real fast, I want to say sorry to hear about your mother. I definitely understand, because this year makes 12 years for me that my mother's been passed. So I definitely understand. So I definitely get it.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Yeah, it's one of those things. For a lot of us, I mean, we all have different stories, right? Well, a lot of us have been through a lot of stuff. I mean, even shout out to this brother right here. His mother passed away sometime last year. So we all have gone through some stuff. So
yeah. And it's like you said, all we have in this life are memories, and that's 100% true. And all we have in life are memories until you become a memory, and you are alive until the last person that you know alive thinks of you, and that's the day that you truly die. Now, whether that's a day after,
that's deep, man. I never thought of that way. You're right about that.
That you truly die when the last person you knew give that last memory of you. Now, that might be 100 years after you're gone, or it might be 2 weeks after you're gone, depending on what type of impact you made. But literally, all we are memories. And that's all
That's
we
why
have.
I feel as though it's so important to preserve history. I'm a former history teacher.
Absolutely.
It breaks my heart when I see kids that didn't have like parents or anybody like explain the significance of those who served in World War II, or how about this? You know, they call it the Forgotten War, like Korea. What's next? Like guys that served in Vietnam, or shout out to Selma Flood, served in Operation Desert Storm. Stuff
Yeah,
like
there's
that.
a
It's
storm.
just like
That's what
we
I remember.
have to teach share history in some form. Well,
Absolutely.
I understand not everybody here is like gonna be a history buff, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, believe it or not, math wasn't my favorite subject. I used to teach the thing. Sometimes you got to take what you can get as a teacher. But my main thing was I used to teach social studies and history. That's what I was passionate about, and I always loved it around this time of the year because March and April was when you could share the whole thing and part of the curriculum for the D-Day invasion, the invasion of Normandy, and so on. The pivotal time of when everything was like, hey man, we're gonna get to the finish line and win. But anyway, I'm not gonna talk you guys' heads off about history, but I do miss teaching history, man. I used to watch History Channel come on back in the day. I used to love it, but now History Channel is like a reality TV show. It's not as good as it used to be.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of like
Everything is.
MTV back in the 80s. MTV used to be pretty cool. It sucks now. Anyway, funny how that works, ain't it? Anyway,
Exactly.
Mr. Eric Tiffin, man, says always hit the like, guys. You don't hit the like, you're a freaking cockroach, man. You're gonna go buy the the Phantom with the P project, man. Be a freaking rug pull. Cliffordino, man. Huh? Always hit the like from Rick Tiffin. Anyway. Bad impersonation. We will get there. Thank you so much. All right, let's read a couple more comments. Jasmy gonna be about 350. I'll take Jas. I know you always say that. He jokes around. 350 Jasmy, be amazing. Be amazing.
Absolutely.
I'm not signed
$1
by Corian. I'm
Jasmy is
signed by
amazing.
Adam. Well, I hear what you're saying, Cool Cat. I mean, I think if anything, both are good. But yeah, I guess if you have to pick one that's going to stand out compared to the other, yeah. Anyway, to each his own. Yesterday was a year max. Oh, it was. So you know what? Kind of interesting how I mentioned that. Well, Selma, I know how it goes, man. I mean, like right now, tomorrow is what is it? Hold on. January, February, March. Tomorrow tomorrow will be exactly 3 months since my dad passed away. Passed away. So well,
And I've
I'm
lost
sorry.
my father already too. So
Yeah.
trust me, I understand, bro. And for you, there, your mark. I know that's a tough time. Just stay strong, man. And hey, I'm around. Reach out. I know how it feels, and I know the emotional roller coaster it is losing somebody as poignant as your mother and your father. Unfortunately, I do. So trust me, I get it.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're towards the bottom. Interesting. In regards to comments, America goes 1 trillion to debt every 100 days now. History Channel, TLC, MTV, all yeah, I would agree. All right, the day Real World premiered was the beginning. I would agree with that. I was annoyed with the show. Yeah. Although there's some that were kind of funny. I mean, come on. I mean, Osborne's was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, MTV ruled at the start. Freaking roll, fire, right? All right. We're gonna do now is close out some tabs. We're gonna get back to a little bit more of what we have. I know it's quite the show, quite the WrestleMania. But and that doesn't mean there won't be a show tomorrow. There will still be a show tomorrow. It just means that the chopped up material might not get all put out tomorrow because we have Brother Rue coming tomorrow. But all right, let me close out some tabs. I have to because I got this chain would say 60 tabs, bro. Right? You know how it goes. All right, so talked about some
He sent
ISO.
me. He sent me this email, and when I opened up the email, it was like, I was like, "What in the world is this? We're covering this tonight."
You can thank Quant Papa for that. You think that's bad? How about this? I could go 1 week. If I go 1 week without chatting with Quant Papa, it's 11,000 messages. Like, oh my God, man, you're like a freaking AI. I always joke around with him. Like, you're an AI. Like, yeah, he's a very smart individual. All right, so what we're going to do is, yeah, we're at the next part. Let's get into some of this stuff. So this is the next particular segment tonight in regards to the collaboration with myself, Channing, and unofficially, I guess you could say Quant Pop, right?
Absolutely.
The Phantom of the blockchain opera, right? He will unveil himself at never, ever. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. So my thing is the Bank of International Settlements, all these other things. What about actually seeing like an example of a product instead of talking about a product? Did we have anything? We do. Let's take a look into this as well. All right. So still a great turnout. If you just tuned in, smash the like. We're at basically what is this? Yeah, about 5:30. For some reason, we can't get above that all-time high, but that's okay. I'm more than grateful. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this up. Here's a screenshot. You may be wondering what the heck is this all about. I'm gonna get into it. So MNB Student Safe app. Look what it says here. What is the reference? Well, I might be able to stretch it out more. Nope, that's the biggest. But it states here 3 main factors motivated the MNB, which is the Magyar Nemzet Bank. What a name, right? 3 main factors motivated this for running a CBDC pilot focusing on real users. Obviously, you see the Bank of International Settlements, but this one is from Hungary. They're talking about the CBDC pilot designed for children. Interesting. It says a modern digital solution for raising financial awareness of families and students. Now, guys, I'm not necessarily saying I'm for this or anything like that. I'm just also recognizing the big picture. A lot of us are not, fans of CBDCs, so don't take it like I'm rooting for all this stuff. But I also am not going to sit on the sideline like I did last time with BTC. And just allow other people to become extremely wealthy because of a narrative. Okay, so it is what it is. Look at this. This is number 2, piloting retail CBDC with real users, adults and children, to gain insights on operating a customer-facing system. Number 3, CBDC is so much more than issuing a new form of money. Full range of tasks related to the activity must be understood and implemented. And here's an example: establishing internal governance, bylaws, monitoring tools, accounting, and reconciliation process. Come out of the frame for this for a brief moment. Why am I mentioning any of this stuff? You have to keep in mind what Gilbert Verdine was mentioning. He understands just as much as the next guy like you and me and so on. It's not that, he doesn't recognize, and especially what's his name, Martin Hargreaves, recognized that there's a bad narrative of CBDCs, like the devil and all this stuff. But he has made the point that you have to kind of, and he didn't use this term, but I think this is an example. You have to look at the good and bad. I mean, it's like firearms, just to a sense. I am pro, Second Amendment. Always have been, always will be. There's going to be people who are going to agree or disagree with me on that. But one of the things is mentioned is, like, if you guys ever seen the movie Shane, right? That was my dad's all-time favorite Western. Shout out to the late, great, my dad and Alan Ladd. 1953, I think it was. Shane, considered by many the greatest Western ever made. There's a certain quote in that movie that really, really hits home. Shane is interviewed by, or not interviewed, but, had a conversation with, what's his name, Joe Starr's wife. And she's kind of like anti-firearm, if you will, and explained the reason for it. And he mentions to her, right? I think her name is Miriam. He says, a gun, as in a firearm, could be used as a tool for either good and bad. Kind of look at this whole thing of CBDCs. And again, I understand people will be like, oh, I'm done with you, Max. Maybe they unsubscribe. I have every right to share my point of view. This whole notion that me, Channing, and everybody else, because we're content creators, are not allowed to have freedom of thought, that's ridiculous in itself too. So my key takeaway is a tool. Should we look at CBDCs in that light as well? Gilbert Verdine has made this point to be used for either good or bad, right? And some people feel as though it's like, well, it's going to be mainly for bad. Hear a different narrative. I'm not promoting CBDCs, but I'm also sharing with you a different point of view. If we're invested in this stuff, we can't just sweep it under the rug. We can't just say, to heck with this, move on, and not talk about it. We are talking about it.
It's a part.
Yeah, it is important. So I always mention to people, if you are open-minded, this is why you pay attention to some of the stuff. I had a guy yesterday give me flack. I'm not going to mention who he is because it's okay. He gave me flack saying, I should just be pro BSV and that's it, nothing else, because XLM is connected to the whole things of Ukraine and all this stuff. Again, where do we pick where does it end? Or poison and so on. Like somebody mentioned, actually it was one of my best friends, Mike Wool. You point out, QNT partnership with Nestle. Nestle, did some things that was really bad in regards to like the poisoning of something. I was like, what are you talking about? And I looked more into it and I was like,
and slavery in Africa as well. But again,
on and on and on. Right. What about movies that we go see?
Exactly.
What about the shoes that we buy? What about the electricity we use? It's just on. What are we supposed to do? We're going to become like Aborigines and just live out and go move to Australia and just like or become Amish. It's just
there's good and bad in every system.
There's things that we consume. Oh, I'm drinking bottled water. Maybe the manufacturing plant that made this BPA free bottled water did something that was really, really bad. We have to live. We still have to go about our lives and so on. I'm not justifying anything bad, but again, I want to point out some things here. So have an open mind, look at this for a second, and let me know what you think. Let's full screen this. So what we see here, and why I want to point this out, is the establishment of eternal governors, is the bylaws, is the monitoring tools, right? It's a digital student safe app 2.0. Decision steps in designing a pilot CB system. Look at this. Is it feasible on traditional infrastructure? Is the use of blockchain DLT justified? Again, back to why I mentioned this whole thing of justification to you guys. All right? Look at this. Are anonymous transactions enabled? Account-based or token-based operations? What is the framework? You always talk about regulatory framework. What actors are involved in the operation? What functions does the central banks perform? What form of money does it replace? Cash or bank money? This other part, monetary policy nature, deliberately, effectively, neutral, or flexible. Again, deliberately would be the whole thing, guys, of what? Force CBDCs down your throat. At least they're addressing it. They understand at least there's people talking about this because there's a narrative, right? So again, some of these examples, coming back more into this whole outline, you have, for instance, who is able to transact with it? Like, is it accessible? What is the basic purpose of this? Like, what's the fundamental goal? And the whole point is, this is something to do what? It's to get the adults and even children involved with the whole thing of understanding maybe the bigger picture. Now, some people are going to say, and I get it, this is where they set their own narrative to control the population. We can agree to disagree. You want to chime in? Sorry.
No, I was just laughing because, of course, but in a sense, yes, but in a sense, no. I think it's actually brilliant because it's the children. The children is the future. So if you get them on the system, they'll do it for life. It's almost like, I'm going to say this and then I'll let you get to what you're doing. Apple. If you think back like maybe 13, 14 years, Android was actually beating Apple in innovation. Apple was actually known as the old person's phone. So what did Apple do? They reinvented themselves. You got these lime greens, the pinks, the blues, or the hot yellow, all these color-friendly phones for who? The kids. And then you put it inside the hands of all their favorite Nickelodeon characters. So then next Christmas, what do all the kids want? The cool what? New iPhone, which then brought Apple back into the forefront and captured a whole generation of new consumers. Brilliant.
Yeah, it is brilliant. And it's, if we talk about mass adoption, it's not getting to the guys. Here's the point. And Channing made a really great point. You don't get to mass adoption and say, well, we got to scale up. And then after that happens, say, okay, we're done.
Exactly.
No, you have to educate the next generation, right?
Absolutely.
And think about this, right? We talk about Web3, we talk about, history, for instance. So understand this. This is a little history for you. Some of you guys already know this. Before 1865, okay, so 1865 Civil War, for instance, before
Mhm.
1865, you had literally physical silver and gold tokens and so on, right?
Yep.
Actual coins, and that was used for the trade of currencies and so on. 1865
Absolutely.
came in, introduced what, guys? Cash,
Banknote.
right? Cash. And then, of course, from there, it's like, well, what's backed by cash? Gold. We understand the history of that. For instance, was it 1933?
April.
Temporarily pulling it away. Yeah, go ahead.
Mhm. Yeah, I was going to say that's when Executive Order 6105 was signed, 1933, April 5th. And that was the executive order. If you had so much gold in your personal possession, had to turn it in and get the cash in equivalency and all of that stuff from the government. Yeah, but that happened right in the midst of
Good job, brother. You know your history. That's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you guys, Nixon, 1971. So I mean, the point is,
Gold
right, literally pulled away, right? Like we're off the gold standard and so on. I'm gonna do another thing in the future. It's gonna take some time, but I'm gonna tie in some research I found on another particular station. It's like a mainstream station. They have a video outline, and some people have mentioned the whole thing, like Bitcoin. I'm not talking about BTC, by the way. All right, I don't want to make it too controversial, but they were talking about Bitcoin. Like if we're going to this new era, how the heck do we have anything that is going to be backed by anything? And when I was connecting everything, in regards to even some of the things Michael Saylor was saying, and I maybe kind of opened my eyes to this whole thing of, even Trump recently mentioned the whole thing of, he was saying that, Bitcoin is an actual currency that will have a lot of use. And I think he said something like also like a tech side of it. And I was like, there's no way he's referring to like BTC. But anyway, teach his own. My key takeaway was, all right, so in the old days, if you have, cash was backed by gold, then entering into Web3, we have to have something in which, if it is Michael Saylor referring to BTC and so on, or whatever the case be, you have to have something that is a new system to back what we're entering into. If
something that's
assets are tokenized, right? If assets are tokenized, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then you also have to have a new form of a standard. I know we mentioned a lot about standards.
But
I'm also
it's the
talking
truth,
about,
though.
yeah,
Go ahead.
right. So what I'm thinking is, like, okay, this guy makes a very good outline. I'll probably try to share it with you guys, not exactly, not necessarily by tomorrow, but I'll try to piece together. It's a lot of education. So anyway, where I'm going with this is understanding that it's not getting to the point. And by the way, thank you so much to all you guys. We have a new record, 548, biggest show we ever had. You guys rock. All right. Most of the people here tonight are from X. I mean, this is amazing. 500 viewers on X exactly, 48 on YouTube. Wow.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. Thank you so much. But anyways, what I'm going to state is, so yes, you can't scale up and say, we need to get to mass adoption and just pull the plug and not educate everybody about the next right monetary shift. If I'm a kid and I remember this, right? I remember before debit cards and so on. My parents, grandparents, and so on, they do everything with cash, right? Everything with cash.
Absolutely.
And then back in the 90s, you're starting to say like, oh, my parents have this card, and they're using it, the introduction of debit cards. So it's our parents introducing that model to us, right? Well, I'm using this. It's a lot more effective. I don't have to carry like a bunch of dimes and quarters and so on in my, my mom in her purse, my dad, whatever in his pocket, whatever. Then we go to this for the digital transformation. So this whole narrative that is bad for Hungary to shove this down the throats of the children and so on. Again, back to the reasons why they're doing it. They're at least addressing the issue, saying, look, it's not that we're force feeding these kids.
They're
We're
planning their future.
Yeah, and I get there's some people. There's going to be people. I get going to be like, yes, they are force feeding. This is doom and gloom and so on. Hey, let's not make it all about that tonight. Let's go ahead and full screen this. Let's get into what we have because there's a reason why we share this with you. So MNB, the Central Bank of Hungary, CBDC framework and achievements. Why is this all important? Well, it gives you an example, finally, of what is actually the product through an app. It's one thing to say that you build on the Overledger and do all these things, and you have, like, for instance, Overledger, King of APIs to allow all this to work. But can we actually see a product? Well, here, there's an example, right? There's a particular app. And getting into the next frame, why I want to share this with you. Were you aware of this? Most people weren't. And that's okay. I'm not trying to act like I'm Mr. Smarty Pants. No, but I do thank people like Quant Papa for the research. So we have this example of a joint team of MNB in the Budapest Technology University who got into the final round, I guess you could say, of the Rosalind. Yes, that's right. Project Rosalind Tech Sprint. You know how we always talked about Bank of International Settlements, Bank of England, maybe tired of hearing that. Who are the other players that are also part of it? Well, here's one. This is a bank that's obviously in Hungary. Left side says you have Project Rosalind, obviously the BIS, Bank of England. The aim of the project was to explore what, guys? Retail use cases with the collaboration of private sector and the central bank could promote competition, create added value for the end users. On the right, CBC Central Bank API, Application Program Interface. What do you think that interface is? It's the Overledger. We already have proof of it through what? Go ahead, Shannon. You know it.
You say, you talking about through the Rosalind paperwork, all of that. We
Yeah, well, I mean, right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they selected Quant to get the job.
Absolutely.
This is another example of it's not just the BIS, not just Bank of England. You have this particular API through Overledger to allow it to happen through Quant Network. And as you can see, CBDC Tech Sprint. And look how old this is. You guys wonder why I mentioned the historical thing? This is, for instance, I can't even pronounce this.
1782.
We're talking about standards, guys. Remember how we mentioned all these monetary shifts? So even an institution as old as from 1782 is on board with this. Don't you understand how profound that is? So my point is, and let's come back into the frame, is understanding, guys, the bigger picture. When we talk about a monetary shift, the biggest in history, can we give you guys examples of just that history? Boom, there you go. That's why we mentioned some of this stuff, to give you an idea of it's not, hey, we reached mass adoption, we're done, we don't have to do no more work. No. Hungary understands they have to teach the next generation to keep that flow, right? That flow of this, just, keep using the product, keep using the service. You don't get to Web 3 and then come back to Web 2. That would be counterproductive. So DLT-based car lease supporting schemes, like it says, DLT-based energy bill supporting scheme, those two combined with each other. For the final demo, 12 teams were selected, including one of the MMB BME teams. So, I mean, like, what? I mean, I didn't realize some of the stuff tied to cars, but it says other finals were teams. And let's blow this up. Here's your aha moment, because Channing covered this on his video earlier.
Absolutely.
You know where I'm going with this. Other teams from big international technology companies like what? Amazon, guys, Revolut, Thales Group, and Viana. All right. Got to make sure I pronounce that right, not the wrong way. I mean, anyway. Yeah, I know that's a bad joke. But anyway.
And sitting right there, people also realize the Bank of England is right there because they were actually founded in 1694. So you got two long-term players right there alone, ensuring that they're around for the next 400 or 500 years of existence because they're piggybacking off of the next wave of technology.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's that source for you guys from the MMB. If you want to look it up, MMB has been active in several cross-border CBDC projects. Why is that? Because they want to test the next generation.
Absolutely.
And when we talk also about central banks, there's the central bank of central banks, which is obviously this right here, the BIS. And so Hungary wants to be part of the whole gravy train too. I mean, it's a strategic alliance with other central banks because they're part of a fraternity of central banks. But the BIS is the head honcho of the bunch, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a
All right.
coalition.
Yeah, it is. This next part, let's blow this up as well. A little bit more about this. Let's full screen this. You see, for example, MNB has also joined Project Enbridge. Back to the whole thing of why Enbridge was significant. Chang's done a great job of covering Project Enbridge. I've covered it a few times as well. But back in March of 2023, look who's all present.
Yep.
Guys, here it is. Did you watch from the beginning? A lot of you guys didn't. Some of you guys did. That's why I referenced. Let me come back to it. Exactly. I don't have. I closed that one out. Yes, right. It's okay, but it's the Hong Kong, and specifically Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Does the BIS have a stamp there too? Yes, they do. What do we see? Hong Kong Center. They have an innovation hub at the Hong Kong Center. BIS is, all over it like a fat kid on cake because they do have a fat kid on cake.
Literally.
It's Augustine Carstens.
Parsons.
Yeah, I know. I gotta be careful with that because like Quant Papa end up getting banned from that. You guys think that's a coincidence? I don't know. Maybe it is, but that was weird timing. He never got banned before. I'm just saying. Anyway, so check this out. And I shouldn't make fun of Augustine Carstens. I need to lose weight myself. All right, so Bank of Thailand. Look at it. It's just it's a strategic play, guys. This is like Southeast Asia, right? You have Digital Currency Institute, People's Bank of China, Bank of the United Arab Emirates, right? We know that, when it comes to like Dubai and whatnot, they sit at the table. Mm-hmm. What about Enbridge's founding members? Project Specialties tailored multi-CBDC platform based on DLT. A pivot involving real corporate transactions centered around international trade was conducted on the platform among participating central banks. Yeah, it's called, guys, they met behind closed doors. When everybody was like, oh, there's nothing going on. Oh, I don't see the price moving. Understand, you not understand the bigger picture. These guys don't care if they, a bunch of people on crypto Twitter, because it was Twitter at the time, they're saying this about us. They could give two you-know-whats. Because their focus is not on retail. Their focus is on the institutional side. Now, I get it. You saw that, that whole thing of this particular bank from Hungary, and it references, retail, CBCs and so on. But again, it's who they met with. They didn't meet with the retail side of things. They met with the BIS. They met with all these guys, Hong Kong Monetary Authority and so on. But the connector was who? Quant Network. Project Specialists, a pivot involving real corporate transactions centered around international trade conducted on a platform among participating central banks. Again, this one from Hungary is a participating central bank. Selected commercial banks and their customers in 4 jurisdictions. Access to test interface, obviously Project Enbridge. Again, Southeast Asia. So my thing for you guys is this, and we'll come back into the frame here in a second. And we're not done with this, but I just want to hear what Channing has to think about it as well. Don't get it ever twisted. Action, reaction. And we talk about what happened with Jasmy, of direct reaction of, wow, there was this law that was passed, and it was a bill, and it became an act, because an act is a law. Supply and demand. Who's the one's first regulatory compliant in Japan? It was Jasmy. Boom, Jasmy took off. Then we had another major pump, which sent Jasmy to new support over 2 cents. Why is that? Hong Kong. Strategic position to do what? To invest into Web3, to invest into, for example, this whole thing of semiconductors, manufacturing plants in Japan, preparing for the future. Because let's face it, we don't even know if Taiwan's going to be around anymore. I hate to say that. You know what I mean? They're going to get swallowed up by the, Red China, right? The People's Republic of China. And if you want another history lesson for you guys, look it up for yourself. You ever wonder why Taiwan is called a Republic of China? You ever wonder why they have that old flag? Look more into it. You'd be surprised. There's 2 Chinas. Taiwan, Republic of China, Red China, People's Republic of China, mainland China. So those heavily invested in some of this stuff. We know that Taiwan is the king of semiconductors and so on. Action, reaction. Reaction is what Japan is doing. What's the other action? Jasmy pumped to almost up to 3 cents, 0.227, right? Right off of the news, it's a catalyst. I get it, guys. Right off of the news, bill becoming a law. Why show all this? Because Quant strategically planned itself, put the foundation down. Exactly. Lay that down, that foundation. There's also strategic. You think Gilbert Verdi, by the way, well, no fact. I mean, that guy is like an uber elite hacker, by the way. Anyway, I won't get more into that. But Gilbert Verdian, right, got this done. He realized that we have to not just embrace things like the BIS and what's going on in Europe and so on for digital pounds, digital euros, and so on. Who or what area of the world is embracing crypto? And we're not crypto, but embracing blockchain and DLT. It's that area of the world.
Absolutely.
Action, reaction, Hong Kong, and so on. That's why we show you all this stuff.
Man.
Yeah, it's big.
And not to mention, I know that on that screenshot it says Sandbox, but don't forget, this past January, Mbridge went live. The AUE sent, I believe it was either Thailand or China, but it went live. So it's no longer a sandbox. It is now up, live, and moving. And I'm more than sure it's been more than one transaction since.
Exactly, yeah. We're going to take a pause for a moment because we're going to get to the next part of what we have. Channing, let me know if you got to get going. You don't want to do more on WrestleMania. I totally understand. I will be here because there's a lot that needs to be mentioned because QNT is crushing it right now. You may not think of it as far as like, oh, it's not super parabolic, Max. Why you say it's crushing? I'm trying to have you guys understand. I'm not trying to have it's not financial advice. You guys know me. I just provide information. That's it. Take it as you want. Some guy called me last week, the Walter Cronkite of crypto. He's like, what? And I was like, I thought about that. I'm like, is it because I just bring you guys information and then you choose what you want to do with it? And he was like, yeah, that's exactly it. Because that guy used to do that. He used to bring the news and then people just kind of went and made their own decision. Call it whatever you want. I don't look at myself being an old man like that, but that's cool. I guess it's a compliment. Anyway, I don't let that go to my head. You guys got all weird titles, crypto professor and so on. But here's the thing. It's the bigger picture. So Channing, let me know. Are you sticking around or do you got to get going? I respect you got to get going.
No, I'm good.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah,
guys, thank you so much. This is the biggest show we ever had. 560 live. Here's the stats. 506 from Twitter, X, 54 on YouTube. Wow, can we hit 600 on a live stream? If that's the case, man, maybe I should get us a big old giant thing of Hall's cough drops and just go from there and make some NFTs and do some competition with the other guy. I'm kidding, nothing gets him, right? All right. Yeah, that was a Crypto Hulk reference, but that's okay. I have nothing personal against him. People joke about him sometimes. All right. We're going to now get into the next part of this. We need to get into the next part of this. But before I do so, I did say I was going to get back into the comments. So I do apologize for that. Let me just double check for where we're at because I don't want to miss anything. Okay, here's the next part. All right, so I got that primed. We're going to do now is going to get back into the comments. Let's see where's the last comment. See Brother Rue still in the comments. I do appreciate that. You guys will have a great show tomorrow with him. I know Rue is going to bring absolute fire. If you like the format of how I do shows, Rue is a compliment to that. You're going to love what he has to present. I will love the idea of just being able to kind of take a passenger side seat instead of being the driver's seat for a change. But yes, we're going to learn more about the Swift coin tomorrow. We have some BSV coverage to get into. I understand there's some people maybe connected right here and don't want to hear that. Boom, just like that, we lost 200 people. I'm kidding. But you want to hear about some of that stuff tomorrow. I'll give you one clue. You guys know about this guy, Reggie Middleton. You have a guy who was BTC Maxi. He has jumped on board for this other thing. Well, you're going to have to tune in tomorrow, okay? Let's read this. Shiny or Shinny, I always wonder, I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Gudra, sorry to hear about your Jefito or Hefito. Oh, my Jefe. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it happened back in, yeah. He's in a better place, though. Thank you. Blackwood, watching Ozzy slowly lose his mind while his wife exploits him wasn't so funny to me. LOL. But you said LOL at the end, right? At least you said LOL. All right, that's a good point.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I mean, some of it was kind of funny, like when he gets mad and his accent and stuff. So, all right, let's read this. Rue Black, Nestle is terrible, bro. Whole bunch of terrible companies are bad. You're right, Max. Yeah, I mean, my friend Mike Wool, he's really into all that other stuff. Because I wasn't aware of it. He was just like, he told me because I did a video Channing about Quant and the Nestle partnership. And he's like, man, are you aware of this thing that you promote all the time? Oh, I'm like, what do you mean promote? I just share information. He's like, oh, you promote it. You're a shill. No, he's kidding. He's like, their partnership with Nestle. He's like, Nestle is terrible. Just like I was like, I didn't know that. I mean, but pick your poison, right? I mean, where does it end?
You just knew it was chocolate.
Right, exactly. I'm like, well, I actually prefer Hershey, but for all I know, maybe Hershey's bad too. I mean, where's the end? But my thing is,
Exactly.
I like Nestle strawberry for the milk, right? The strawberry milk is good, Anyway, so I'm sure somebody here is be like, you shouldn't drink the strawberry milk, Max. Strawberry milk scam, and you're gonna get more fat. And being fat is scam. And I'm like, okay. Somebody pointed out the other day because I was drinking like Diet Mountain Dew and it's poison. It's like, I get it, guys. There's so much stuff. I'm just supposed to just be a fish. Be a freaking cryptocurrency fish. Come on here and just drink water. Some people they identify as some other things. I guess I'm supposed to identify as a fish and just drink water because that's all I'm allowed to fit the narrative of what's good and what's bad, right? That's a bad thing to say. Anyway, can you imagine somebody tuning in right now? This guy who has over 550 people, I didn't learn anything from him. He said he identifies as a fish. As soon as I heard that, I was like, out of here, right? Anyway, I'm kidding. All right, Blackwood, I agree with you. If the children weren't so, blankety blank. Okay, all right, that's okay, Blackwood. Yeah, 1861 Civil War, but it was 1865 as far as the actual the dates. Yeah.
The ending of it. But that was also the start of the Mexican-American War as well. But anyway, won't even go there.
Right, it snowballed from there, right.
Yeah.
We have Blackwood, slowly defund the education system and add stress to the lives of the teachers. Dumb youth who grow into controllable, ignorant adults. Right. I knew somebody's going to mention that. That's okay, Blackwood. It's fine. You know what I mean? Because you're right about that, right? Like, there is that. So let's read this. Go ahead.
I was getting ready to say, unfortunately, and this is not a great thing, but look at the schools right now. Look at the students right now. These kids are kind of out of control. And they're doing horrible, horrible things. And they have, anyway. I won't even go there, but yeah. So a little bit of
you gotta be careful with going there because not saying Blackwood would do it, but somebody would be like, "Oh, you are advocating for all this control. Shame on you. I'm an unsubscribe to all this." Anyway.
Not at all. But hey, I'll put it to you like this: name me one person in crypto that's not in it to make money.
Right? I mean, but I get where some people coming from.
Yeah. No matter which, no matter what the sector is, whether it's memes or CBDCs.
No, I get it. Well, there's it can't please everybody. It's
absolutely
like twisting up the Lincoln statement. Fool some people sometimes. Like you can't please you please some people some of the time, most of the time, but not all the time, right?
Not all the time. Exactly. It's like talking to a Bitcoin maxi. They don't want to hear nothing but Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, that'll be Michael Saylor. So, look how that's working out. But
I mean, hey,
and it's all right. It's all right. He's actually doing fine. But yeah, he's doing fine. But what happens when he's not? I don't know. Right. We'll see. Rue Black, Nixon, as in Richard Nixon, tricky dick. Nixon took us off of the gold standard in 1971. So ever since then, every year, inflation gets worse and worse. Absolutely. I did a show on this, what happened back in 1971, because Maximus Crypto is a crook. Anyway, sorry, I had to do that. They want to ensure that the centuries that come to you, your children and their children's children forever, serve theirs. Good point. Jim,
I mean, whoever that person was, I mean, honestly, that's what we're trapped in today. They plan this out in the 20s and 30s for us to be sitting where we are now, making their children rich. So what you just said is 100% true, but we actually live in it also right now, currently today.
I'm not going to pull up the exact date, but another thing I thought was really interesting was what was it, the Federal Reserve and the IRS was literally birthed on the same day or something like that. It's
I
like,
believe.
interesting. Why would that be? You know what I mean?
And people
Anyway.
don't realize. I believe it was either the 5 richest or the 7 richest bankers came together in Jekyll Island that actually created the Federal Reserve.
You follow a lot of stuff, man. That's good.
Yeah, I think it was 1908. I believe it was 1908 or 1912. I think it was 1908. But anyway, yeah.
Jim, sorry, Jim, if I keep saying you're Jim from McDonald's. It's just I see Mickey D. I have a problem sometimes, like if somebody types in something like may have a tag and then put IDK, I'm like, may have a what? And then I end up having a blooper reel. So I gotta be really careful with that. You may very well, if you're a manager of McDonald's or own McDonald's, I don't know. There's something with the MCD. It just makes me think of McDonald's. That's nothing against you, Jim. I do welcome you, Jim. Thank you for being here. Please don't take the whole thing McDonald's wrong. He loves Hungary, one of the countries that will wake you up to the Matrix. Interesting. All right. Interesting.
But it's kind of sort of like this. You have a couple countries now that are actually assigning digital IDs at birth. So it's literally just laying that foundation for literally the next layer of what the world and technology is going to be.
I hear you. I'm laughing because of what I said earlier about Augustine Carson. I got to be careful about that. Because, honestly, even though we're having a lot of success right now, that would suck to get rug. Yeah, so I got to watch it with that. Because, you never know. You know what I mean?
You never know.
Quant Papa, you guys notice he's not really doing anything on Twitter anymore. Because, that happens.
But
yeah.
You yourself had already got in trouble.
I did get in trouble once, but that's all right.
Yes. Company we won't say.
He's still laughing about it. All right. I have nothing against Augustine Carstens, okay? Watching this, he's probably not watching it. They don't care. But, it was a weird coincidence, Yeah. Quant Papa feels as though it was a real thing. So, all right. Let's see here. Great listening to you guys and having side chats too. Oh, you're welcome. We got to have a little bit of balance. It's hard to have a perfect balance where it's like read every comment, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes we get that. X Marks the Spot is here. Shout out to X. Whoever that is. I don't know if that's a child, grandchild, or whatever. Eating a snowflake. Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool picture. It's obviously sentimental to X. So thank you for being here, X. X Marks the Spot, not the scam. All right, let's see here. We're going to read one more comment and kick it back into the... Oh, you like the next impersonation? Oh, well, thank you very much. Well, with that said, we are now going to get into the next part of our coverage tonight. Because I, the resurrected version of Tricky Dick, who has been resurrected through a Filipino ice cube fat-looking dude who loves cake, want to inform you of the next monetary shift. Because back in 1971, I took us off of the gold standard. So let's talk about new standards with Quant, the new standard for blockchain interoperability, by having people like Gilbert Varian creating the ISO TC 307 network and new standards. All right, enough about that. Got to do some fun stuff, right? We're going to kick it back to what we have. Here is the next part of what we have. This is a cool thing. The MNB pilot project. Let's pull this up. This is another representation of what we're talking about in regards to Hungary. We're going to elaborate a little bit more in regards to this. Have to have some fun times, right? All right, let's full screen this. We'll get Channing's take on this as well. Let's take off the branding because it's kind of covering that up. All right, so what is this exactly? Can we elaborate on this? Well, you better believe we can elaborate on it. Back to this whole thing of the central bank from Hungary. The reason why I'm not pronouncing it is because it's kind of hard to pronounce. So we're just going to call it MNB. Pilot project, provide an opportunity for testing within a secure framework focusing on real users. The reason why we're sharing this tonight, right, is understanding where we are positioned in the market for Quant, referencing everything that we shared, just in case you're just tuning in, trying to catch you guys up a little bit, of what Quant could really do from here. We're not even at the BTC halving. I know some people are like, well, you're talking about Quant. What does that have to do with BTC? Understanding money flows that come into the market and understanding previous bull cycles. All right. So, guys, I'm telling you flat out, People have mentioned to me, can we see some example of an actual product that somehow work with, quant when regards to overledger APIs, you name it, to get this all done? Yes. Here's an example. You have this whole thing of retail CBDC pilot student safe app. I know some of you guys don't like some of these terms like, oh God, they're talking about their little safe zones. Well, don't shoot the messenger. Take it as you will. But it points to this CB accounts, general purpose. Do we have like wide accessibility? Yes, bank deposits, even cash. Again, we're not getting rid of cash, but maybe over time where that gets phased out. You know what I mean? Come on, guys. Yeah, debit cards. Did cash get phased out with debit cards? No. So you have all these things. For instance, central bank digital tokens, general purpose. Top parts, central bank reserves and settlement accounts. Central bank digital tokens, wholesale only. Again, that's what is that? That's Roslyn, right? Again, I'll use it again, like a fat kid on cake, right? Private digital tokens, wholesale only. Cross-border CBDCs, Project Dunbar. Remember, whether you're a fan of him or not, I like the guy. I don't know why some of you guys have issues with him. I like this guy. I think he's great. And that is Crypto Lulu, right? Louis Jackson. He did an excellent job covering the whole thing of Project Dunbar. Channing and I covered the whole thing at Enbridge, Quant Papa. But what about wholesale CBDC testing? Right. This is where the BIS comes into play. How do we know that? Well, it's even sourced from the BIS, for crying out loud. So bottom right, you have the source from the BIS and the MMB. The point is this: a money flower, a taxonomy on money. Where do we go from here? Well, let's show you where we're going to go from here by actually showing the actual app. So the name of the app is called Money Museum App. Isn't that kind of weird how they call it that? Now, I know Mike Cornwell is going to see this on his screen. And he's going to say, bro, all you guys, if that's the case, go invest in Elk Finance right now. It literally shows that, well, not financial wise, do what you want. Low market cap sham, if you choose to do so. But it is ironic that they also have the Elk. Showing you the next part of this, and a full screen this one as well. Back to what we're talking about. Why point all of this out? Well, back to the whole thing of Student Safe. So Student Safe 2.0 app makes real money transactions available. How so? Well, many different reasons So for one, you have these examples: dedicated HUF and student coin digital wallets, banks, card top-ups, you name it. Sensitive options for transactions, instant transfer to bank account, QR code payment via instant payment system. Instant payment system? What are we talking about? How can, people say, how can Quant do an instant payment system? It's just a ERC20 token. Have you not paid any attention to any of the presented material research over the course of 2 years? So it's okay if you're new. It's all right. Understand that once you get more into the deeper dive of Quant, you'll understand how it all comes together. It's a big deal, to say the least. So what about these money transfers? What about the request to pay within the system? And so on. And this statement: piggy bank functions, goal-oriented savings. Last part: student safe pilot project is neutral from monetary policy perspective, not interest bearing, no impact on the system level deposits. Well, where is Max really going with this? Well, again, look at this. You have an adult layout, you have a student layout. Again, you have to understand why they made two of these particular, functionalities of this app. Getting to the next slide of why I want to make a point of this is what you're about to see here. And the nice thing about this is understanding this. I remember when I was a kid, guys, my grandma used to tell me, and a lot of you guys as grandmas, moms, and so on, stop wasting your money, save your money. RIP to my grandma up in heaven since 1992, 93. And the point is, while it was a good concept, right? If we were to save our money now in a regular savings account, we'd probably get wrecked due to inflation. But how do we educate our kids, our children, and our children's children about the new monetary system if we don't have real examples of how it's going to work for them? Exactly. Now, if you just tuned in, let's break this down for a second. Let's really get into the concept of mass adoption, and let's get into the concept of why, for example, Hungary is choosing to not only get on board of the whole thing of what they're doing with Quant, right? But saying to themselves, We don't just get the mass adoption and stay there and just say, well, good luck. No, you have to recreate the wheel. When I talk about utility in motion, that darn wheel has to keep turning, does it not? Absolutely has to keep turning. How does it keep turning? Let's give you an example. Look at this for a second. Remember how we mentioned the thing on the top right? We'll get into some of this other stuff. So there's the piggy bank. We'll get into that in a second. I love visualizations. When I used to teach, kids, everybody has different learning levels, right? Like, one kid might be like at the stage for a first grader, second grader. I did fifth and sixth grade. I've done all grade levels, but my last group of kids I taught was fifth and sixth graders. You have certain kids, it's just like they can't identify what you're talking about unless you give them a visualization. I think every kid can identify the concept of a piggy bank. All right. So hear me out on this. The operating platform of the student safe is modular, where individual components can be flexibly changed or exchanged or expanded. Now, this one, I imagine, Penzerantu, that's probably Hungarian, right? And that, MNB, that's what we've been talking about. I apologize. See how it kicks us over, for instance, from an admin interface, student safe, the e-money, and you see this whole like wheel of how it all comes together. I mean, we can get into some of this stuff here in a bit, but my thing is on the right side. This is back to why we referenced the whole thing of, kids and mass adoption and keeping that wheel turning. I mean, to a sense, you don't see a wheel here. It's kind of like the motion of a wheel. So look what it says. This can be used in dedicated web shops, expandable groups. There's the student coin wallet. Guys, I'm telling you flat out, what's so cool about this is, we talk about, like some of you guys mentioned in the comments, and I respect your opinions. This is just a different example. Like Blackwell was mentioned, there's generations of just, creating dumb people and, that snowball effect and, that control and so on, right? And you have to keep in mind, in my opinion, and again, it's just my opinion, don't shoot the messenger. This is how you have economies that are not dumbfounded, where, what have we seen in the past? Like, what's a great example? Like, I won't use this particular country, but like, you see examples of like, hey man, that economy over in such and such country doing really, really well. Like one of the people here tonight, I believe you're from the Netherlands. Here's one thing I've gathered, because I have friends that live in the Netherlands. So I was mentioning this to Mike Cornwall on the phone. I said, in the Netherlands, were you guys aware that part of their curriculum, right, from the time of, I guess, kindergarten, first grade, all the way up to high school, they have to learn 3 languages. What languages? English, Dutch, and, for example, German. Shout out to Kwan Papa. I mean, he's hard on himself. He says his English isn't perfect. Again, understand this. That country, maybe is a particular part of the country where there's more focus on the Dutch culture. Or maybe there's other parts of the country that's more focused on, speaking German. Or maybe you do have instances where it's all 3, right? But again, understanding that if you have a country like Hungary that is instilling a whole thing of, look, I'm telling you to save your money, like grandma's telling you to save your money. It's not to say save your money, because having visualizations of saving your money because now you have an app, kids can identify with an app, especially if it's user friendly, and they can see how their money grows. If anything, maybe even instilling things like, did you earn a yield as a kid? And of course, who's going to help manage that? Obviously the parents and so on. But it educates a country by preparing for the next generation. We talk about a monetary shift. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm pulling up a little bit more about this. Let's go ahead and share this for a second. And I know this is quite the outline tonight. We're going to have to, get into the some other stuff. We can't go like 24 hours. 572 people watching. Apparently, you guys really appreciate the content, and that's very humbling. So you got this whole thing here of the admin interfaces, commercial bank custodian. Again, back to the whole thing of like references to the world's largest asset custodians, your BlackRocks and so on. Yeah. Number of commercial bank partners can be increased. The front end can be integrated into other bank apps. So my thing is this. I want you guys to understand this. Let's talk with Channing for a moment, because we need to. when you hear Larry Fink talk about the tokenization of securities, the tokenization of real world assets, you want to know something else? It's setting up tokenization to not just be of like the physical materialistic things and whatnot. When we talk about our investments, yes, children are the future of the investments because they, through the adoption of what was created, are the next cycle of all that. And that wheel keeps turning. And as a result, you see more money flowing on chain, and it just keeps refilling that cup, and cups become more cups.
It's
And
almost like what they're doing is they're teaching a generation, well, their generation of children financial literacy. Unfortunately, they don't teach us that here in America, but it sounds like they're going to be ahead of the curve in teaching financial literacy because they're giving them the groundworks of, hey, this is a digital wallet. This is this. You can save this. You can invest this, XYZ, blah, 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 so forth and so on at a young age to where they don't have any choice but to transition into that as they get older.
yeah, I mean, that's the way I look at it. And then, and then they take it to the next level. And then it does get to the point where it becomes the norm. Some people feel as though that there might be generations in the future where it's just the norm. I mean, if you think about it, from 1865 even to now, and probably for the next couple of years until we get mass adoption, that was the norm. Cash, to a sense, right? So I mean, 1865, 1965, that's 100 years. Roughly 150 years, that was the norm. I think we go with that, obviously, with the whole thing of Web3. But things are getting crazy. AI will be more advanced. I mean, we don't know what the future is exactly, but we could pay attention to what is presented in front of us and go from there. I will get back into the comments in a little bit. I didn't see a lot, and that's fine, probably because it's a long show. And we want to get to this next part of what we have. So we talked about some of these student layouts, gave you some visualizations, which was cool. And if anything, why we, highlighted all these things, right? So I want to get into this last slide, and then I'm going to share finally a video with you guys for the first time tonight. Let's go ahead and share this. Let's pull it up. And this is this whole thing that we've been mentioning all night long. Guys, thank you so much for being connected tonight. We're still scaling up, just like we talk about blockchain DLT scaling up. 570 on the live show tonight, 522 on X, 48 on YouTube. I don't know what's going on, but wow. Thank you so much. I wish there was a way in which I could just see what's going on exactly like on X. And I just wish they had like a live chat functionality. Again, Elon Musk, man, you got to get that going on. That way we can, recognize that as well. But anyway, let's go ahead and full screen this. Thank you to our brother Channing for, wow, going the distance tonight. Thank you, Channing.
Not a problem.
All right. So it says, as a dedicated platform for NFT non-fungible tokens issuance, it is an innovation opportunity to test blockchain-based technology. Play by completing quizzes, win and collect NFTs, exchange and get missing NFTs. Again, this is a game for kids. Really? This is how we get, no kid wants to do, you're a kid. You're not thinking about this stuff, right? How do you get kids to continue to play with something like that? You got to kind of give them a toy to a sense. So MMB sets the number of NFTs available. NFTs are minted automatically in a new blockchain. So guys, that's tremendous. So like, some people might argue it'd be like, oh my gosh, we're exploiting children. Call it what you want, right? But what's the whole point, like, of encouraging this? Let me come out of the frame for a second. How do we explain this? Here's a way to explain this. For the same reason you would tell your kid, like, before Bitcoin and all this stuff was invented many years ago, not that many years ago, but 2008, 2009, it's just saying, hey, save your money, because now it could be like, hey, save your money because you're going to earn rewards. I mean, think about this, guys. This is where, like, even with video games, you ever notice that the games that do the most well, even the free to play ones, the more you play, the more rewards you get, or the more you rank up, or you play this much often, you could earn a reward that you can use to get a loot box and so on, right? And that incentivizes them to, like, oh man, I could get a coupon discount to buy something, or I save my money for this. Again, it's that incorporating, like, not dismissing all this stuff. So I'm gonna pull it back up. Just give me an example. I think it was a good visual. And if you're wondering where's the quant connection, I'm gonna get into that in a bit. But like it says, transactions recorded in the chain by creating new blocks. I mean, isn't that the kind of like the concept of like what Bitcoin was originally? Annual energy consumption. I think we need to go full frame on this one. Annual energy consumption of the MNB blockchain. You have, the exact score on how much energy you use, 230 phone charges, for instance. But this point of NFTs minted automatically in a new block. Now, why will I mention any of this stuff? Here's why. Remember, if you have been following, if you haven't, it's okay. You can look this all up on your own, because, I mean, we really got into a big outline tonight. Remember QRC 721 and how I mentioned before in the past, it was like at some particular point, you're going to see mass adoption of this. It might not be for the examples of what we see with Solana, where it's just, let's just be honest, a lot of this stuff is JPEGs and so on, and it's just nice little fun little memes and so on. And like the NPR report, even if people are against NPR, the report did mention last year, was it 2022 and 2023, mentioned that 95% of all current NFTs have virtually no value. How would you like to have the one that is the connector to all this with real true mass adoption through the likes of children and so on, or the adults that are paying attention to what their kids are doing? I'm teaching my kids to earn money. Instead of saying, hey, you use this particular blockchain, nothing against Solana, use this particular one, you can mint a nice little emoji or a meme, and that's all it is. But being able to show this example, and let's present it one more time, my God, this example of what? Of being able to say, hey, you can save your money, and you can do what? You can basically set the number of NFTs available by completing quizzes. You can win and collect NFTs, and then they're going to be automatically minted through a new block. They're recorded on chain and new blocks, exchange them. Again, how is this all done? Through the overledger. And how is it done through the overledger? Through QRC 721. And is that just a nothing burger? No, it's not a nothing burger. Why is it not a nothing burger? Because it's literally a standard. So now we're standardizing education. Now we're incentivizing the youth. Now we're taking it to the next level where the gear moves. I would be more excited about that concept to get to mass adoption of that utility-based NFT, because that's a utility-based NFT, than I would be of, oh, that's a cool picture. That shows, I don't know, like a bat wearing sunglasses or something. Like, come on, give me a break.
I look at it like this. As far as the NFTs and things are concerned, think of like concert tickets. Think of all things that will have an NFT associated with it, and or even for the kids, maybe like a Disney show or Nickelodeon show or any of those things will have NFTs associated with it. Literally, what doing is the foundation of when this shift happens or when this happens, they'll already be in place because they'll already be trained how to use it, how to collect it, how to trade it, how to navigate through it, which is quite brilliant. They're literally setting up their young generation for extreme success in this next level of technology. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is totally crazy. We're going to take a brief pause. And, we have a little bit to be continued in regards to this. You're going to see some visuals here in a bit. We're just going to kick it back to the comments for a brief moment and see what you guys have. So let's see here. What do we have? All right. You guys are having a good laugh. All right. People waking up. Yeah, over in Europe and so on, even Asia, right? Mainly Europe, probably. Because, let's face it, I mean, I think like where Quant Papa is, right? Like I think he's like 9 hours ahead of me. So, it'd be about 7:15 a.m. over the Netherlands, give or take. I could be an hour off. All right, let's see here. You guys are having a little exchange of talking to each other. That's cool. I like this comment from Jim. He's glad Hungary is out there leading the way forward. I like QNT even more now. Well, thanks for paying attention, man. I like it when people appreciate the material. I mean, I love that you guys are, talking to your broskies and your sisters and so on in the chat, and that's good. But, as I point out to Tim Shen, he's pointed out to me a few times. He's like, Max, trust me, we are listening. It's just, in the past, I'd be like, guys, come on, are we paying attention? Or are we talking about, what was it? Caroline and Pogo sticks, like what? Anyway, it's a funny joke.
It's the community.
Yeah, you gotta have fun. I mean, some guys getting off work or coming home or I don't know, whatever the case be.
I know it's in the morning like it is here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But you could have left at any time, bro. I'm just saying. I'm on Pacific Standard Time. Little known fact, I'm on Pacific Standard Time. So last Sunday or Saturday, I was on Mountain, but because Phoenix doesn't have daylight savings, then now I'm on Pacific Standard Time. So, anyway, we did talk about that before, Mo. We did a deep outline about that. So, when the show's over, you can either go back and rewind it. I will put up chapters later. You guys got to keep in mind that this is a long show, so it's probably going to take me a good half an hour to set up those chapters. So that's even more time. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know some people appreciate that. They mentioned to me like, man, Max, like you put a lot into this. Guys, it's not just me. I mean, Shane does a lot of hard work. It is a lot of work. And I'm glad that you guys do appreciate it. But you also have to keep in mind, like, even after the show ends, you may think, well, that just ends. It's going in, making chapters. It's not me complaining. It's just that give me time to put those chapters. But if you don't see chapters, you want to jump right into it after the show ends. You can watch the replay, Mo. And we do reference part from Tokenizer that gets into the whole nitty-gritty of price, where we could be. I don't normally do that because that sounds like fluff. But I try to bring you guys tonight. I think Channing can agree on this. I know you're trying to stretch because you got, I know we've been here a while. But we can agree that, wow, it wasn't fluff. We had some solid, we had something solid.
Some substance.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't just the potatoes and vegetables. It was the filet mignon.
Jeez, that sounds so good. I didn't even have dinner, which is bad. I usually don't eat dinner. Although Taco Tuesday, I had dinner. Anyway, X marks the spot. Yeah, I love the show. Thank you, X. Milk not scam. All right, that's funny. All right, let's see here. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I was way further down. My bad. Let's go way further down. Let's read this from the Cool Cat Crypto. I know your name is now Cool Cat Coding, but you're always Cool Cat Crypto to me. You want to know something? I got to tell you this, Cool Cat. I know you're still here. Little known fact about Cool Cat. This is his third time changing his name on the show. Maybe there was another time I just don't know about. First time, Cool Cat was formerly known as Warcat Crypto, different avatar. Then he went Cool Cat Crypto, which you see here, and then now he's Cool Cat Coding. So maybe you think I don't pay attention. I pay attention, dang it. Anyway. All right, 515. Blackwood, you guys rock. You guys all rock. We're a great community. And, why is everybody here? You ever wonder that? Like, you could be totally doing something else. It tells me that you are so excited. Yes, it's not about hype, but it's something about, like, when the research speaks for itself and it kind of hypes itself. Does it not? If you have something that you're invested into, you're like, oh, my God, I can see the light on some of this stuff. And everybody's so, making money and also having something that's better than just working at a job for 40 years at the same company and hoping for a measly retirement. That's one thing, but being able to create wealth, I think everybody's excited about that, right? Absolutely. All right. What we're going to do now is get into the next part of what we have. Let's welcome XRP Maxi. Says boom. Thank you for being here, XRP Maxi. I think I might know who that is. Oh yeah, I know who that is. But thank you. I do appreciate you being here. I am aware that probably at some point you were at the 30-yard line, and then it was a touchdown, Boomer Sooner. So thank you so much. Not saying that you're Boomer Sooner, but you know what I'm talking about. So all right, what we're gonna do now is get into this next part. It is in regards to what we just talked about. We have a video representation of what we're talking about. So this next segment is going to highlight a particular company, and that one is just like what you saw on the thumbnail. And who is that? What is that all about? Why even mention it? Well, it's called UDPN. PN. And, Channing, myself, other guys from the quant community, they call it, I guess we call each other Quamfy. I always wondered about that. I mean, that's what it's called. But we do, in my opinion, we do an excellent job of trying to keep you guys informed. So we probably talked your head off about the RLN. But who are some of the other ones in regards to TradeFi that will bring all this to fruition? The answer is the UDPN. Why did I mention that? Back to the whole thing of Rashid Ajaja, if I pronounce that right, from NXRA. So TradeFi, how does it evolve? Who's connected to that? Check this out. This is good stuff. This is the first video visualization of the day. And let's go ahead and pull that up. If you are brand new to the show, welcoming community here. This is probably going to be one of the longest shows we've ever done. This definitely ranks up there. So we hit the 4-hour and 20-minute mark, going the distance. Why is that? Because we feel extremely bullish on quant and its roadmap of where they're going. AI, referencing the charts, previous all-time highs, giving you actual data instead of fluff. Okay? But shout out to the one and only Fluffy Fluff in the banana hammocks if he watches the replay. All right, let's go ahead and pull this up. This is from David Creer. And why reference him? Well, what I want to show you guys is this thing about UDPN. So this is the next segment for quant. He explains what the UDPN is in 30 seconds. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Thanks for being here. Here we go.
Sure. So the Universal Digital Payments Network, or the UDPN for short, is a network which is looking at the future of finance, basically. So the idea is that we would use the network for the swapping and for the transfers of digital currencies, regulated digital currencies, shall I say. So this is stable coins at this point in time, because there really aren't that many CBDCs that are available. But in the future, it will be for CBDCs primarily, and also supporting some stable coins as well.
In the future, who is connected to that future? That's what I wanted to point out to you and why it's significant. And of course, I'm not going to just end it there. There's no way I'm just going to end it there. Channing, this will be good for you too. I know I didn't link you up on this because I didn't want to overload you with too many links. Let's get into the next visualization for you guys tonight on why it all matters. I have fast forward to a key part of this particular conference. You guys know me. I do this. And so let's go ahead and share this. How long ago was it? I'll show you that with you guys here in a second. But it's this right here. It mentions Digital Euro Association. Okay. This was back in November 28th of 2023. Digital Euro Association had an episode, it's called episode 5, UDPN, launched to support what? The RLN, supported regulated digital currency payments, but basically through things like the RLN. You have, for instance, this episode, it interviews certain people, but Universal Digital Payments Network, UDPN, I apologize, I said RLN, but this is a different thing that incorporates quants. It's a big deal. And I want you guys to see this because it's going to give you an idea of the bigger picture and why we're putting so much emphasis on quant tonight. So you're going to see this guy. His name is Tim Bailey. And basically speaking, he is the vice president of global business and operations, which is, with Red Date Technology. If you choose to nerd it out, look into him. In fact, I might be able to give you a brief preview for a second. But he is kind of a big deal. And I don't know, why is that not loading up? Hold on a second. Let me see. Let's see if I just load that up on a different tab. Oh, no, it's not going to do it. So let's go to the site. Actually, it might. Hold on a second. All right, LinkedIn. It might prompt me something. Aha! Okay. Why share this? Boom. Here's your thing. Okay. This is juicy. Okay. Tim Bailey, vice president of what? Global business operations. And look what's referenced again. Hong Kong. You ever notice something very interesting here, Channing? Hong Kong is going gangbusters, are they not, for Web3?
Absolutely, actually.
Yeah, especially like what the whole thing of Jasmy. So that was big. So we're gonna get into this. Okay, we're definitely gonna get into this, and I thought I'd at least show you that. So let's go ahead and jump back, and let's go ahead and play this because yes, the UDPN launched to support regulated digital currency payments. What is this all about? Listen to what he has to say. This is in regards to the model technical solution presentation. But yes, look at what also mentions here before we play it. Hold on, let me full screen it. Mentions UDPN allows any entity to initiate transfer and swaps. Back to that 3-second example of digital currency, such as regulated stablecoins, CBDCs for cross-border payments. But again, where we take it in the future for CBDCs, UDPN does not serve end users directly, rather originates payments through IT systems, solving the challenge of interoperability. Okay, good. Again, quant, and you're going to find out why that is here in a second. Last part, UDPN is a decentralized governance environment that supports third-party smart contracts application deployment. That is the definition of quant, and the execution for value-added financial payment-related services. Did I just reference something that says quant without saying quant? Yes, but can I actually show you some more? Absolutely. We're going to play this. Here we go. Thank you so much for being here. 580. Let's get up to 600. That'd be amazing. Here we go.
Members. The other thing that is unique about the UDPN is that when you look at legacy payment networks or payment messaging networks, mostly what they do is they transmit data from bank A to bank B to bank C. The UDPN is unique in that it has an application layer or a runtime layer that enables a bank or a payment service provider or any type of business to deploy their own smart contract-based value-added services. So imagine, a bank that wants to deploy their own foreign exchange smart contract-based service or a cross-institutional KYC based service. So
if you've been injured in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead.
Deploy their own smart contract-based value-added services. So imagine, a bank that wants to deploy their own foreign exchange smart contract-based service or a cross-institutional KYC based service. So we think that one of the things that's important about the UDPN and really valuable for the industry is it provides a platform for innovation for banks and other players to bring new ideas and new services to be able to execute over the UDPN. Next, Stefan. So this is a simple diagram of the UDPN architecture. What you have on the right side are transaction nodes, and transaction nodes would be operated by central banks or regulated stablecoin operators. And so transaction nodes would be customized to the unique technologies or unique requirements of each central bank digital currency or regulated stablecoin. So think of a transaction node as the way that digital currencies are onboarded onto the UDPN. On the left-hand side, you have what we call business nodes. And so business nodes would be operated by commercial banks, payment service providers, really, any type of enterprise. And think of the business node as the gateway to all of the digital currencies that have been onboarded onto the UDPN. So that kind of middle layer where you have the UDPN network and the application layer are the blockchain portion of the network. So actually the transaction nodes and the business nodes are actually off-chain. for security reasons. So the blockchain layer is what we have in the center there. Each member of the UDPN alliance would operate a validator node in the network. And there's also a read-only transaction audit and reporting nodes that can be operated by regulators like central banks in order to do transaction audit and reporting on their specific currencies. The top layer, or the application layer, is what I was referring to earlier in my earlier slide, where there will be a set of UDPN kind of basic official services for basic functions like transfer, swap, DID. And then that red box is where other companies, third parties, banks are able to deploy their own smart contract-based value-added services to perform functions that they think will bring value to their customers. So we think that that's one of the aspects of that we've thought a lot about when we designed the UDPN is enabling having an innovation layer where others in the industry could bring new ideas and innovate and bring new services.
That should say it all. You finally have an example from somebody that's part of the bigger picture, literally explaining everything that we were hoping that Quant would do through an actual person, giving the examples. This is why we bring you all this deep dive content. You know, it's understanding. It's not like, and there's no knock on anybody else out there, right? But it's not just giving fluff. It's saying, look, who is this? And they're connected to who? And they do what? And this is tied in Overledger, and then Overledger is enabling this particular country or central bank of this country do this, and these guys are part of that. And it's just like, yes, that's where interoperability all comes through. And how much is that going to be worth? When you talk about mass adoption, if you truly understand mass adoption and the technology is tied into it, then all these people, they're like, oh, Quant's not really moving. You know, it's up a couple bucks. Or recently, oh, wow, you know, it's up to almost $140. I'm not into Quant for $140. I'm not into Quant for $200, $500, $1,000. Maybe some of you guys are, and that's fine. I'm into it for absolutely life-changing generational wealth because I understand the greater, bigger picture of things. Channing, a lot of the guys from the
Absolutely.
You know, the Quamphy fans, the same goes. Yes. Yeah. So what did you think with that so far? I mean, to have somebody from the, you know, the what's it called? All these terminology, UDPN, to actually share that in a conference. So glad somebody recorded that.
It's crazy. It's too many acronyms, but
there is too many acronyms. I totally agree.
But it's
right.
crazy. But it also it gives you, I'm not gonna say hope, but it does almost a little bit of hopium for the future. Like, wow, it's not just us thinking these things. These things are actually happening. These foundations that we talk about being laid are actually laid and being built on top of, which is actually pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. Guys, I know it sounds nuts, but all we need, if you really love the content, you know, because apparently a lot of people on X do, and shout out to the OGs watching on YouTube, we just need 15 more people, 15, and we will have ticked up to 600. I mean, that's just absolute. I can't believe it. I mean, you know, I can't believe it's not butter spray, but you know, that's a joke anyway. But I just think it's nuts. All right, I have to admit, pretty excited. Thank you so much for all those who tuned in. We're gonna read some comments from YouTube. Yes, we respect, you know, our OG crowd. And let's see here. It is from XRP Maxi. Oh, okay. Score. Oh, you did. Nice. Cool Cat Coding. Cat just now catching second wind. Okay, cool. Shinny or is it Shinny or Shiny? Let us know in the comments how to pronounce it. Says, let's go. Thank you so much. And we must now talk about badgers. Oh, interesting. You know, one thing I love are otters. You know, I consider them like a water dog. They're the most adorable, cutest. I never seen one in person, but I know, I guess apparently they smell, probably because they get wet all the time. But if you ever seen like a video on an otter, oh man, you're gonna be hooked. They're the sweetest looking things, man. Who knows? I know. I guess they're hard to keep as pets, but I saw a few people that have them or have the licenses online. They're cool. They're super cute. William, I'm beginning to visualize Web3 and it's mind expanding. Wow, thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being here, William. William, you've been coming here quite a bit, and I do appreciate you. Apparently, you were into Shinobi, and so this is like the V3. I wondered about it because I was like, what the heck is this alien form? I was like, it was in my Coinbase wallet. I'm like, what the heck is that? And then I researched it more. I'm like, oh, so that's what happened to Shinobi. They're now alien form. So little known fact, but thank you for being here, William. Appreciate you. And Shinny Goo. Oh, so is it Shinny or is it Shiny Goo? You know what I mean? Let me know. All right, Blackwood. I want a marmot. Oh, those are super cool too. I agree. Yep, they are like they look like a giant version of like a cross between like a beaver and a hamster or whatever. Anyway, speaking of hamster, we should check in to see how that thing is doing. You know how I was talking about Hamstar earlier? I'm just kind of curious. How the heck is that thing doing right now? If it went to the moon again or whatever, I'm gonna be like crapping pancakes for the next 2 weeks. Not really. That's a bad thing to say. You know what I mean? My dad used to call it ishing bricks, right? Had a pullback down to slightly below 5. Okay. Well, still, big things happening. I mean, you know, the thing was under a freaking penny, and you know, it's like $5. Let's see where we're at on that. I don't know. I get excited. You mean that's a meme token? It's like has no utility, right? But the whole idea that this thing out of nowhere since last Monday or whatever was able to even go to $2. Shoot, this thing went to over $8. Does it become the first ever $1,000 meme token? I don't know. I would say do more of your own research, but I mean, in reality, there's no use function, but interesting. 333,000 of these. That's it. That is it. All right. Okay, I might pronounce it right this time. So you say how you pronounce it is shiny goo. Shiny goo. Okay. Well, literally it says it. You're probably like, what the heck, Max? It literally says it. My bad. Shiny goo. I will remember that. Shiny goo. I promise you I'll remember that. I really do appreciate it. You've been tuning in a lot. You're very welcome. Very welcome. Call me X marks the spot. You don't want me to call you X? You want me to just call you X marks the spot? Okay, I could do that too. All right, I do appreciate you guys. I love the idea that we see, well, I would say females, but in reality, you may not even be a female X marks the spot. But whatever the case be. All right, what we're going to do now is close out some of these tabs, share some of that with you. So we have more to elaborate on the UDPN. And, you know, as you guys saw, you know, when I do the quant chopped up videos, probably going to be a whole slew of videos because you saw a whole bunch with Stellar. You know, today was, you saw a bunch of Stellar. Like, my God, there's some people pointing like, my God, you dropped 4 Stellar videos in one day. Well, yeah. I'm also trying not to do where it's just, you know, hey, here's 2 hours of deep dive and then, you know, no subs and so on. You got to make it worthwhile, right? So what we're going to do now, and if you're wondering what Channing is doing there, he has a couple dogs. You want to take a pause, just kind of share that real quick, take a little somewhat of a break. You want to share that? So we can't hear you, buddy, but I was going to say he has a couple fun-loving dogs. He's got, what is it, your parrot? Or not parrot, Isis, right?
Isis and
the red one.
Yep. The red one is Isis.
They're all named after, like, I know it's an Egyptian theme.
Yep. His name is Anubis, and I have a Horus, and I have a Pharaoh, and I have my tortoise name is Osiris.
That's cool, man.
So yeah.
All right, very cool stuff. And then we'll give obviously Channing a plug here in a bit as well. Hold on, I'm an old guy. That's my daughter. Oh, will you clarify that? That's cool.
Okay.
So, X marks the spot. Do you still just want to be called X marks the spot? And don't and just let me know. Max, I don't like you call me X. if you just want to be called X marks the spot, like it says, I literally did type that. I will make sure I always say it just X marks the spot. I always want to respect people what they want to be called. Want to know why? Because my actual first name, which I don't fully dox myself, Max is my nickname. Little known fact, okay? But my real first name, everybody gets it wrong since I was in kindergarten. All right, and it drives me crazy. All right, that's why it's just so much easier for you guys to call me Max. You know what I mean? But I do have friends in real life that call me Max. So little known fact, don't be like, oh well, what the heck? You're not Max? Well, I have friends that have been calling me Max since the year, what was it, 2022? I think it was. I don't know. So when DPG first started. So it is my nickname. So that is a fact. All right, call me anything you want, Max. Okay. Well, either do X marks the spot or just X. But anyway, Patrick, glad to have you here. Let's get into the coverage. Okay, so we talked about the whole thing of UDPN, right? And basically speaking, is there a lot more to it than that? Well, of course. But let's talk about this for a second. You saw in a thumbnail the whole thing of XRP, did you not? Yes, you did. What I'm trying to bring up to you guys, and I'll maybe use this as a marker. Okay, this might help me out a little bit later. So I'm just going to leave it up there for a second. It just kind of helps when I go through the replay. All right. I want you guys to understand, when you hear these terms, this is no dog on XRP. Of course not. QNT XRP are my tie for my number ones. Why is that? I want you guys to understand there is some things mentioned here about a new solution for interoperability, and you're going to hear this layout, and some people that just tune in and then they tune out be like, oh, I saw this guy mention how XRP is not even going to be used. I don't even need XRP. You need to listen to the whole thing. So here's how it all comes together. Remember how we mentioned ISO 222, and we mentioned the whole thing of ISO TC 307 complementing that whole thing? Can I give you an example of that? Here's an example of all that. So let's go ahead and play that or show it to you. This is from January 23rd of 2023. It's valid more than ever. Why would it be valid more than ever? Well, you see a thing that says a game changer for cross-border payments. Could UDPN, like we were talking about tonight, make XRP obsolete? There's a new solution to facilitate interoperability between central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, and regulated stablecoins was unveiled, at least then, right? January of 2023, unveiled at the World Economic Forum at Davos. But what's interesting is what you see here. Table of contents. What is UDPN? We talked about that. We already know what it is. What's the potential use case of UDPN? We gave you the example in the video. Could UDPN make Ripple obsolete? I'm going to go with no. I'll show you why. But if anything, Hyperledger, blockchain integration, interoperability framework, Hyperledger Cactus, UDPN and Ripple's XRP could coexist. Again, that's why it's going to be solidified here in a second. So what does UDPN aim to do? We already mentioned that, but I want to share this part. It's interesting that they mention what is quant, right? So I'm going to get to this part. Could UDPN, and let's blow this up a little bit more because I know it might be kind of hard to see. All right. Could UDPN, oh, I got to get to that part because when I zoom in, it kind of makes it all weird. So that bell is covering it up too much. I guess we'll just do it like this. All right. All right. Where is this part? My bad. We'll get through. I'll just read it to you because otherwise, if I focus too much on that little bell thing, it's going to ruin the outline. And we don't want that to ruin the outline, do we? All right. So could UDPN make Ripple's XRP obsolete? That's a great question. I don't want you guys who are in XRP to ever feel like you got to get out of XRP and become a quant maxi because of this. Heck no. We previously wrote, excuse me, about the potential of XRP to be used as a global bridge currency, facilitating cross-border transactions, interoperability between CBDCs, stablecoins, and so on. While UDPN is not the first platform that aims to be the solution for digital currency, CBDCs, stablecoin interoperability, it has garnered a significant amount of attention since it was unveiled at the World Economic Forum last, January of last year. Potentially because of its perceived influence at the World Economic Forum when it comes to influencing policy. Taking a look at some of the potential use cases of UDPN would be tested for one, it could certainly question whether this platform will become a direct competitor for XRP or in time make XRP's cross-border use case obsolete together. So again, don't get flooded out of this. This is not to create FUD. It's just pointing out something because I've seen people on X, Crypto X, saying, oh, you don't need XRP. It's just quant all the way. Guys, misinformation sometimes gets spread like wildfire to fit somebody's narrative because, again, this is why Channing and I were mentioning earlier. Go back to the example of Chainlink and Quant. Remember, if you're just tuning in, Rashid Ajaja from NXRA kind of squashed that with his own research. What kind of impact does this make on XRP? Well, like I said, it's possible that UDPN could have an impact on the adoption of usage of Ripple and XRP for cross-border transactions. The UDPN is designed to facilitate interoperability between CBDCs, stablecoins, and aims to provide a common standard. Look at that. For messaging across different digital currency systems. This could potentially make it easier for financial institutions to conduct cross-border transactions using CBDCs and stablecoins rather than using XRP as a bridge currency. Now, we have to pause there. Okay, let's come back. And if anything, as soon as Channy comes back, we'll bring him back in. I want you guys to understand this. Okay. Oh, he's back. All right, so add him to the stage. So my thing, and Channing, I know you just missed this part. Let me go ahead and unmute you. I'll mute you right now so you can speak. So where you're going to catch up on this, Channing, is remember we talked about ISO. Oh, you were here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yes, ISO 222. This notion, and people point this out. I don't need XRP, or I don't need anything ISO 222. I could just go with Quant. ISO TC 307. That standard, the Quant network standard, like it says here, a common standard for messaging across different digital currency systems. It's not that we're saying to hell with ISO 222. It's recognizing that ISO TC 307, the Quant network standard, will work with this. It will dramatically complement it. Elaborate on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying it couples it. Like I look at it like this: the ISO 222 is more so for the money aspect of Web3, and TC 307 is Web3 in general, if that makes sense. And you can't have one without the other. It's like having society without central banks. It doesn't work in today's time.
Right. Well, that's a good example. So I wanted to highlight that. Getting back into the frame or out of the frame, we're getting into this part. So again, misinformation, you guys. This is why we do the deep dive on some of this stuff, because there's a lot of, the whole thing of crypto tribalism and trying to make this thing like a, like a fraternity system, or football teams, your project is against this and I'm just rooting for this. And it's just all about me and what I'm invested into. I'm rooting for everybody's success. I'm not like that, but some people are. I get it. Let's squash the FUD a little bit. Let's jump down to this part. So we know about Ripple's XRP. We know about some of the, the things that they do, but this statement, it is important to note that the UDPN and Ripple's XRP serve different purposes. Please listen to this, just in case if you've seen some people on X trying to beat their chest, like, oh, we don't need XRP. I mean, I'm not saying the QNT people really do this. They really don't. But there is some misinformation being put out there. So they do serve different purposes, UDPN and Ripple. UDPN is focused on providing infrastructure for cross-border transactions between different digital currencies, whereas Ripple's focus is on providing a global settlement network and a suite of software solutions that enable faster, cheaper, more efficient cross-border transactions, of course, using XRP as a bridge currency. Ripple's tech is already being used by financial institutions, true, but we don't have that massive flip of the switch moment of, mass adoption. But I think all these guys sit at the big table. So, used by financial institutions who are using XRP and Ripple's on-demand liquidity, which is ODL, to make cross-border transactions cheaper and faster. The UDPN is still undergoing testing, development. That was back in 2023. Again, where are we at now, guys? I'm telling you flat out, Quant could very well have its own version of a flip of a switch. Now, you may be thinking, well, great. You just gave me another example to buy more Quant instead of XRP. No, I'm not trying to do that. But look what it says. Testing developed. Unclear whether the technology would be adopted in masses by institutions. Wrong. We got the update. That's what we shared with you earlier. That being said, it appears that the two of the world's most top financial institutions will be testing UDPN's capabilities. You've already seen the capabilities. All right. Let's squash that, the whole thing of that. So here's this other part. Even though it mentions Ripple, you should also look at it from the perspective of what about other ones tied to ISO 222? What about like Stellar? Can Quant with Overledger with ISO TC307 complement the likes of even Stellar or other ISOs? The answer is yes. How's the answer? Yes. Look at this. It's also possible that UDPN and Ripple could complement each other. UDPN could potentially provide regulated infrastructure for cross-border transactions, while Ripple's XRP could be used as a way to facilitate these transactions faster, cheaper, more efficient. Ultimately, it will depend on the adoption of each network and how they interact. Again, guys, XRP is not moving. It only moves a little bit. These guys talking about, 589, 1,000. I don't know what they're talking about. Again, Olympic-sized swimming pools. Are they filled with, gushing with water or gushing with on-demand liquidity? Are you in the shallow end? Is your feet even wet? You get the analogies I'm making? Yes, I think you do. Look at this. How will interact with each other, with other financial institutions and payment providers. Look at this statement. As mentioned, UDPN and Ripple are not the only ones trying to find solutions. Yes, you see Quant there. We'll get to that in a second. Not only ones trying to find solutions for the interoperability of various digital currencies and tokenized assets. Learn more, right? We are. And look at this. What is Quant Network? Is Quant Network the key to connecting blockchain in a multi-chain world? I think the answer is obviously yes. And it takes you to this. And we know about Quant Network. All right. So the bottom line is understanding the concept of how it all works together, but giving you actual examples. And the key thing is, and I guess they're mad at me now because they're like, hey, you can't just keep using this for free. And I understand. They got to make their money too. But my thing for you all is we want examples. We could talk your head off about the RLN. We already did that. We could talk your head off about how, whether you want to agree with BSV or not, it's like Terra, for instance, huge, absolutely massive. Even if you guys think that CSW is a charlatan, being able to get reports of 2 million TPS, 2 million plus TPS, that's worth pointing out. That's technology. Visa, MasterCard, getting on board with some of that stuff. This is not about BSV tonight. But my key thing is recognizing the tech. Why would they want to get involved with that tech? Okay? Because they want to scale. Quant sits at the table as far as scalability too through the RLN because of the M10, 1 million TPS. So again, I understand that BSV can do billions and in the future trillions, but I'm talking about comparing what we have right now, and who sits at the table as far as the partnerships, the central banks, and so on, those connectors, why they're so important. So UDPN is a big deal just as much as RLN is a big deal because now you understand how it all comes together because you have actual examples and you actually have interviews from real people that are behind the scenes that verify some of these things. So what I want to get into now is, I want to hear from Channing. Sorry about dominating the conversation. It's not intentional. Let me unmute you, my friend. Sorry about that. And maybe on your end, you just need to unmute yourself. So there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah. No.
The UDPN.
Yeah, no, I know that last part was a lot, but it just shows you that there's multiple different hands in the pot trying to make this thing work. You know what I'm saying? From the RLN to the UDPN, it kind of sort of seems like they touch base on the same things and then they're different in certain ways. as well. But then also that paper also talked about quant and talked about, you know, nobody brings interoperability like quant does. But that's the reason why everyone is working with them, because they realize that no one is doing what they're doing in this space. No one. And again, like I said in some of my videos before, it's not a blockchain. It's a blockchain operating system, the first and only of its kind in existence. That is major. And to know that not only that, but you have governments and central banks and major corporations also utilizing this first and only of its kind system, that does nothing but bring value to it. You know, like I said in one of my lives, you know, I don't care about footers. I don't care if footers don't see value when the Bank of International Settlement sees value, and the Bank of England sees value, and the Bank of Canada sees value, and the Federal Reserve sees value. You know, I don't care about them when the Hong Kong Monetary Authority sees value. I don't care about people on Twitter not seeing value in, you know, this project when you have the largest players like BlackRock that sees value, Citi sees value, Clifford Chance sees value. I mean, we talking trillions of dollars utilizing Overledger in some way or another, you know. So I look at them through their eyes as far as the value of what Overledger is bringing, and that's why they're coupling themselves with it, because they know money follows money, and when Overledger gets value, that means that it will trickle down to where however they're utilizing it in their organization, whether it's tokenization, whether it's CBDCs, whether it's scalability, or whatever the case may be. It's going to bring that company or blockchain or whatever even more value because of the tie to Overledger, because it makes them do something that they can't do without them, which is interoperability. Talk to anything on any platform, anywhere, instantly.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. And back to the example about what you're mentioning, you know, talking to each other, or you know, you're saying, forget the whole narrative on X, right? Twitter. Well, speaking of X, Twitter, you guys rock. Okay, biggest show ever in the history of this channel, or even before that. 612. I just went down to 611.
It's all right, though.
612. My God.
That's amazing.
39 on the YouTube, 572 on the X platform. And guys, if anything, can we talk about this for a second? This had nothing. Some people say that had nothing to do with crypto. I want you to hear this. So Elon Musk creating, obviously expanding this platform of X. He wants to create the all-in-one,
Yep.
you know, like the everything app.
One-stop shop.
One-stop shop. Think about this for a second. I mean, you're witnessing a little bit of a taste of history here. So I'm a small channel. I understand that, compared to like ones that have hundreds of thousands of millions of people watching and so on. With subs like Paul Barron Network, and there's Coin Bureau. I mean, some big, huge names out there, right? My thing is this: recognize this on YouTube. Okay, 39 people watching. Now I love you guys. You guys are the OGs. Okay, you were here before we blasted off on X. My key takeaway for you is this: understanding this one simple concept. 41 people watching here, 575 on X, and you have to keep in mind, my God, where are most of the people at? They're on X. So again, I'm just one small example. So I do think, obviously, more people prefer the X platform. What would it be compared to Facebook? I don't know. I mean, I never tried to do live shows from Facebook, but it's obvious to me that this platform X is huge. You know, mass adoption, right?
Gilbert wouldn't be mentioning X, and Gilbert calling it a payment, you know, a payment institution or whatever he excuse me, framed it when he was speaking of X. He wouldn't say that for no reason. You know what I'm saying? There's been some things talked about and some closed door deals being made, even in regards to the structure and restructure of what X is and what is going to be. And like you saying, tapping into X, a lot of people tap into X just for their regular everyday news. They don't even watch the regular news no more. You know what I'm saying? Because it's becoming a more safe, trusted community of information.
Yeah, and that's another thing that's really interesting. I will use this analogy. So, do you guys ever seen X advertised?
No.
You don't see no commercials for X, do you? You see I guess you can say, sometimes you see some things from Meta, right?
Yeah, I actually.
A little bit, yeah. You know, we use this example, and we're not to the Jasmy segment yet. And again, brother Channing, like, if you ever have to go, you don't have to feel me bad. It make me feel bad. I understand it because we're coming up on 5 hours, and I will continue because my attitude is, I'm so incredibly bullish. It's one thing to get excited about when you see your portfolio explode. I shared some of the screenshots with you, but my thing was, it does get exciting. It's something about, like, after you hit 100K, it's like, geez, man, if I do a 10K from here,
That's
it's
a
like,
million.
$1 million
It's a
bucks. What
million.
happens from
Yeah,
there? And then
that's
it's
right.
just like, it's a lot to be excited about, right?
Absolutely.
A lot of people here, have a different case, or maybe you don't have portfolios. It's not a what measuring contest, but with me and Mike Cornwell, it is. Anyway, sorry, bad joke. But we always kind of joke around like that. But my main key thing is understanding that we are excited about this because we understand this is where it's at. You're not going to get gains like this in stocks. I mean, unless you got into like Tesla early or Microsoft
Right.
and so on.
That's my point. Yeah.
And people see the explosion of their portfolios, and it's just like, why is that? And what tells me is the reason why there's like 622 people right now connected and watching this is because they're done with fluff. They want to understand what they're invested into. And if anything, they appreciate the content. And guys, I appreciate you guys even being here. So I just wanted to recognize that real quick. We are now going to, and again, tell me, Channing, are you still down for being here? I want to respect your time.
I can hang around a little longer. It's 2:00 here. I can hang around a little longer.
You can? Okay. All right. I want to give you a plug. We're going to give you a plug here in a bit too. So I want to now get into this next part. Okay. This is only 3 minutes, a little bit more on UDPN. Okay. So you guys may think this is ultimate deep dive UDPN. Guys, I'm telling you flat out, you got to understand the whole thing of UDPN. Because when we talk about mass adoption, I want to give you guys examples of mass adoption. You know how many people are going to watch this? There's always going to be this one particular guy going to be like, like this one guy said last week or 2 weeks ago. He says he was literally like laughing at me, and it's okay. I got thick skin. He was just like, Pepe, larger market cap than QNT. Shin, all these ones got way larger market cap. You're focused on
Wine.
just right now. You're not focused. You haven't done proper research. Nothing against that guy. My thing is this. Yeah, go ahead.
I was getting ready to say, and nothing against either one of those projects. What I'm getting ready to say. Let's see how many of them last after regulations, because you have to pay to play. And most of them don't have the money to pay to play. They don't even have teams behind them to even get the capital up to pay off every government for regulation. You better ask Binance, $4.4 billion.
Yeah, this is where I will agree to disagree with you, my friend. All right. I know about love and respect for you. I think the Cokes and Pepsis, like the Shivs, I think they stay around, even if they get slapped with them. Well, I'm saying even if they get slapped with a regulation, let's say there's some law passes or something that says, meme coins that has no utility, boom, gone. I mean, yeah, they're going to put up a fight. The Shiv team has tons of access to raising capital super quick and so on. So, I mean, that's another thing. But, I mean, come on, man. AAA developers from former Call of Duty guys, anyway, it's cool.
Yeah.
What I want to get into is not a discussion about that. But what I want to point out is, guys, the concept of mass adoption. This is what I'm sharing with you guys. So UDPN is a perfect example how we get to the road of mass adoption. This is what people, it's like enough about the whole thing of partnerships and so on. Do we have examples of mass adoption? The examples are here from beginning to end. And here is only a 3-minute segment. This was just last month, actually just a few weeks ago. Okay, guys, just a few weeks ago. Because sometimes people point out, Max, you do a lot of the history. I need some more of the present. Okay, here's some of the present. Look at this. This is good. I don't know if I linked you up on this. Probably I didn't, but it's okay. For the research, because I gave you too much, Channing, and I understand. So what's it say here, guys? It says, no, it's fine. UDPN, interoperable payment infrastructure for the digital currencies of tomorrow. The digital currencies of tomorrow. Oh, is this what Maximus is talking about? Yes, this is what I'm talking about. The digital currencies tomorrow, because Quant is connected to the digital currencies of tomorrow, because it's literally the plumbing of it all. Don't get it twisted, guys. If you just connected to this whole thing, please understand you got into cryptocurrency for a reason. And if anything, if you were like me, it's because you had the hope and prayer that there would be something out there that would be maybe worth more than BTC. And I know we get tunnel vision. We see those prices of BTC, 73, 74K, and you're like, oh my God. But don't get twisted. Don't get blindsided by the numbers. If you understand market cap, if you understand like how many X's it can do, a 2X from if a person just came to BTC right now, let's say it's like, this is rounded off, Channing, 74K. A 2X, let's say it was at 70K. A 2X is 140K. That's just a 2X. How many projects in our portfolio have done 5Xs, 10Xs? How about Relio? 14X. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Understanding there's an emphasis on knowing what you have based off of tokenomics, based off a lot of things. A lot of people keep, especially the retail narrative, people are fresh off the boat of Robinhood. They look at it. I'm guilty of it too. Yeah. Same here, right? You look at the price and you say to yourself, I want to get into that. That's the big price. Not understanding you don't want to buy the top of the mountain.
Exactly.
Know? Anyway, here's the point I want to get into.
Go ahead. The base.
Yes. The point is when you see things like this, because this gives you an idea of actual true mass adoption, interoperable payment infrastructure for the digital currencies of tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Through what? UDPN, a universal digital payments network, and to have the whole thing tied into Quant because they are the blockchain standard for building on blockchain, like as Channing has pointed out, and many others. So we're going to play this. This is 3 minutes. This kind of sums it up to a sense of why we point out so many things. And do you think we're just going to end it there? No, I'm not going to end it there. And again, it's up to Channing if he wants to stick it out. But guys, remember how we mentioned the whole thing of MasterCard a while back with Quant? Would you like to have an example about Visa? I'm telling you flat out, that's why I went all out tonight with Quant. I am so bullish on Quant. I can't stop talking about it. Some people said, all you talk about is Jasmy. How come you don't talk about Quant? Well, I freaking talked about Quant tonight, right? And thank you to Channing being here. He talks about Quant all the freaking time. So let's go, as the saying goes. Let's have, it says second wind. Let's have third wind, okay? Third wind. Let's get into this. Let the research speak for itself. Again, just provide you stuff. It may seem like I'm hyped up. I'm excited. Who isn't excited about their portfolios at this particular point? If you've been in this game for, like myself, a couple bull runs, you are very excited because you understand this concept of Web3. We're not in Web3 yet. We're still in Web 2 technically, like a Web 2.5 or whatever the case be. We are really getting closer to that Web 3 thing. So what is this? Stay tuned. Let's go ahead and play this. I think it's a big deal. I think a lot of you guys think it's a big deal. Here we go. Sorry about the commercial.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI.
It has been such a meaningful couple of days at Davos. And the collaboration that we've seen really is a testament to the theme of World Economic Forum in Davos for 2023. Today is really about learning not only how modern finance is evolving, but what are the support rails that we are seeing for CBDCs. And it was truly incredible to see the innovations that the central bank governors that are involved with the CBD projects from around the globe.
After 18 months of work, we are very, very proud to announce the launch of the Universal Digital Payment Network, UDPN, today, an infrastructure to foster collaboration in a fragmented world. The vision is a global payments messaging network for digital currencies.
A piece of infrastructure like UDPN is the first step into the new world where you have to cope with multi-tokens, multi-channels, always including the traditional ones, and have to connect to the traditional world. And you have to tackle it somehow from a pure tech infrastructure point of view to be ready for the future. And I think there UDPN is a pretty good step forward.
We're seeing the ability here to validate the capabilities of the UDPN, how to onboard and define counterparties, and connect these institutions to each other and really validate the supporting business processes.
UDPN represent a very promising approach to handling one of the key issues around digital currencies or tokens, which is interoperability. So we believe something like a UDPN is one of a key layer of the ultimate solutions.
And also they have lined up a lot of promising partners, including the banks, all the partners here.
How this technology is ready for implementation. And I love seeing the use cases that UDPN is going to market with, because these are the next stage as we move forward.
We see that there's a lot of investment from central banks. We could create a product that was fairer for everybody, that everybody could use, to be able to interchange and swap digital currencies, and then build on top of that with extra use cases like the one there are now.
We have a shared vision that the future of money is digital, but there needs to be an infrastructure that enables the interoperability of that, and also an infrastructure that enables people from around the industry, whether it's financial institutions, governments, technology companies, to be able to contribute to that and shape it.
So UDPN will foster effectively the collaboration, because it'll be a transparent and secure platform, and it will be there just clearly for cross-border payments. It's here, ready, and now. We have the sandbox. Use it, take advantage of it, participate.
Okay. So the way I look at it is, listen to this for a second, all right? I know we have a super chat come through, and we're going to get into that in a second. So the reason why I want to point that out, in the video, did you guys notice the guy that we were talking about earlier? His name is Tim Bailey, Red Date. And he was in that interview from UDPN. So he, again, was referenced again. Who do we also have there, Channing? We had Standard Chartered. They're real big on not just QNT, but like XRP and so on. You had HSBC, you had Hyperledger, and some of these other examples. So it wasn't just me showing, hey, Tim Bailey, Red Date. Your thoughts?
The names and organizations just kept coming. I was reading people's titles. I was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. This is almost like the RLM, but it's like the RLM for like the Asia side of the world.
That's the best analogy you made tonight. Great example. I love it. Yes, thank you. I couldn't get the words for that. That was great. Boom. Yeah. It is for Asia. And that's why we referenced the whole thing of Hong Kong. So again, guys, understand the industry players. We saw first with Jasmy, which is wow. And I think we're going to see another big thing with Jasmy. But again, Quant gets it too, and they already positioned themselves. And that's absolutely massive. And I'm glad that we pointed that out. The next part that we'll get into is in regard to ODAP and Visa. And of course, if you guys want proof about Gilbert Verdian and Quant, screenshots, or it didn't happen, right? Quant Papa is so right about this. Before we get back into the comments, he pointed out to me, CryptoX, you'll start seeing institutions not post as much. Not saying that like Stellar and stuff like that won't post. I mean, because those are, blockchain DLT, but it's the bigger players. So the bigger players that are like, obviously like something like the BIS and whatnot, and this other one we're going to reference, they don't really post a lot on X, but where they've been posting like a lot like crazy is on, for instance,
LinkedIn.
What is it right here? Yeah, LinkedIn. Yeah. And it's like, why would that be? Because they understand, I think, that from a retail side, I know that sounds nuts. There's not a lot of people going there, but they talk a lot over there. It's kind of like their own platform from an institutional side of things. I always think that's so weird. Paul Papa pointed that out. He is so right. You really want to get the real updates, the juicy stuff, you have to go there. As a result, I do go there. Part of my utility tool belt. X, Reddit, a little bit of Quora. I know some people criticize Quora, but yes. And then on top of that, was it LinkedIn? Yeah, it's unbelievable. So we're going to take a pause on that. I know it's a lot to get into. The next segment of the night, I'm telling you flat out, this is like Quant Show / Jasmy. We'll get to Jasmy, but the icing on the cake is the last particular slide from Embridge. But my thing is, I want you guys to, see some of this stuff, because it's one thing to mention it. And then if there's another thing like the breakout for Quant, breaking that resistance level where, it's like we have to get to this mark and we have to hold that because this represents what happened in the previous bull cycle, and finally referencing that. That's why I put so much emphasis on all this stuff, because some people pointed out like accumulation phase. Am I running out of time? Man, you may very well be when it comes to low quant prices. And I know some people are like, low quant prices, I ain't paying over $100. Those days may very well be gone now.
Yeah, people don't realize.
Yeah,
$100, it was a godsend, because once the institutions start deploying capital, they just don't pull out. Like they're running businesses in countries, So, so if we do get to your, 45% up, 6,600. You think we'll come back down
about
to 40?
6,000 something, and that was even being really conservative. I know some people are like, "What?" But we showed you guys data. So again, if you just connected, there was no fluff on that.
Right.
Somebody, you can always tell who say there's fluff. I had this other guy from the other day, or actually earlier. He pointed something out, and I was like, "You didn't even watch the material." And it's been crickets on it. I always tell when people just click on the thumbnail and they dismiss the material, but it is what it is. This is what comes with territory. We're going to take a pause. We got to recognize the super chat because this brother's been waiting for a while. 10:42. How long did you have to wait? I'm so sorry. You have to wait 30 minutes. Trying to get me to say it. It's guys on X. If you want to see that funny blooper reel, go to YouTube. It's in the channel. Just type in, bloopers for when you connect to the Maximus Crypto. You'll see me literally in tears with laughter because that's something I mispronounced. May have a I don't know. Anyway, thank you for that $5 super chat. I know you're trying, Pat. You're trying to get me to say it again. So because it has a high store of value, a reference from the World Bank. That's all it means. It does not mean that it has a $1 peg, for the same reason that Stellar XLM is not at a $1 peg. And that's a misconception. Some people mention that. Talking about high store value. There is no way that you're moving that amount of money, trillions of dollars. We're not just talking about one country's economy's debt. It's taking on that debt. Can you imagine?
Multiple simultaneously.
Yeah, let's just use one example. All right. I know we don't do a lot of XRP tonight, but what people need to understand is action reaction. I will use this reference again. Ripple's XRP is sitting at a little over 60 cents or something like that, right? I think we touched maybe 72 cents earlier and so on. So, can you imagine if Ripple with ODL, XRP, the on-demand liquidity, if all this blockchain DLT could have been fully implemented, and utilized, especially when it comes to our government here, the U.S. government, instead of bailing out the banks and so on, that you could have had a solution instead of our government saying, okay, this particular bank and so on, we're gonna, keep bailing you out, and we're gonna keep taking on that debt. That you literally have something that would provide a solution and be more efficient. You're trying to tell me that XRP would still just be at 70 cents or $1? No, there's no way. So high stable value. Interesting that the World Bank would mention that in their PDF from not just last year, but even the year before that. They referenced recently as in QNT. So that's my thing. Being called stablecoin, high store or high stable value has nothing to do with just a $1 peg. And again, some people, they feel as though that, XRP and Stellar are only going to go to $1 and that's it. Oh boy, no, that is not it. And if anything, XRP has already been way over $1 anyway. I mean, it's $3 and some change back in, was it, I can't remember, 2018, 2019. I can't remember exact amount, but it's over $3, right? So no, there's no 1 peg on that. You need Jasmy pump so bad. Yeah, I hear you on that. Thank you for being on both spaces. I do appreciate that. I do agree. X marks the spot is right. Jasmy will always pump. Just be patient, meditate. Might not necessarily go parabolic every day where it's a nonstop green candle, you guys. There's always retracement. Everything, doesn't go forever. but gosh, where we were, I told you guys I would make that video about. It's a kind of like an inspirational video. You'll hear a familiar person from history, whether you like the guy or not. I'm not saying modern, recent presidents or anything like that. There's a particular guy, but it's the message that he uses. Being down in the lowest part of the valley, like the flood time, 0.0027, and where we came from that to where we're at now. I will. It's not a good timing to send that out now, but the next time we see a major blast off for Jasmy, I will release that because again, it's just timing it and so on. But I'm trying to finish that video up. It's just going to be a little quick, maybe 30-second video, like a short. But I think people from the Jasmy community will share the living crap out because I look at it from my perspective like that's a cool video. I'm going to share that anyway. You guys have all your fingers crossed. We're almost towards the bottom of the comments. Fingers crossed, bro. X marks the spot. William. Okay, I read that all. My bad. Is QNT going to pump this run? We have an outline. Yeah. Sun is hot, raw. What up, Max and chat? Saving the best. Jasmy to the last one. Well, it's just that's a nice way of looking at it. It's just a lot of info for QNT, and also because his Channing here, he was just like you guys. He's like a student turned teacher. He covers QNT all the time, so it's recognizing, hey, it's Channing on the show. Got to talk about QNT, obviously. But wanted to bring you guys something. I was telling him, I was like, I'm gonna get with Quant Papa. I'm sure I can find some alpha. I try not to brag. I'm a humble guy, but that's the way I looked at it. So it's like, yeah, wow, like holy cow. So a lot of this is gonna be chopped up. All right, little update. 630 connected tonight. We have blown away all-time highs for this channel on viewership by 100 tonight.
That's
to
crazy.
give you guys, yeah, it is crazy. To give you guys the stats, 38 on YouTube, 593 over on X. Broke it again. Now we're up to 631. My God, can we go to 700 before everything's done? I don't know. Yeah.
You mentioned not long ago about bank bailouts. I have to get further research on this, but I'm hearing that there was a bank failure in New York, and a certain crypto exchange actually was at the seat of the table when bailing out this bank. And if crypto exchanges are now bailing out banks, that's definitely a sign of the digital age upon us.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll have to look more into that as well. But yeah, guys, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna connect. What am I saying? We are going to take you to the next part of what we have. So this is a new QNT segment. I do need to fix this particular one. So, it fits over my head, right? But it fits over right if it's just me on the show. But for two people, see how it kind of covers me up? I don't like that. So I have to fix that. But that's okay. So guys, we have talked about Gilbert Verdian and MasterCard in the past. We talked about VocalLink. I don't know if you guys remember some of this stuff. What about Quant and Visa? Because at the end of the day, I just learned something which was interesting, and that is Visa and MasterCard do not do the same amount of transactions per second. Visa, believe it or not, is significantly faster on TPS compared to MasterCard. Okay, there's actually kind of like a 9-day difference. So Visa's like roughly 25,000 TPS, and I guess MasterCard is like maybe half of that. Okay, that's a big difference. So Quant and Visa, listen to this. Let's pull this up. Here it is, straight from the research from the one and only Quant Papa. I love it when they call me Quant Papa. He has this. Who's it from? It's actually from Gilbert Verdian. And interesting to see the language here. So Quant Papa actually speaks, Dutch, German, and English. So I imagine Belwerkt or whatever is his native tongue. But what you see in the frame, Gilbert Verdian mentions, very glad to see the reference and adoption of ODAP. Now, Tokenizer did a great job covering ODAP. I covered it a little bit in the past, but not as much as, the goat of research, Tokenizer. Says Open Digital Asset Protocol by Visa. Our effort with MIT Connection Science at the Internet Engineering Task Force, right, the IETF, to standardize cross-chain and cross-network transactions and importance of digital asset interoperability at gateways. Again, guys, this solidifies what we talked about, right? Quant, but we also talked about UDPN. Look at the bottom, Universal Payment Channel. And to standardize all this and to also understand, like it says, congratulations, Catherine Gu and Kai Sheffield and team. So what the heck? Do we have anything solid? Yes. Here's the next one. This is referenced, if you didn't know it, from I'll drop it into the comments. You can go to usa.visa.com. I'll even take you to the website here in a bit. So I'll put in the comments. Anybody's connected right now, you'll see it on YouTube. You might not see it on X. So there it is for your own reference. And the key thing is, again, universal payment channel. And then look what happens when we go to this next part. Boom. There's the reference. Visa. I wanted proof. Of course, guys, I always put myself in your shoes too. If you have something, share it. If you don't have it, what's the point? If I was to just be like, oh, I think this does this, that's fluff. You know, if I have connections and it's like, well, you know, this is what it could do, but here's the partnership. Well, we'll talk about that. But this is solid. I think this is big. I think this is bullish and it's worth sharing. And this is why I'm doing, you know, the ultimate WrestleMania tonight. Okay. So 5 hours, 25 minutes. Why would Max get into all this stuff? Don't even eat dinner tonight, for crying out loud. Basically worked all day and it's okay. Why? Because it's interesting. What is there not to be interested about with understanding the God token, right? It's not blasphemy. I'm just saying. So again, this is a blast from the past. I think this kind of flew under the radar. September 30th, 2021, making digital currency interoperable. Visa shares new thinking on cross-chain interoperability. And there it is. Universal Payment Channel, which is basically what we just talked about. UPC, or I can't even pronounce it all right. UDPN, basically, right? And it gets into this part. So what we're going to do is full screen it. To give you another great example. And this is a good example because this gives you an idea of what happened in the past. Fast forward to now. 3 years ago, this was printed. Listen to this. Talks about the concepts of everything that they solve with Project Enbridge, Rosalind, you name it. Imagine splitting a check with your friends when everybody's at the table using different types of money. Some using CBDCs. Goes into all these examples. Look at this. Automatically having the funds automatically converted to digital pounds, you know, British pounds. Use it across multiple networks, multiple digital wallets. Why did I mention that? Compatibility with multiple digital wallets. Again, back to who, guys? Let's come out of the frame for a second. Back to who? Well, on my notes. Relax and take notes. Tim Bailey of Red Date, UDPN. He talked specifically, word for word, about all of this stuff. Did he not? He absolutely did. He absolutely did. Let's get into a little bit more about this. Not so distant future. We are literally in the not so distant future. It could be a reality, getting close to there, taking, you know, solving all these problems, cross-chain interoperability. Again, back to everything we outlined tonight. In other words, how do you get different digital currencies relying on different tech stacks, different protocols? Again, protocols, different compliance standards. ISO TC 307, working with what? ISO 222. Market requirements, talk to each other, wider networks of value. Remember Gilbert Verdin creating the Internet of Trust and the Internet of Value. And look at this for a second. Visa's research product teams will have developed a new concept to move the conversation forward. We're calling it Universal Payment Channel at the time. Now it is what? The UDPN. And it acts like a hub. Again, back to the research we had earlier. What did we see from the Hong Kong Monetary Authority? What did we see from the BIS? We saw Bank of International Settlements, Hong Kong what? Hub. Interconnect in multiple blockchain networks, allowing for secure transfer of digital currencies. You ever think about SATP? You ever wonder why I myself, tokenizer, you name it, construction trader, ETH, a whole slew of us, right? Talk about SATP, Secure Asset Transfer Protocol. Protocols with digital currencies connected to hubs, an interconnected world with a universal payment channel. Think of this as a universal adapter, right? Let's give an example. Among blockchains, allowing central banks, businesses, and consumers to seamlessly exchange value no matter what the form factor is of the currency. Right. Even in the form of what? Let's jump back to this for a second. Remember the outline of what we talked about with Hungary? Even that is a form factor of currency. QRC 721, their particular standard with utility-based NFTs, even for children, because that is a form of currency if they're getting paid, right? So there's some big, huge things going on that have to be mentioned. Let's get into a little bit more about this. They're excited about the mechanics. Obviously, we are too. Cross-chain interoperability, why it matters. I'm not going to get into all that. But this whole thing of needing a universal payment channel and how that's connected to quant and understanding the bigger picture. Central banks, the tech stacks, designing protocols, the whole thing of like factors like governance, market requirements, technology providers, compliance standards. We're going to always pound that home. Nation-specific what? Priorities into consideration. Maybe like the Central Bank of Hungary. Their nation-specific priorities because they want to get that wheel in motion like we talked about earlier. Right? Look at this for a second. The likelihood that consumers, businesses, and merchants are transacting on the same network and utilizing the same type of money, as the number of digital currency network increases, each with unique design characteristics, the likelihood that consumers, businesses, and merchants are transacting on the same network and utilizing the same type of money decreases. We believe, as in Visa, this is not me, for CBDCs to be successful, they must have two essential ingredients: great consumer experience, widespread merchant acceptance. It means the ability to make and receive payments regardless of currency, channel, or form factor. That's where Visa's UPC concept comes in. Are you trying to tell me, my God, that Visa has been connected to all this many years ago and it just flew under the rug and we didn't know about it? I think a select few people knew about it. So let's talk about this, Channing. Let's talk about this, brother. Let's talk about this. All the people that connected tonight that want to learn about the dang God token, for crying out loud, QNT.
What a lot of people don't realize is with ISO TC307, MasterCard was a participating member, but Visa was an observing member of ISO TC307. So they've been right there the whole time.
Thank you. Yes, they've been there the whole time and just it didn't get covered a lot. Why? Well, maybe it's just, understanding that all the research doesn't necessarily even come from people like me on X. Maybe you have to look at other different places, or maybe it doesn't get reported at all because of NDAs. It's how they're positioned. And maybe we don't agree with that in regards to a retail side of things. I understand the frustration. But when you see things like this, a network of blockchain networks, I'm going to come in and zoom into it a little bit more. Emphasis shouldn't be on me or Channing, but the darn material, right? The story of UPC begins in 2018. Visa research team, a group of scientists and engineers focused on emerging technologies, became developing framework for interoperability that would work across different blockchain networks, be independent of an underlying blockchain mechanism. What is that mechanism? Universal Payment Channel Hub. And now we have the best part of that, and now they're part of this interconnected world with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, Hong Kong. Think about this, guys. UPC hub concept emerged would be connecting the whole thing of blockchain networks, allowing the whole thing of connecting CBC networks between countries, connecting CBC's networks on vetted private stablecoin networks, like we said. Trusted blockchains could easily be added to the network of networks. Quant is the freaking network of networks by creating a new payment channel with the UPC hub. Everything that we outlined tonight is how that happened. And not just tonight, numerous different times. How did smart contracts come in? I'd be asking that same thing too. Look at this. UPC specialized payment channels would be established off the blockchain and leverage smart contracts to communicate back with the various blockchain networks, delivering high transaction throughput, security, and reliability, and improving speeds overall. Now, for all you guys are saying, well, this is just quant is just a an ERC20 token. Again, this is why myself, Channing, you name it, have pointed out the RLN and have pointed out M10, because M10 through the RLN interconnected with Quant's overledger allowed for what, Channing?
1.2 million transactions per second.
Boil it, mash it, stick it in stew, as I always say, right? Yeah,
Yep.
That's big. That's scalability. That's how we
Absolutely.
get to the promised landed. That's how, if we're in the metaverse, this darn place that's, got all these virtual malls that have nobody in them, right? That's how we get to the case where Channing, for a few years from now, or whoever, maybe you're not into the metaverse, you're in the metaverse and you're doing your thing in the metaverse, and then you want to make a transaction. I want to buy some Air Jordans in the metaverse, right? Where the case be, whatever that's going to cost. And now you're getting throttled. Now you're getting leg. No, you can't have that problem. You can't have that problem at all. You need scalability. You need the same user experience as me and everybody else. Is 1,500 TPS going to get that done? No, it's not. But 1 million plus TPS is going to get that done. Absolutely, is going to get that done. So
now,
that's what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
I would say now think of it in a sense of being in another, pandemic, and everybody's at home again. Amazon, think about how many online transactions happened during that time. Now think about the world doing those transactions all at one time. You have to be scalable. You have to be able to maneuver and process all the payments that's coming through. Because if it's almost like buffering. When was the last time you really saw buffering, on your computer or on your screen? You know what I'm saying? We've gotten to a point where technology is moving faster and faster, and we have the suite of things to allow those things to happen and process. So it's going to be it's 1.2 million, and the 1.2 million transactions wasn't even the top. It's just where they stopped at. It's crazy to think about.
Yeah, I mean, it could scale up higher than that. We get that. We give a shout out to some of these ones that maybe some people don't agree with, even BSV with Terranode. Last clock was something over 2 million TPS, scalability of over 1 billion TPS. Maybe down the road, trillion. I mean, that's just nuts. But the point is, do you see a common thing here, guys? It is the technology to lead the way for the likes of Visa, MasterCard, and so on. They don't want to go away. They want to be here. They want to stay, and they're betting on the ones that are part of innovation. Think about if AOL, Time Warner would have bet on innovation instead of saying, we're embracing dial-up. Give me a break. I remember when I was using that garbage. I never want to use that garbage again. Think about what I say. I just said garbage. Again, there was never an again. Why is there never an again? Because it's garbage. It's slow tech. I don't want to use that again. This is also like, I guess you could say, like when we think of, BTC, think of Ethereum, garbage. Now, don't get me wrong. Ethereum has rollups. Right? Thank God. Right. Yes. Yeah. Thank God they have some rollups. But even that tech, I understand like Jasmy's going to be scaling up to optimism. But I do like the idea. They want to take it to the next level in the future. And maybe they don't even need to, for all we know. I don't know, with this whole AI blockchain solution, because there's this whole thing of DeepIn, Junction. We're going to get more into that later. But so AI will play a big factor in, as far as solving some issues. But you like the idea that all of this, whether it's Jasmy and whatnot, enabling companies to scale. That's the bottom line. Enabling companies to scale. Let's get into a little bit more about this. I know it seems like a marathon, but again, there's so much material. I want to get it out tonight because tomorrow's going to be a big show. And then I'm going to be honest. I think there won't be a show on Friday because Maximus is going to be working, chopping up videos all week long, for crying out loud. So I hope that you guys respect there won't be a show probably on Friday. There probably won't be a show on Saturday either, possibly Sunday. I don't know, because this is like
17 videos from this 6-hour plus live stream that we're going to be on.
I'll even hook you up because you deserve it too. I'll try to chop some up for you. You can share it on your platform because
I appreciate it.
I love you, brother. You're awesome, and you deserve to get a bigger following. And speaking of which, we do need to take a pause. Let's pause for a second. Give Channing a plug. He's been a special guest tonight. Let's go ahead and give his channel a plug because, man, he's been patiently waiting for it and so on. If you like somebody that covers the God token, Quant, each and every day, for crying out loud, you got to check out his channel. So let's go ahead and get into this. This is the one and only guy that you see on the screen, Mr. King Channing Harral. And here is his X. He could be followed over at, I'll full screen this. King VRS King. There's guys, come on, man. We have 645 people. 607 of you guys are watching from X. Can we help Channing scale up, as the saying goes? I think the answer is yes. Let's refresh this. This was 20 followers earlier. Let's see if anything has happened from there. 22. Come on, guys. We do a lot better than this. So give him a follow on X. And then on top of that, if you are into YouTube, look at this. He covers QNT. Look at this. Like every freaking day, he covers QNT. Look at this. Don't just listen to me. And look at that. Look at that passion. Look at that enthusiasm. He loves to teach. I love to teach. All right. He's a great guy. He's a great individual. I mean, come on. Don't you want to hear somebody that wants to educate you about, like I said, the God token? Yeah, QNT. And his thumbnail's gotten tremendously better. I don't know how that happened, but anyway.
I don't know how that happened either.
Right. So guys, I want
Maximus.
Huh?
Pointers.
Oh, you cut out there. Your internet. What's up?
Mr. Miyagi.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for being here. Mr. Channing Harral, King Channing. Join us for the Jasmy segment later for the Race Crop Consortium. Let's go. All right. Some people say, oh, you shouldn't talk that way. Freaking Harral talks that way. Do you know that? What I mean by that is Harral's awesome. Harral will make fun of himself. Instead of saying let's go, he says let's go. That's where I pull that up. I don't know if anybody actually knows that. So shout out to, Harral, right? All right. We're going to read just a couple comments. Congrats on being famous, Max. I guess on X. I don't know. But thanks. I mean, YouTube, I still got a long ways to go. I'm not monetized on X. You guys, you want to know how you get monetized on X? You have to have 5 million impressions within 90 days. If you chop that up, it comes out to be 55,000 impressions per day. And I was like, I think one day I did at the most like maybe 20,000. I'm like, holy cow. So there's this guy I follow. Yeah, there's this guy I follow. He shows you how to do it, but you want to talk about the hard work. I mean, I already do a lot right now. I don't know. Like if I get to that, cool. But maybe it'll just naturally happen with more followers. But I do think something's going on. I do think that X platform recognizes I do a live show every day. And so it's their algorithm. I love, man, the X platform for the algorithm. My God, look at this. The proof is in the pudding. 650 live people here. So my point is, guys that are on X, you can, by all means, you're trying to tell me we can't get at least 20, 40, 50 people to follow Channing over on X? Please do it. But if you're trying down the road and listen to the platform, I don't know. There are a lot of people might be doing that. Be safe out there, guys, especially this late at night. Or if you're waking up in Europe and you're joining us on the live show, awesome. Maybe that's what's going on too. All right. But yeah, X marks the spot. I don't let this stuff go to my head. I try to mention to Channing, I'm like, I'm a regular guy. He's like, no, you're not. You're not a regular guy. But I'm like, okay, well, thanks. But anyway, I do try to stay humble. That's the way I was raised. X marks the spot. Will not sell one QNT until 2030. Just worried I won't be able to buy back in at the flip of the. Oh, good point.
Yeah, excellent point.
Yeah,
retail is going to be priced out. There's going to get to a point where it's unaffordable for us to obtain one. We'll be getting fractions of a QNT at that point in time.
Just like BTC.
Yep.
Just like BTC. So again, guys, realize that BTC is pretty much the most expensive meme token out there. Okay.
Absolutely.
Let's just be honest about it.
Yep.
I mean, come on. It doesn't really have a lot of functionality.
Exactly.
Store of value. Okay, fine. Whatever you want to call it, right? But then there's QNT. And it does all this amazing stuff. So I get it. I think this is a good statement. Like maybe some of us take profits late 2025, going 2026. I don't know, right? But I think mass adoption is 2030. So for me, it's like early retirement by 2024 or 2020, late 2024, 2025, maybe, and then like super unbelievable mass adoption through, generational wealth, mass adoption. Yeah, I'm not working until I'm 65, and some of you guys are older. Hey, that's not a dog on you. All right. I mean, my dad, he worked from the time he was, 12 out in the farm to age 62, to get a retirement.
Yeah.
And he always mentioned, he was like, man, he's like, son, if you could read a book that's literally called How to Make Nothing But Money, please read that book. He's like, there's got to be a better way. And he finally, I would say this, he didn't get to see where I'm at right now, but he did get to see in 2021 that I was able to turn 10K to 120K. And he was like, wow. And I tried to explain to him the whole thing of crypto. And he invested in crypto as well. And, I didn't get to live to see it. But we are our parents' legacy and so on. So
absolutely.
Yeah, why not talk about it? Let's read a couple more comments. Hey, this is to you, brother. This is from Blackwood.
Hey, how's it going? Cheers.
Thank you for that, Blackwood. If you get the approval of Blackwood, you're doing something right in my book. Okay, thank you, brother Blackwood. Rue Black is going to be here tomorrow, guys. It's going to be a great show. I don't know if we do 5 hours. I'm just going to be honest about that.
Yeah,
I don't think Rue Black can do 5 hours. I don't even know why I'm doing almost 6 hours. This is the longest show we ever done in the history of Maximus Crypto or the other Yahoo on the old channel. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, we never done that before. This is an exception. This is the Supreme WrestleMania. If Stardog ever watches this replay of the show, shout out to brother Stardog. He always likes the WrestleManias. He's from across the pond. Yes, almost 6 hours. It's crazy. Cat Shields is like, I gotta go to work. Forget you guys. You guys, I'm going home. Yeah. Guys come to the me. I'm gonna be rich. Yeah. Anyway. William, learn to make QNT work for you. Yes. All right.
Absolutely.
All right. I know you guys are thinking, like, if there's anybody from Jasmy, they're like, bro, I sat through all this just to get to Jasmy. We'll get to Jasmy. Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. So yes, the whole thing with Visa, that was good. Gave you some examples in regards to some of that. And hold on a second. All right, so this will be another segment that we'll pull up. We're almost towards the end of this. Yeah, we only have 4 slides left. I know it sounds nuts. Are you still down for this, Channing, or you want to get going? I got to respect that.
I can ride through.
Okay. All right, it ain't gonna be super long. Maybe it seems like it is. I don't know where we go with this. Any point you want to leave, you're welcome to leave, because I gotta respect that. I'm a crazy madman with research right now. And what the heck, Max? Here's some good news for you, my friend. You might want to read that one.
Okay. I added you on X. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to put a banner on my Twitter. I'm like, that looks awfully bland. Let me put a banner on there real fast.
Oh, yeah. No worries. It all comes, man, in time. So Rue Black is going to be on tomorrow with us, Channing. He's a local guy. He lives in Scottsdale. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. They call it Scottsdale. Sorry, bro. I have to. Anybody lives in Phoenix, I have friends that live in Scottsdale. We call it Snotsdale. You know how it goes. That's no knock on Brother Rue. All right, so but Scottsdale is really nice. But anyway, I live in peasant country, Glendale, Northwest Phoenix, right? Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. All right. William is also following you, Channing. So thank you guys for listening. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. I promise I appreciate it. I really, really, truly do.
It is Snobsdale, he says. Okay, well, it is what it is. So, all right, we're going to do now is bookmark the other part. Let's get into it. I know some of you guys are like, let's get into it still. I'm telling you flat out, man, like it's not every day that I do have to admit some of this is alpha. And there's a reason why I go the distance tonight. Because you want to know something? Quant was the one that really got me going to keep doing the content. Like, hey, man, we're really getting something going on with QNT. I really like QNT. Man, it's got all these connections. So I've been covering QNT for like a couple of years now, okay? And the reason why I want to share this with you is because it's also a big deal. Let's go ahead and share this. And here it is. Let's go ahead and full screen this. Here we go. A little bit more about the UDPN. Now, do we have any examples in regards to what we just talked about earlier? Yes. The UDPN is one of the most advanced payment infrastructures. Look at this. Remember what we said earlier? It's not that it's just connected to Quant. You have big ones here. You have, for instance, a multi-CBDC bridge, right? And see how that all comes in together, right? Look how it says on the bottoms for bottom cross-border payments, right? Third parties, all that stuff. But look at this. UDPN, you have asset focus, targeted customers, governance, functions. We already got into this. What about, remember how we talked about the RLN, Regulated Liability Network? And by the way, remember how we were talking about Amazon earlier? Amazon's part of the RLN. So you have wholesale, CBDCs, public and private, all that good stuff that, we're talking about. Is Ripple part of this whole thing? Do they sit at the table? Of course they do. Look at this.
Parsher. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just looking. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So you got Ripple, all digital currencies linked to back to cryptocurrency. I mean, again, guys, it's not eliminating Ripple. That's why I was pointing that out. Parsher, that is also part of your quant plug, if you're wondering about that. So your quant plug, here's the thing, okay? Let's get into this outline just real quick. We won't make it super long. So UDPN, you already have that quant plug. In how many different areas? Well, for one, through UDPN. That's one big thing. What about the whole thing with CBDC, like a bridge to CBDCs? Yes, that's another big thing. What about quant and the RLN? We already established that. You could always go back and watch the research or listen to it if you like. How about quant with interoperability with Ripple? Do we have an example about that? Yeah. How many times did I play that demo for you of showing the overledger of being able to quickly switch from, for example, Ethereum to Ripple, right? Or how about the one recently that Quant Papa helped us out with? Switch to XDC, you switch to IOTA, right? Heck, you can switch to Polygon. So there's that. So yes, you can settle real-time gross settlements through Ripple's XRP. Through what? Yeah, the overledger. For real. It's a real thing. Go back and watch some of that stuff if you don't believe me. How about this other one? Parsher. I did a few deep dives about that. Wholesale, interbank, fiat money, financial institutions, centralized entity approach. They do have settlement, but they don't have some of this other criteria, right? It's not open source, but UDPN is, right? And some things don't necessarily have to be open source. And then, of course, Swift. We understand Swift with Chainlink and so on. Definitely gets the honorable mention. So my key thing is here. You see the big players, okay? Huge players. You have Quant sitting at the, when I talk about, sitting at the table, they are the freaking table. UDPN, that's one. You have this thing of MCBDC Bridge, that's two. The RLN, that's three. Not everything from Ripple, obviously, but again, you can use Overledger to flip it over to, or switch it over to Ripple. You got Parsher. So again, 1, 2, 3. Literally, you could say all of UDPN, all of MCBDC Bridge, all of RLN, right? With Ripple, you can't say the full thing, but at least you could switch to the XRPL through Overledger. So we can't give it a full 4. Parsher, I would definitely say at least half of these things. Swift, part of it. You know how massive that is? That is a huge deal. All right, another example. Got to give it just a pound at home. UDPN and Bank of International Settlements Project Synergies. UDPN has maintained an ongoing dialogue with the Bank of International Settlements to discuss what? My thing keeps on hovering up and down, sorry. To discover potential collaboration. It's already happened. Securities and assets. Back to Larry Fink, right? Remember Project Helvetia? Remember on the, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom left, remember we talked about some of this other stuff? There it is. And then again, delivery versus payment. How do we tie in the whole thing of the BIS and, for instance, some of the other things we just recently mentioned? Well, it's through the UDPN. And even there, you got Banque de France, which is the oversight of the BIS. Project Dunbar is there. You have the Monetary Authority of Singapore. You have the Hong Kong Monetary Authority right there at MCBDC Bridge. Bank International Settlements is all over that. And so it's all there. You see how it's all connected, even with the central banks. That's the point I was trying to make. This right here, time to build the infrastructure tomorrow, is now. We're already into the now. A little bit more of those examples. But just to give you a heads up of why I put so much emphasis on this, and this is good stuff. It's hard to see. I get it's hard to see. UDPN introduction to the launch event back in 2023. What does it say here? You want to see the big money examples? Here's the big money examples. You see, for example, United States 23.5 trillion. It says, for example, it's hard to see it. A full-scale CBDC network which facilitates 24/7 real-time cross-border payments and FX, as in foreign exchange, PVP settlements could save global corporations nearly 150. Oh man, I think it's $1 billion annually. It's probably more than that if you really think about it. You know, at the end of the day, mass adoption, trillions. Settlement time 2 to 3 days. What happens when settlement time 2 to 3 days? Settlement time instantly, guys. With what? ISO 222. I'm telling you flat out, when the flip of the switch happens, that's how the flip of the switch happens. ISO 222, that's that messaging. So real-time gross settlements, ISO 222 incentivizes all of this. It's not only incentivized, it's the connector rod. You know what I mean? If Quant is the glue to make it stick, this is the connector rod. New era for payments. You see how it all comes together. The regulators push. UDPN, this is why you put emphasis on it, Knight. It's a huge deal. Who are the countries part of this? Well, it's basically in 114 countries. Some stand out more than others. But it's working together to launch the CBDCs. And all this connected to Quant. How the heck is that even possible? Well, were you even familiar with this one? Project Jura? Probably not. What are they doing? A cross-border settlement using wholesale CBDCs. Who's on the bottom left? Banque de France. Who's also part of it? BIS. I know it's hard to see, but it's there. Project Rosalind. We talked about it. Project Helvetia. Remember I talked about 6 earlier? 6 exchange and so on. Swiss National Bank. Bottom right, Project Enbridge. Look at this, guys. Bank of Thailand. Central Bank of United Arab Emirates. I mean, think of all these areas of the world. Digital dollar is a long way from reality, U.S. Treasury official says. They want you to think. They want you to think. We already have had testing of the bank of, testing of MIT, Quant, and what was the other one? Was it the BIS? I can't remember what was the BIS. But remember how we talked about that a while back, Channing?
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
Quant.
And then we have Project Dunbar. Again, been there, done that. So look at this, guys. Pull up this. This is the icing on the cake. Are you ready for it? Here it is. Remember there was that video where it kind of briefly shows you, they give you a little Easter egg. Remember that Easter egg we talked about? It shows Gilbert Verdian's laptop. Remember that?
Yeah, tomorrow's money video.
Right. So here's the thing. And I know this might be, I don't know, maybe I can, that's from Discord, so I can't quite get it. Tomorrow's money, again, right from the Quant Network YouTube. Quant Pop is zoomed in because it was really hard to see it. So here's the Easter egg. Here's the juicy of the juicy. Enbridge platform. Remember the beginning of the outline. Why do we mention all this? Because commercial banks, People's Bank of China, right? But it's the bottom part as well. You have, for instance, the Hong Kong, and it's chopped up there. That G is from Hong Kong, right? Hong Kong Monetary Authority. It's how Quant positioned itself, my friends. That's why we share this whole thing with you tonight. That's where we're going with the whole thing. That's why I'm so bullish on all this whole thing. It's understanding action, reaction. Jasmy did 2 huge puffs. And if anything, we should see like a third big thing coming soon. Shout out to our brother Crypto Future 99 Rob. Watch his 10-minute video of his outline on why we could hit 35 cents, even possibly. I know it sounds really speculative. Possibly before the halving, which is nuts. I don't know if it does that, but I think the next big layup, it might be a layup at this point, how easy it'll be. Leg up would be 3 cents or higher. I mean, come on, guys. We were at the bottom of the valley, a 0.003 or 0.0027, and coming from that to where we're at now. So all these things are definitely worth pointing out. And if anything, I have got to allow Channing to chime in on this. What do you think? I know it's quite the outline for both of us getting into it. I'm going to share some of this stuff with you, but brother, man, like, I know you might be like, oh God, I got to get going. But Isn't it a big deal? Isn't it funny? Hong Kong, Jasmy, Quant, it's standards, man.
It's insane, is what it is. It's almost like unbelievable. If you wasn't pulling up research, you were just talking, no one would believe what you were saying right now. That's actually how unbelievable it is.
They'll be thinking I'm a really fluffy guy. I mean, people do call me that. What's his name? They're like, "Hey, man, you look like Fluffy, the comedian." I'm like, okay, I could take it, but it's okay. I mean, at least I make people laugh, or I can make people understand the research, so that's cool.
They'll be like, banks, the Bank of International Settlement. What are you talking about? Cross-border payments with digital currency? Digital currency? No, it's real and it's happening, and it's been multiple projects in different sectors of the world, working simultaneously together with the one focus in mind, building out the payment infrastructure for Web 3.0. And they're doing it seamlessly, which is crazy. And to know that Quant is right there, like I said in one of my videos, almost like a orchestra conductor. I think they call it the conductor, who does the
conductor,
yeah. It's crazy what they're able to do. And they're doing it. And like I said before, bosses move in silence. They don't have a lot of hype. They're not saying a lot of tweets, and they're not doing all this stuff. They're just quiet, and they're just working their heads down. And the proof is in the actions, not all the hype of what they're talking about, which is it's incredible. Like I said, to know about this project in 2024 is incredible, because the price action we're seeing in 2024 won't be around long, and we may never see it again. That's the crazy part, especially if what we talked about earlier, where this is the last bull run and we actually go into a utility in motion bull run. The sky's the limit, because they have positioned themselves around the world with global use cases. Like, who else has a global use case? Like, that's crazy to me. It's insane.
Yeah, it is insane.
And also partner with all the other global use cases, like, your XRPs and your XR, like all of them can utilize the overledger.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's one of the things to point out. Sorry, I don't want my leg to die, from falling asleep. Sitting here too long we just hit it a little over 6 hours. Yeah, I know. I really do appreciate you, Channing. So what we're going to do now, if you want to stick around for this, you can. If you don't, I understand. I'm just going to, recognize that we're finally going to get to the Jasmy coverage. It's totally up to you. I can give you one final plug, or if you want to stick around, you can. I want to respect your time.
Because it's 3:00.
What's that?
I said, you can give me one final plug because it's 3:00 and I got to be up.
Okay, totally understand. Yeah, I got to be up in the morning too. How do you think I like that, right?
I don't know, man.
I do to myself, right?
Yeah, but at least your morning is 3 hours behind my morning. My morning is in 3 hours. Your morning is in 6
you should have went a long time ago, man. You don't want to be dead at work. Well, then again, you're a young, healthy guy. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Young, healthy. You're like a couple years younger than me, my friend. What the heck?
I know. I'm right there. I'm 40. I'm right there.
You want to know something? I'm telling you the truth, right? Until I'm getting a little. I hate to say.
A lot of beer.
Yeah. So until I saw that you had a little bit, I was like, huh. But before, I used to honestly swear to God, I thought you were like 30.
Yeah. Everybody always think I'm way younger than what I really am. Yeah.
That's cool. That's so cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right. All right. So I'm gonna give you one last plug, right? Guys, please give Channing a follow. Thank you so much to Blackwood, who's already doing that. 1148. Says he was following, obviously, Channing. And yes, he was a special guest here tonight. We're gonna plug his channel, just a couple, do a couple ones. For some reason, I almost said we're gonna fist his channel, but again, it's getting a little late. This Blackwood always talks about what's up, everybody, and he's like, and here's a fist for everybody. Here's a dab, or here's a, to all those that didn't fist. So that's what went through my head. I'm like, we're gonna fist his channel? Like, that don't sound right. God. All right, my bad.
What's the lack of food and little sleep?
Yes, playing a factor, right? Here is Channing's channel, you guys. Give him a follow. Let's see real quick. Let's refresh it. He did tick up a little bit. I understand a lot of you guys, maybe don't use YouTube, you just do the X thing. But again, guys, if you like the QNT coverage, give him a follow. And not just follow him, engage, comment. Check out, he's very passionate. Look at this. Look at that passion right there. Do you see anybody else doing that? You don't see anybody doing that for Quant. Look at this. Here's another one. Look at that. Look at that passion right there. You know what I mean? Here's another one. Okay, that's not right. All right. Okay, that's not right either. Hold on, I'm failing. There we go. Look at that. He's got the red robe on. He's like Apollo Creed. R.I.P. Apollo Creed, Carl Weathers, right? Look at that. He's floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee, wanting you all to listen to about the whole thing of the RLN and the QNT, right? All right. So last plug is his X. He could be followed over.
Why didn't show up? My new banner. I put a banner on. Let me see.
It's because it's X. It takes time. It
takes
takes a long time to verify. Yeah.
Okay.
Because of fake accounts. Yeah, I go through the same thing too. Any update you might be looking at an hour.
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and full screen this. He can be followed over on X at King VRS King, who is the one and only Mr. King Channing Harral. He told me it's not Harral. He's like, he didn't say it so well. He's like, bro, I'm not a short version of Geraldo. It's like, Harral, right? Right? I remember. So with that said, you have the last word before I kick it into the Jasmy segment, my friend. Thank you so much for being here, man.
No. Thank you for having me. Thank you, community, for having me, and welcoming me with open arms. Even long before I even started having a page or a channel, just coming into your actual lives and people embracing and all that good stuff. So thank y'all for embracing me long before I had a channel and actually supporting me now that I have a channel. And Tim Shea, almost every video was one of the first comments. And I see that and I appreciate y'all. That's why I always comment right back as fast as I can when someone does comment, to let y'all know that I do appreciate y'all taking y'all time, because time is the only currency that we have. This is the one thing that we can never get back. And when you spend your time, your currency with me, it is truly appreciated. And I thank y'all for that, for real.
Absolutely, you're welcome. And if you're wondering why Tim Shea comments on all your stuff and everybody else's, that's where he gets the title of the Mayor of Crypto Commissioner.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. Yeah. Shout out to Tim. He's probably long in bed now. He lives in Connecticut. Probably went to bed a long time ago. Guys, 661 people. Maybe by the time we get to done with the Jasmy segment, we will tick up to 700. I don't know where the case be, but thank you so much, Channing. I'll give you a chance to see. Look at that. He's all getting comfortable, right? He's all getting right. But yes, Channing, appreciate you, man. And guys, yes, you're absolutely welcome. Please give him a follow. Check out his daily quant coverage. His Quant's Your Thing. We're gonna say sayonara from the Rice Crop Consortium to Channing. I have a Jasmy special for you guys, so obviously still stick around for that. But we're gonna say goodnight to Channing, and we're gonna get into the next segment here in a bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull you off, Channing. Have a great night, my friend. We'll be in touch.
Thank y'all, and see y'all next time.
Alrighty. All right. So thank you for so much for being patient. I know there was a lot to get into for QNT. Probably never did that amount of coverage. Never done a 6-hour show. Came too close to it before. We're actually at 666. Oh, geez, that's a bad number, right? You get what I'm saying. Anyway, 666 amount of people here tonight, which is basically 626 from X, 40 from Maximus Crypto, and if you're a latecomer or a person that's overseas, across the pond, Europe, so on, maybe Asia, down under, maybe this is a treat because, you don't have to be up super late. Maybe it's early for you. So what we're going to do now is recognize a few guys. Shiny Goo changed. I want to say you're a she, but maybe you're not a she. Maybe you're a guy. I don't know. But whatever the case be, Shiny Goo changed. I'm going to keep saying her avatar to this. So thank you for that. Jason Lucas says, wow, true WrestleMania stream tonight. Just dropping in to say hello. Have a great night out. Well, thanks, man. That was obviously a while back or 3 months ago. Yes, thank you very much. Patrick Collier is ride or die tonight. Thank you, Patrick. You rock. All right. What we're going to do now is I'm actually going to check the X platform real quick because this is crazy. I mean, are people really interacting on X as we speak? Well, we'll see. We'll definitely see. So, yeah, it says I'm still going. Wow, it does show that there's 626 live viewers over there. That's insane. You know what is so cool? You know when people stream here, I'm just giving you guys a heads up. Sometimes you go want the proof, right? I'm gonna show you guys some proof, just in case you're on YouTube and you're like, I don't know about Max. How the hell is he doing that? I don't know, but look at this for a second. All right, there's me. There's like a window of me, right? So, guys, for real, look what it says. Live, 627 viewers plus more on YouTube. It's a real thing, just in case you didn't think so. And the other thing I love about this, okay, is this whole thing of like, when there's Twitter spaces in the past, like, you can see somebody's live and, they're on Twitter and it's like join their space. But the other cool thing is this update they had from X, formerly known as Twitter, it will literally say, hey, Maximus Crypto is live and there's this amount of people. So, God, I'm blown away with it. I obviously got to do more effort on X instead of putting on all my focus on YouTube. There's got to be a little bit of balance, right? But man, so incredibly thankful. Thank you so much. All right, let's read this from Shiny Goo. No, please, 60-year-old man. I'm so sorry about that. I'm about to change. It's all good. I can remember that you're a guy. It's just for some reason, I think it's because I thought your name was Shinny. Because all I remember was there was a lady, I think we were covering some particular project, and her name was Shinny. And that's what happened. And that's where I got that from. So, my bad. I have no problem calling you Shiny Goo. You don't have to change it. Okay, Pokemon. Okay, cool. All right. Well, little known fact, I'm 42. I'll be 43 May 12th. Need to kind of, color it in again. If I don't, I'm going to look like Santa Claus. So, it is what it is. All right, guys. Jasmy. You guys have been waiting a long time for the Jasmy content of the night. Now, I want to state this. This is going to tie in so many things that what we talked about tonight. So, Jasmy in Europe. Is anybody really talking about Jasmy in Europe? Is the Jasmy management team doing anything solid to actually position themselves for Europe? Well, we're going to get into that. I might have to reintroduce this because I got to kind of chop it up. Anybody here connected tonight, please smash the like. We're going to talk about Jasmy and talk about Europe. And I just want to give a shout out to the one and only Icy Amphibian, our fellow brother Icy. So Icy, when you're watching this on Chopped Up, thank you so much for your research and thank you for your continuous effort in regards to covering X. Okay, covering Jasmy, especially on X, sharing it on Reddit, and so on. Right, guys, got to keep in mind this is when you watch this on the recorded, we've gone over 6 hours. So if I'm not firing on all cylinders, I'll do my best. Okay. Got to focus, Max. Yes, we got to get through this. So it is important to get into. Let's talk about this for a second. So what do we have in regards to Jasmy in Europe? Well, let's share this. This comes straight from Reddit. This comes straight from the one and only Icy Amphibian, like I pointed out. And there it is. So technically speaking, this was 8 months ago. Now you may be wondering, why you keep doing this, Max? Again, it's part of the outline. I referenced the past to give you an idea where we're at in the present for where we can go to the future. Icy Amphibian posted this. Jasmy patent has reached Europe. This was an update from 8 months ago, give or take. And I thought I'd get more into elaborating on this. So he has a link. Here it is. You will see some things being mentioned. Now, you may be wondering, like, why get into a deep dive about this? Well, it's important to know some of these things. So, date of publication, like it says for the bulletin, was 6/14/2023. So that would have been, like summer 2023. And then, of course, on the bulletin, it even, transfers over to 2024. International patent classification has these numbers. Who are the inventors? Well, you have Kazumasa Sato. You have Takashi Hagawara. You have, for instance, some of these other guys that you may not be familiar with, but those three guys or two stand out. Applicant is Jasmy Incorporated, Tokyo, right? And what's really interesting is designated contracting states. Okay, so this is not talking about the United States of America. No, don't get twisted. We're talking about European Union members, right? So, like, I imagine AL might be like Albania, some other familiar ones here. CZ, for example, the Czech Republic, right? We have, for instance, Great Britain, France, right? You get the gist, okay? Getting more into this, it talks about the specific patent, a terminal device, information processing system. Talks about how, this device 100 has a storage unit 180 storing a first personally identifiable information, and an operation unit 121 for inputting second personnel or personally identifiable information that has been associated with the first personally identifiable information stored in the storage unit. In layman's terms, guys, come on. Concept of like a personal data locker. Notice how it mentions blockchain. Notice how it mentions some of these things, maybe some of the energy it takes and so on. But again, you have to understand that they have to have proper patents. They have to meet certain standards, right? To, allow this to happen. When I got more into this, I liked some of the terminology that was listed, and that is just getting into like the key things. I don't want to get into all the nerd talk, but they mentioned about a problem that's to be solved by the particular invention. They presented an invention that provides an information processing apparatus, and that, the sharing of personal information from a concept completely different from prior art. It means that it solves a problem. Again, guys, back to what we talked about earlier. Action, reaction, positioning themselves for the future, even for Europe. Now, I'm going to come back into the frame and talk about this for a brief moment. The significance about all this is understanding the concept of every action that has a reaction. As we've seen, what was the most important thing that happened with Jasmy that sent it, as some of you guys would say, to the moon, right? Going from the depths of the valley of FUD, going from 0.0027, and recognizing that happened a couple times. FTX thing obviously crashed the market monumentally. Seeing things happen with Jasmy, Binance US putting Jasmy into the innovation zone and so on, and then going from there to realizing it's not that Jasmy's scam, as the fudders would say, but recognizing that, wow, something big happened here because of an action that ended up being a direct reaction from that. And understanding that there was a bill that was passed, right, that became a law, and recognizing that Japan now has this huge enabler of Web3 laws being passed that literally mention Web3, and that Japan has fully embraced blockchain and DLT. Like I pointed out over a year ago, Japan should be the first. Jasmy, because its connection to Japan, should be the first to do something at the start of this bull run. That already happened. Second big thing, all right, was recognizing that you saw Hong Kong, okay, invest heavily, as well as Taiwan, into Japan, okay? Semiconductors, manufacturing plants, and so on. And we did that whole thing of, wow, look at this, JASM, JASM, and saying it's speculative in regards to the Jasmy connection, but for the first time ever, seeing that Harral retweeted about that. And that just blew everybody away. Like, wow, now maybe there's something there. But we already been there. We already done that. And it's good to recognize all those things, but we have to recognize this thing about Europe. And so once again, I'm bringing it to you guys because I want you to understand why it's so important to get into the action and reaction of this. Here's another part from the particular PDF. If you're wondering where this comes from, I'll drop it in the comments for you guys. Unfortunately, only you guys on X will see this. Or not X. YouTube will see this. One of the benefits of being on YouTube as well. But if you want to go to data.epo.org, you can see this particular one because some of you guys do appreciate the links. Going to full screen this for a second. And yes, this whole thing about terminal device information processing system. Bottom right. Notice what it mentions. A little bit above bottom right. 0023. A program according to the present invention may be a program installed in a terminal device. The terminal device in which the program is installed may comprise of a storage function for storing a first personally identifiable information. Operating function, all this nerd talk, right? But what's the effect of it? You like the idea, you appreciate the idea. They kind of give it, the patent office a heads up. According to the aspect of present invention, you have this whole thing of information processing apparatus. Again, like a PDL. That's all it basically is. Tells how it all functions. We're not trying to get into all the nitty gritty of it all. But things like this: information processing system of the present embodiment may have plurality of terminal devices. Think about this: terminal devices connected to all sorts of things in regards to what? The Internet of Things. Whether it's CMOS image sensors that work with semiconductors, you name it, right? I think it's a big deal. Very, very big deal. And there's so many different pages about this. I'm not going to get into all this. It would take 12 hours to get into all this. You do have, for example, pictures of this, and I do want to get into some of this stuff. Hold on a second. Let me pull this one up because some of you guys do want to have some examples, and I can't blame you. Let's share this. Kind of gives an idea. Terminal units, how it all comes together, how much energy is going to be used. Look at this for a second. The phone. Is this an idea? Am I giving you a taste of like how the super wallet is going to look? Not necessarily, but you like and appreciate how this all works. This explains to a sense the juicy stuff, the nitty gritty, not the fluff, the actual utility. You will receive coupons and great deals from partner stores. We recommend setting your own secret code to easily identify if you're not real or not. Boom, secret code. And it kicks her to the right, but before you get to that, it says it is an identifier with color that only you know. Information from secure party will always have this identifier, but to avoid counterfeiting, you can decide on your own color. See my point? My point is understanding we've all wanted examples of this darn super wallet. We all want examples of the app. We all want to see what it could possibly be on a phone. And remember how it says receive coupons? It's not just coupons. It's benefiting the local society, incentivizing you to use the app to benefit you, maybe having data monetized, you name it, but giving you an actual say over your data for a change. Unlike just giving this freely away to the likes of Facebook, the likes of Google, the likes of the centralized authorities of GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, right? This is interesting too, because when we talk about the super wallet, it says good information arrived from Super Marukawa. I wonder what that all means, right? Maybe it's just a username. Who knows? Maybe it's just an example. But what's sent? What arrives, right? What arrives is, for example, the rewards. Is this an example of literally the PDL or literally the monetization side of things? Yeah, it is. This is awesome. And this is being introduced where? To Europe? So when we talk about utility in motion, it's understanding that you need to take more of the deeper dives, whether it's with me or whoever else. You need to understand that this is not some BS utility. This is not some, hey, we might do this. Jasmy is doing it. And that's what's important. Look at this. Thank you for earning blah, blah, blah. 50 points. And how it all comes together. Over and over and over again. Look at this. You're about to disclose sensitive information. How are you going to choose to disclose it? You have the option. Can you imagine this? Can we come back in the frame for a second? Can you imagine this for a second? I want you guys to understand what you have and why you hold it. This is why I go the distance with you guys. It's understanding that we could talk about the utility of what it could possibly be. But when we look more into the nerd stuff, actual patents and whatnot, shout out to Icy Amphibian for finding some of this great information tonight. It's understanding, wow, there is some real utility here. And for all the fudders, right? Those guys with the puppy dog on things on X saying, judge me scam. How the heck are you going to wrap your head around some of this? Because this is what we've been wanting. This is what we've been wanting to see of how it comes to fruition. Look what it says. Myself, A. All right, let's just say Max. First and last name. Well, I'm Mr. Stanley. first and last name, and katakana, right? Gender, male. Gives the birthday, all this stuff. But you want to know something, guys? You're not freely giving this away like you were before to the likes of Facebook. You're not doing that at all. If anything, you are having the opportunity to not only have control of your data, but you have a say of who gets this data and how precious is this data? How much is this data actually worth? Are we dealing with medical data? No, we're not. But we could be. And that data is worth a hell of a lot more than just buying a Fortnite skin for $1, right? Even though that data has value, data sets have different forms of value. Profile editing, you name it, you decide what you want to share. And look, recommendations about, for instance, specified locations, recommendations about carpooling partners. Remember how we talked about, who you're going to ride with, what kind of experience that you have in regards to who you ride with, why that's so important, right? This is where Jasmy has referenced in the white paper. If anybody even bothered to read it, that's okay. Where they reference in the white paper, data harmonization. This is how data becomes harmonized, because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as great harmony if you love, and I know this is just an example, 90s hip hop, and then the person you're riding with hates 90s hip hop and they just love opera. Probably going to have some issues. That's not going to be a harmonious time, is it? No. But if you have an app that is going to pair you with the right people for those ride shares and so on, you can understand how that's going to be a big thing. Look at this on the right side. We'll allocate specified location carpool partners. Imagine something telling you, saying, hey, this is who you are. You're in a 90s hip hop. Maybe it'd be best if you rode with who? Maybe it'd be best if you rode with the guys that love listening to real hip hop, 90s hip hop, 80s hip hop. Listen to some of that Wu-Tang. Listen to some of that NWA. Listen to some of that, Nas back in the day and so on. You don't want to be listening to all this garbage freaking mumble rap and so on. That ain't going to fly. That ain't going to be cool. Are you a metalhead? Maybe you should be with other metalheads. You get the point I'm trying to make. Data harmonization. Tomato. You get it. A little bit more about this for a second. Here's some other examples. Man, I'm telling you, this is exciting stuff. I think it is. Would you like to share this experience? No. Maybe you're just like, no, not nobody's business. Earn points by sharing. The point is, guys, an option. Can you imagine telling GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, no? Can you imagine also being able to say, well, okay, how much you want to pay me? Well, we'll give you, here's how many points you can earn. And I imagine for medical data, it's going to be a heck of a lot more, right? And this starts adding up. And then guess what that also does, guys? What does this also do? Why am I sharing this with you guys tonight? Why is Max going 6.5 hours on a live show? Because I'm so excited about Jasmy. Look where we've gone. Look where we're at. My goodness. Because when we talk about utility in motion, we talk about mass adoption, what would be created as a direct result of the material that we share tonight? Somebody says to themselves, and I'll come out of the frame for this a second. Somebody says in Japan, hey, guess what? Over in America, they freely give away their data to GAFA. Check this out. Jasmy has this thing. I'm telling you flat out, I really like it. You do? Yeah, it's more than just the whole idea of me earning money if I choose to do so. I don't even use it to earn money. I just like the idea that I could say no to a centralized authority. And I also like the idea that they're going to pair me up with other people that I have the same type of interests. Like we have a guy in the comments right now. He's really into Pokemon. Maybe you carpool with a bunch of Pokemon guys. Maybe you carpool with other people, again, that have similar interests. Maybe you ride a bullet train or whatever the case be, or ride sharing platform, or whatever it is, with other people, like-minded people. You want to know something? I'm going to tell you guys something flat out. I want you to think about this for a second. I created this gaming organization, clan, where you want to call it, gaming group, back in January 23rd of 2022. Okay? A little over 22 years ago. Why did I do that? Because I wanted to link up with people that had the same interests as me. And at the time, we could all agree on one common thing, and that was a game called Medal of Honor Allied Assault. And believe it or not, that's where I met the great Will Fix. right? And he's come back in my life because we have similar interests, crypto. But my thing is this, having to go through those particular avenues to meet like-minded people, same type of people that share the same type of interests as me. How would you like to have something that will be a tool? When we talk about utility, this is a tool that will pair you with other people with the same type of interests. And if anything, give you the option to monetize your data or not monetize your data. Maybe you don't even care about it. But the point is having a choice. What kind of value is that going to have? When we talk about Jasmy being the disruptor of industries that really need to be disrupted, this is what I'm talking about. So enough about the whole thing of these examples. I shared enough. Don't want it to be an hour-long deep dive. But I think it's crucial to understand some of this stuff. And now let's get into some of the more juicy stuff. Jasmy, Europe, how does it all come together? Well, this is not a quant segment, but you have to keep in mind that there is things like this. And again, back to Luke Riley of Quant. I said, for instance, Jasmy in the future could scale with Quant, but we understand that they're going to optimism. So what you see here, I think is crucial to understand because, you know, this lady, Rosa Giovanna Barisi, what a name. Probably a beautiful lady. Well, not too shabby. Anyway, she's a lawyer, adjunct professor of the University of maybe Florida. I don't know. It gets chopped up. She says, a great result, an EU wallet. Think about this, guys. Understand the bigger picture of what you hold with Jasmy. An EU wallet to authenticate and access public and private services and to store, share, and e-sign documents. Privacy dashboard to give users full control over their data. The wallet is to be used on a strictly voluntary basis. And this is what? European Parliament? MEP packs plans for EU-wide digital wallet. Interesting. And to see what Jasmy's trying to do in regards to the EU, I find that incredibly interesting. That's why I want to share it with you guys tonight. Nobody's really talking about some of this stuff. Let's talk about some of this stuff. So to expand more on the research, I have done this on the old channel. This is this channel, and that's where the focus is at. So back last year, I did cover this. There's a lot of new people in regards to Jasmy. I want to show you guys why this is all interesting. So what you see here, it says for the immediate release back in March of last year, literally a year ago, Data Chain Corporation, Mitsubishi UFJ Trust and Banking Corporation, of course, Soar Mitsu. Now, Soar Mitsu, like I mentioned, is an ISO standard. They're part of ISO, okay? ISO TC307, the quant network standard. I know, a lot of quant. And this is the Jasmy section or segment. But it's worth pointing out, Technology Alliance to enable smooth mutual transfer and exchange of wide variety of stable coins in Japan. Data Chain, Mitsubishi, UFJ Trust, Banking Corporation, Soar Mitsu, Alliance to enable smooth mutual transfer of exchange of a wide variety of stable coins to be issued in Japan. Again, guys, I point this out, 2024. Watch out for 2024 because 2024 is going to be the year of Japanese non-denominated stable coins, okay? And why that's crucial for understanding when we pair things up with Jasmy, the PDL, whereas the DD coin, JPY stablecoin, and so on. This is huge. How many times do we see Progmat referenced with Jasmy? It's a big deal. So look at this. Realize smooth mutual transfer of these between the exchanges. Already mentioned that. And you have, for instance, all the way back to 2022, where Japan led the way of, or the world's development in regards to the nations and passing a revision of Payment Services Act, defining a stablecoin as an electronic means of payment. The bill is scheduled to go into effect 2023, creating excitement in what would be called the first year stablecoin. Some of that already happened, right? Then it got delayed, but we're now in this year, and we talked about how things have changed, right? And I'm not going to get back into that again. You're more than welcome to watch the content. But to have examples about some of these developments, and have examples about how it comes all together, and even referencing institutions and banks is crucial. Look at this. Local digital currencies that are planned to be issued by various banks and other institutions in the future, aiming to improve efficiency and reduce fees for interbank, business, and personal remittances. In the future, they are going to consider cross-border remittance efficiency and fee reductions through mutual transfers and exchanges with overseas CBDCs, etc. See how all comes together? Hyperledger, by the way, if you're not aware of it, Jasmy uses Hyperledger Fabric, for instance. Right, and Aroha is part of that umbrella. Getting more into this other part, I'm going to reference this down here. Excuse me. Yes, here it is. Talks about how stablecoins are expected to minimize friction in the settlement of securities and other digital assets, NFTs. They're going to be used, for instance, for international remittances, micropayments. You got to keep in mind, guys, Jasmy entering into finance democracy. And this is why we have to reference some of these things. Again, it's a blast from the past. Now, what I want to share with you guys here, I know I'm out of the frame, but I'll come back. I wanted to give you an example of something you may not have ever been aware of, and it's this right here. So this is something I recently found out, and it does give you kind of a reference, if obviously. This is from Bitpanda, okay? Buy Jasmy Coin. Buying Jasmy Coin on Europe's leading retail broker. Notice how it says Europe. Yes, Europe's leading retail broker for buying and selling digital assets is easy, fast, and secure. So what happens when we have this whole thing of Jasmy, like, literally ready not just to take the world by storm, but, I mean, it's not just Southeast Asia, guys. It's the European sector as well. See what you want. This is why it's crucial to understand why Taro Kono, the digital finance minister for Japan, former defense ministry, Taro Kono, went and, if you will, introduced DFFT to the world, but specifically not just, bringing it to Southeast Asia and so on, but literally going to Europe, right? In the European Union states. I say states, but anyway, members of the European Union. Notice in the patent that we talked about, like, for instance, some of those abbreviations of those countries, right? Understand that the European Union itself, they use their own standards. You have to be compliant with some of the standards. So if Jasmy ready cross their T's and dot their I's for Japan, Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, you name it, Singapore, understand they are realizing that Europe represents a bunch of people, right? Billions of people. And they want to be well positioned for what's going on there as well. So you have to have the patents. You have to have the right inventions. You have to have the standards to get you to the finish line of there. What's going to happen next after that? Obviously, United States. So Jasmy is looking to take this thing worldwide. The proof is there. There's no debate in that anymore. And I want to get into this next thing of why I thought this was, definitely important, and and why I'm bringing it to you guys, because if anything, you're going to see this, and it's basically from the white paper. Can we reference the white paper again? Well, we're not going to nerd out completely, but we are going to reference the white paper again. Hardly anybody recognizes the white paper. By the way, we have almost 700 people on this live show, 693. And we tick up to 700. My God. Thank you so much to all you guys who tuned down on my show. It'll be chopped up on the recorded later. It just takes time. But this is referenced in the white paper, guys. Yes. There's a reference Europe. Yes. You just got to take a time to get into the white paper. Look what it says. It says, for instance, that you have this whole thing of enterprise expenditures related to personal information disclosure. You have this whole thing of enterprise economic activities, and you have this whole thing of recognizing that you need to enhance network security, increase the number of servers, managing all this stuff. And you need basically to have something that's going to cut the cost, because in the old days, it was a huge cost. But global businesses in the common digital area must comply with the local data regulation in each country. Listen to this, guys. To build a suitable networked environment. The GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union, back in 2016, was implemented by the European Parliament and Council of the European Union in 2018. again, think about this. Jasmy is literally like, this is beginning years. They're not even public. They didn't even go public until 2021. But it says in reality, many companies have not yet built a clear response policy and plan regarding to handling of customer data in compliance with regulation. Who is now going gangbusters about that? It's Jasmy. Look at this next part. You have, for instance, yes, look at this. These examples, and I know I'm just going down to the EU part because, we kind of got into a lot of different things. But the point was to share that from the white paper, okay? And again, your bottom line is this. European Union and the Parliament, right? The next part, I'm sorry, I don't know why I did EU on that. Yes, that's right. Limitation of data management. Internet's current state, most services are commonly built on so-called centralized systems. Again, back to the GAFA reference. Companies manage all the data on their own servers, provides various services to users. Look at the solution. The solution is privacy, data privacy. Japan's information banks, personal data storage, personal, information management system. You ever notice this? They literally wrote this out many years ago, and now you are seeing the realization, like it says, of a digitalized society. Remember back to what I just talked about earlier? Digitalized society. They advocate for decentralization. They advocate for the whole thing of everyone can manage their data. They advocate for, having safe and secure conditions. They advocate for giving permission to use, this to others without stress or fear, right? Because it's all locked up. It's all set in an app that has high security. With the Jasmy platform, we'll be able to realize a society where personal data protection and utilization can be well balanced. The point is this, guys. I literally gave you proof of an example of how this all comes together, how we are expanding into Europe, understanding the bigger picture. And the icing on the cake is coming up. And, it's just understanding all this. So there's a lot of new people to Jasmy, and that's fine. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I want you guys to just simply understand, like, wow, man, do we really have something solid here? I think the answer is yes. So I'm going to take you now to this next particular one. This is from the one and only Icy Amphibian. Please give our fellow brother Icy a follow. He definitely deserves your follow. He can be followed over at Icy Amphibian, just like it sounds. Okay? So let's go ahead and full screen this as well. This is good stuff. This is an update. Well, old and new, right? Give you some of my own key takeaway. Please smash the like if we can get to 700 people on the live. Wow. All right. So Jasmy community says, when was this? Well, I think it's a while back, but maybe it's new. I think this one's somewhat new. Hold on a second. Let's see the date on this. Got a lot of stuff. Look at this. So somewhat new, January 26, 2024. So again, I was trying to expand on this. So he says he had a thoughts about the recent AMA. There's been other AMAs since then. I'm going to just jump down to some of these key spots. But basically, yeah, look at this. 3 things that were listed at the end of, that particular AMA, heavily described the patents. So we just talked about the patents. We gave you the example of, again, from, Mr. Icy Amphibian about the patents. The patents, describe how Jasmy networks can be partitioned, which means that Jasmy networks ran by node operators in different regions can be completely separate from each other. So there can be compliant Jasmy Japan, Jasmy USA, Jasmy Europe. My God. Jasmy China, Jasmy United Arab Emirates, etc., without causing friction between these governments to still bring value to the same Jasmy coin. Now, I love the point about Filecoin. We'll get into that in a second. Guys, don't overthink it. Don't get it twisted. Why point out some of this stuff? So understand this. To get over that hurdle in regards to Japan, regulatory compliance in Japan, way more stricter than here in the United States. Jasmy was able to do it. It's kind of like that song, Frank Sinatra, and then later on, Jay-Z and, Alicia Keys, talking about New York, the Empire State. Once if I can make it there, I can make it anywhere. Here's to you, New York, New York. I know, bad singer. Here's to you, Jasmy, Jasmy. Here's to you, Japan, Japan. Here's to you, European Union, right? Here's to you, Jasmy management team, understanding you don't give a crap about retail because you understand the institutional side of things. You understand the bigger picture, you know? Guys, I'm telling you flat out, I think this is going to be massive for Jasmy. And look at this. Look at this. There's another thing. All right, shout out brother Icy. Pull it up again. It says here, these things, the friction, you can't have friction because you're not compliant. You can't have an issue where maybe your particular device, you know, uses up more energy in this particular European Union's, you know, country compared to others. You have to be in compliance with it all. Hence, Jasmy introducing the patent. Hence, Jasmy recognizing global standards. Hence, Jasmy crossing their T's and dotting their I's. This other part, and again, this is back to why I say Jasmy, all they need to do is get a slice of the Filecoin pie. And I have a lot of Filecoin, and you know, it's one that I feel as though, sorry, allergies, feel as though I don't get too attached to, you know, walk away from completely. I don't marry it. But I like this mention, and the mention, anything mentioned in regards to Filecoin is amazing. And please, if you're new to Jasmy, Jasmy is not going to go to the prices Filecoin went to. Previous all-time highs for Filecoin is like $225. It's not going to do that. But it could possibly reach the KPI targets, like they mentioned. Or how about this? Half of the KPI target. If we get to half of the KPI targets, we're looking at least an $8 Jasmy, right? And that's massive. So Web3 Filecoin provides distributed data IPFS, right? Interplanetary file system, if you're wondering what that means. Well known, but in reality, the infrastructure is supported by data center operators. So think we will see more good projects from the user perspectives in the future. Look at this quote. We are focusing on the data that users have and the resources of the devices that generate the data. You as an individual actually have a lot of valuable data, right? Companies want accurate data, right? Hence why you think Google and all these companies for centralized data are worth so much. You wonder why Google is worth so much? It's not just because they're the world's largest index protocol. It's because that protocol connects to a big, huge data set for centralized data. If data is, I can't pronounce that tonight. Why do I always have an issue with this word? Anyway, and abstracted and provided in a way that does not identify individuals, businesses can use data with a reduced risk of leverage leakage. Guys, I've been going like 7 hours doing this tonight. So anyway, companies developing AI products have an ongoing need to acquire accurate data, and this need will continue to grow as the market expands in the future. What do you think is the device resource you are most familiar with? Right. Look at this example. Gaming terminal, including PlayStation. GPU is computing device specialized for real-time image processing. Image processing. My God. Do you guys remember when I was talking about this? Remember I talked about the most important research yet? Let me come out of the frame. The most important research yet to solidify the whole concept of why we've seen action and direct reaction, and then why the market pumped for Jasmy is because of the, you know, bills becoming laws, right? And then the second big price action for Jasmy was Hong Kong. The big news about what they're invested in, what countries they're invested in, and so on, right? CMOS image sensors, are tied into IoT. CMOS image sensors are tied into, for instance, semiconductors. And that example that you just saw in regards to the Sony PlayStation, okay? Everybody is thinking that it's been so speculative, the whole notion of that. But again, maybe it's not the PS5, and maybe there's going to be a super PS5. I don't know. Or maybe it's just a PlayStation 6 for the future. But would a Sony PlayStation 6 have something in regards to tracking the movement of you in what? Maybe the metaverse. Maybe PlayStation wants to position themselves for a bigger platform than just, you know, little lobbies of certain games. You know, can we connect to one mainframe? Or can we have people play the Sony PlayStation 6 actually inside the metaverse? Why would they want to do that? Why wouldn't they want to not do that? Because it's an interconnected world where you can connect people through more of a whole thing of payment flows, contributing to the society, you name it, right? There's so many endless possibilities. So it's not just like what we typically cover with IoT, it's understanding the bigger picture. And IC Amphibian did an excellent job, in my opinion, of mentioning that. And I will mention this last part because this is going to be, pounding at home, because some people say, well, I don't know if I have any of this stuff at home right now. Well, you do. IC mentions this. Do you have any unused gaming terminals in your home? Are they sleeping when they're not in use? What if there was a program in which you could be paid for the time you are not using the device in exchange for donating those resources to an innovation company? Furthermore, you may be able to own a portion of the new products, services, and value added to or added that are created by your donation of these resources. Our platform, as in Jasmy, being developed to implement the ability to create and own productions and IP by providing data and just that, resources. Resources. Guys, don't get it twisted. It's understanding the resources, right? You better believe it's understanding the resources. So before we close this out, all right, let me come back into the frame. I got to take you to this next part, okay? There's two more things that we're going to get into before we close it out. It might be kind of a deep dive, and it's okay. I want to take you to this, okay? And that is in regards to specifically the whole concept of data, okay? So I want you guys to understand this. We talked about my number system, talk about those whole things of the IC cards. And you have to understand, Japan is not the only nation where the shift is underway. Back to the example, GDPR or the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation is also moving ahead to achieve better personal data regulations. Better data regulations and working with what? Maybe the one that is the all-in-one platform? Max, that's such a stretch. Look at this. The Consumer Privacy Survey suggests that people are seeking better ways to promise data democracy. Oh my God, doesn't that spell out Jasmy for us? Yes, it does. You want to find out where this is at? Digitaljournal.com, PR News is where you can get that. It says, so promise data democracy. Breaking away from the clout of data, I guess you could say collection, I don't know, maybe it's a typo. And sharing sharing being controlled by big tech companies. Again, back to GAFA. As we move towards Web 3, again, Web 3, it says it literally right there for you, is underway. There is a chance for first-party data taking more control. On the outset, this could mean finding ourselves browsing without the fear of tracking cookies at play. I mean, how many times I go to a new website and I have to click that thing every time? The more responsible tech companies should not have an issue with seeking approval to gather first-party data. Data gathered with consent also translate to qualitatively better data and takes away the dependency on data gathering tech or agencies that procure consumer data using less ethical methods with the promise of adding more value to the digital marketing success ratio. Wow. Like, really? Yeah, really. Now, let's take you to the icing on the cake. Because I'm not just trying to recreate stuff for the new people. Old people, too, they've been following this. Do we have anything solid in regards to a recent report of Europe or a particular country in Europe that is stopping immediately the whole collection of data? The answer is yes. And if anything, this was recently reported, I believe maybe just a few days ago, okay? And it's going to reference another coin. Let's go ahead and share this. It's Spain. Let's go ahead and get into this. So what you're going to see here, and I'll take off the branding for you can really see it, okay? Lots of emphasis needs to be on on this instead of the logos. What you see here is it says Spain orders WorldCoin to stop collecting data. Now, if you're wondering where this is coming from, go to ccn.com/news/Spain-orders-WorldCoin-stop-collecting-data. Now, I get it. Some of you guys aren't fans of WorldCoin. I mean, it's been way up, but this is where some of you guys are like, I don't like WorldCoin. I haven't seen a single member of a community like WorldCoin. I'm just throwing it out there. OG Crypto mentions the whole thing of, he's not a big fan of WorldCoin. He feels as though WorldCoin is like, the concept of the end times or whatever. Teach his own. 6 days ago on this report, March 7th, if you're wondering exactly how long. So Spain orders WorldCoin to stop collecting data. What the heck does this have to do with it, anything in regards to Jasmy? Well, we're going to get into that. The point is understanding action and reaction, you guys. So by WorldCoin being stopped to, ordered to stop collecting biometric, again, think about this, biometric data in Spain, what is going to happen from here? Well, these key takeaways. And I'll pause on that for a second. I want to talk about that for a second. Every action has reaction. Everything that we understand is significant because it's supply and demand. If you see something in which you're being forced to not collect something because, that's a form of centralization. Understand, again, what happened recently with Jasmy. Those laws passed, or I should say those bills passed, boom, action, reaction, Jasmy to the moon, as the saying goes. And then Hong Kong doing what it's doing, right? That's another action. This is another one. Why am I pointing this out to you guys? I want you to understand, I think this is the next big move for Jasmy to stand out because the patents that are there and because how huge that is. It well positions themselves to take care of what? Decentralized data marketplace. To understand that, wow, if we talk about market movers are initialized as a direct reaction of supply and demand, but the dependency of moving from one particular thing, this example, to another, right? Yes. So, coming back out of the frame, the Spanish Data Protection Agency, again, another one, AEPD ordered Tools for Humanity WorldCoin project to cease collecting and processing data. WorldCoin has already pulled its orb of biometric scanners from France. Germany is the only EU country where they remain operational. Since the WorldCoin developer Tools for Humanity launched its iris scanning orb technology, the spherical biometric scanners have appeared in various locations around the world. As of March 6, Spanish Data Protection Agency, AEPD, has ordered the firm to stop collecting data in the country. The agency cited concerns that the scanners could breach the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. My God. I don't know if you guys really, truly follow this, and it's okay if you don't. But to see the Jasmy white paper specifically mention GDPR and the significance of GDPR, I'm telling you flat out, actions become reactions. Supply meets demand. And the last two particular examples, we've seen Jasmy get sent. I think when this whole thing gets done in regards to these patents for Europe, you will see even the likes of Spain with what? The AEPD, Spanish Data Protection Agency, incentivizing Jasmy. They don't even have to mention Jasmy. If they put in an order that specifically mentioned WorldCoin, saying, look, you're using, these scanning devices, but you're not using it in the right way, that creates demand for the opposite. It creates demand for Jasmy. And that is profound. For anybody saying, no, it doesn't, because WorldCoin uses the same, I guess you could say, biometric data or technology as Jasmy. Understand, centralized data, right? Are they giving people choices with that data? No, they're not, right? That goes to the whole concept of GAFA. Jasmy is the answer to that. That's a solution. So something like Spain would be on board for that. Boom. Spain is the first to recognize that problem. What happens when you have other European Union member states? I'm telling you, mass adoption. I'm going to call it right now. Jasmy bombshell. And that's why I wanted to bring it to you guys tonight. And if anything, we are now at the 7-hour mark. I can't believe I did a 7-hour in a row live show. I have to get to bed soon. I got to be up early in the morning. As you can see, I'm very passionate about covering some of this stuff. I don't know if we ticked up to 700 on the live. It's okay. I just want to state this. Know what you have, know why you hold it. There's a reason why you believe in this Jasmy project. And so help me God, I'll do my best to provide the information to you when I can. But, there's only so much time in the day. I'm very excited to see what's happening with Quant, Jasmy. Obviously, we talked a little bit about XRP. But I think it's all worth pointing out to you guys. And again, if you really appreciate the content, please join us even though we're on YouTube. I know there's a lot of people from X, 651 over on X, 37 people on YouTube. So I'm going to click on the last particular comments that we have. And if anything, thank you so much to each and every one of you guys who did stay the course for the content that was brought tonight. It will never be this long again. I know there's somebody saying out there, yeah, it will be. I get that, but I can't do it all the time. It'd be kind of counterproductive. So let's see what you guys have in the comments. Roasted Jiggly Puff is amazing. What the heck? Blackwood Jasmy is going to be massive. Thank you. I thought what I hold is small, but now thinking price will be much higher than we think. Yeah. Even a moderate sized bag should be good for what's coming. Very true. Patrick Collier, man, you're ride or die tonight, aren't you? William says machine learning. Man, William, you've been following all the content tonight. Blackwood's PlayStation, machine learning, data privacy, so much more. We'll try to desave more into Jasmy soon. Yeah, I think it's just going to be unbelievable. Obviously, not the scam, right? Anyway. World Economic Forum coin, no thanks. Right, the World coin, good for Spain. Hope others do the same. That's my main thing. It creates a snowball effect. When we talked about the whole thing about quant earlier, we were mentioning so much tonight, did we not? About the key forward towards getting mass adoption. Yes, Jasmy also doing things to ensure mass adoption. It's creating incentives. It's recognizing you got to do something about this problem of data privacy. Exactly. You just said it right there. Data privacy. 7 hours max. Yeah, new record. I know, guys. Maybe it's too long. I know somebody's going to complain. Some people will complain. And after the show's over, I have to immediately go in and I have to put the chapters in because there'll always be that one guy like, oh, man, I can't watch this whole thing. You're out of your mind. 7 hours. No, nobody has to watch 7 hours. We go to the chapters. I get it. So I got to get the chapters going. Have a good one, guys. Thank you so much, Patrick. I do appreciate you guys. X marks the spot. I think he gets paid time and a half after. Yeah, I used to work at the post office many years ago. If you work on, was it Christmas or what was the other one? Thanksgiving. It was triple time. Never seen that anywhere else, But yeah, even if it wasn't those days, like, work more than 40 hours on Christmas and some other days, it was double time and a half. It depends on what kind of contract you had and so on. But triple time was so cool, man. I mean, basically, earning like 3 days worth of salary in one day. I mean, that was so cool. Just read out the scam. For school. Yes. Thank you, Femto87. It's just a classic thing because you guys seen those guys, the fudders out there. You know who they are. The puppy dog looking dudes that would always fud. You ever notice? They're not around anymore. They've literally crawled back into their cockroach den. So yeah. Just a scam. Clearly a scam. Yes. 4186 investment. Scam. Goes to over $27,000. Scam. Big scam. All right. Thank you so much, Blackwood, X, Marks the Spot. All you guys, you rock. Absolutely rock. Thanks, Max. Enjoy the show. Thank you so much. You guys, really appreciate you. We're finally ending the show at 7 hours and 3 minutes. Actually, 7 hours and 4 minutes. My God. All right. You guys all have a great night. I'll play the outro. Just read up the scum. Let's go. I will see you guys tomorrow because I pretty much have to. If Rue Black wasn't coming on tomorrow, there's no way I would do a show tomorrow. I'll just be honest. But Brother Rue's going to be here. So he's going to have to take the lead tomorrow. I'll do my best to come up with a little bit, because I want to do that. But if you're wondering, why didn't Max have a lot tomorrow? Shoot, are you kidding me? Maybe you know why. Or maybe I just go ahead and do it anyway, right? Yeah, I think it will. Anyway, have a good one. And there he is. Night, everyone. And look at that. Brother Rue. It's like, wow. There's Brother Rue. Man, you rode with me the whole time, Rue? Unbelievable. Well, guys, before we go, Brother Rue will be with us tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, for the Swift Coin coverage. Is Swift Coin the Chinese XRP? I know it sounds nuts. And he's got some BSV he wants to share as well. So I'm going to be honest, Rue. You may be leading the charge tomorrow, my friend. So I'm looking forward to it. All right. Smash that like on your way out. Give me a follow over on the X platform, which is a lot of you guys are already doing it. But hey, more the merrier, right? Definitely helps. If you follow that, DPG Maximus. All right. Sayonara from the Racecraft Consortium. Let's go. Bye-bye. Been a great show. Thank you so much, everybody. Almost 700. My God. Sorry about that. Goodbye for real. All right.